Alright, guys. We are going into Masters 1. And guess what? We're doing a very similar build order in PvP because this solid macro opening is so good. But what's the difference? The difference is, what's the special sauce that makes one of the best PvP players in the world great right now? Well, we're almost at Masters 1, so it's time we actually learn things from pro gamers. And the pro gamer who is one of the most solid PvP players in the world right now is MaxPax. MaxPax is incredibly powerful, and he is just an absolute beast. And his actual special sauce is the Dark Templar. And he uses that at a better time than anybody else. So we're going to be doing what at surface value is the same build as we were doing previously in Masters 2 and so on. But there is a difference. And that difference is that we are always going to have our eyes open for when we can play Dark Templar. And any chance we get to find a weak spot, we're going to do it. And there's a few common weak spots that you look out for, right? So this teaches us to understand both when we might be being greedy ourselves against Dark Templar in some games, and we are getting cannon rushed. Otherwise, there's no reason for a probe to be here this early, guys. No? Okay. My opponent's doing a funny build. And okay. He's not too happy that he lost his probe. Fair enough. I wouldn't be either. We're going to chrono boost again. Now we do see 2 gases, and he's going to go for the Nexus anyway. Okay. So yeah, just... okay. Well, I mean, I could just all in this, guys. Alright, so one thing also that I actually forgot about that we need to be teaching is 1-gate expand, and both how to do it and how to deal with it. So today, we're going to start with how to do 2-gate all-ins versus 1-gate expand. And yeah, we're going to start with Proxy Robo. So we're going to go here. Okay. And that pylon is not ready. So that's, ooh, whoops. I forgot I didn't build a second pylon. This is the second pylon. Because that probe spotted me, I doubled back a little bit there. And we'll see how that goes. Okay. So we've got 2 stalkers on the way, and we want to go Proxy Robo and Proxy Third Gateway. And we'd also like to put a shield battery down here, but first of all, let's put another pylon in case this one goes down, okay? Then we can put a shield battery down as well. Now, our opponent probably assumes they're being all-in, but this is the most basic of all-ins that you can do. And you could even do this blindly up against someone who's playing a completely different style as well. So say if someone's playing a normal one-base build, you'd be surprised how often this sort of build order is just going to get a nice, easy win. And we can see that. Alright, Stalker's going across. Now, we do have to be a little concerned about if he went 1 adapt, he could chrono that across the map. So I'm going to send the Stalkers out, and notice I've queued them to attack down both paths, so we should get early warning if that's the case, okay? Now, we could make a Immortal, but we're actually going to go Prism first. Now, the reason we're doing that, it's very simple. Let's get another pylon as well. Put the pylon here. And we can try to block him. Pro gamer shit! Yeah, dog! Okay, so we're just gonna heal up really quickly. Alright, we can just elevate straight into the main. And these Stalkers at the front, they're all going to go for the natural shield battery. Now I can't pick up all of them, so we will let one of them die. And we've got that. So just remember to focus down the structures, and we are one. You must construct additional pylons. I am here. And then these guys can bring those down there, including this guy, which of course can drop behind it. And there we go. And there we go, GG. Cool. Okay, so my opponent sent a probe across at the very start, which is why we thought we were being cannoned. Because normally you wouldn't scout after pylon unless you're doing a cannon rush, because it's such an early scout, right? So that's why I was a little confused by this guy. So that's why we went and checked down the bottom to see if there were pylons coming up or anything like that. But this does bring up a very important point, which is Pig. Should we still be doing 2-gate openings or should we be doing 1-gate openings? And this is where you guys have to make a choice. I still, even at GM, almost always play 2-gate openings. And you could say this is because laziness and I don't want to learn the 1-gate versus 1-gate meta. It's safer though, and it's something that I'm comfortable with, right? However, on maps where you have a ramp on your natural, it is meant to be that 1-gate expand is simply better. Okay, guys? 1-gate expand is simply better. And that is because your opponent, it's hard for them to push up this ramp, right? So you should be able to defend most things with a 1-gate expand build order. Now, the thing that happens though is you don't really know what's coming out of that player who's playing 2 gates, and it's very important for you to try to scout and verify what's happening. And to master that build order is incredibly advanced, and this is why I'm really torn on, do I teach you guys from scratch one of the most advanced build orders that I think it's nonsense to play 1-gate expand. If you're like Masters 3, and I think at that skill level most people are nowhere near mastering their 2-gate opening. And if you really enjoy it and you want to copy pros, I get why people are doing it, but for me it feels like, hey, to teach you this incredibly deep knife edge greedy build is also very, very dangerous. And this is why I really think just doing a mixture of proxy all-ins or proxying like a Stargate to do an Oracle and some harassment and then just macroing up behind it, both off 2 gates, are completely fine. Now remember, up to this point, whenever I came up against the 1-gate expand, I did not change my build order at all, right? What did I do? I just still took my expansion, played Sentry Stalker. Or if I was planning to do the Adept Oracle, I still did the Adept Oracle harassment, expanded behind it. I changed nothing. But now that we're getting closer to GM, we want to start reacting. And so let's talk about how will we react if we see a 1-gate expand. And this is one of your most common, basic, easy to do options that has an insane win rate. And you might be like, no, it's not good, man. Trust me, it is. And you'd be surprised how many people will die to it. A Robo to get the Warp Prism, 3-gate Stalker, easy peasy. Now, my 2 Stalkers, I literally was a full cycle of Stalkers behind because this pylon, I forgot to build a second pylon at home. And despite that, this still works. So let's talk about what this option is and why it's very easy to execute and very hard for them to stop, okay? Let's go down here, guys. Masters 1. All right. First 1-gate expand. It's time to finally actually react. That's right, guys. We're in Masters 1. We're actually going to react to their build. So, 3-gate Robo all in. So what do we do with that build, guys? So, cut probes at full 1-base saturation. Immediately pull back scouting probe and go to proxy location. Close to cliff or elevator into their main is very nice. Close to their natural to shove there, also very nice, right? So these are the 2 kind of options that you want, right? I guess we can just put those as sub points. So I managed to do both of those in this game, right? Because with my location, we're both right next to the cliff to elevate in the main, and we're really close to the natural. However, what have we got to remember? We've got to cross that. Too close equals they can rally zealots, full probes, and depower the proxy. So there's a balance. So you might find you get away with putting it obscenely close every game, and you're just like, heck yeah, let's go, son! And you get away with it. But then people start scouting, they start depowering your Robo and 3rd gateway, and it ends up really bad. And you realize you need to put it a bit further back or randomize the spot so it's hard for them to find. Thank you for the 100 biddy cheer, obviously. Okay? So always go Prism first, mass Stalkers, and go, basically. Basically, yeah, you just proxy a Robo and 3rd gate, rally Stalkers, get a Prism first, mass Stalkers, and go. Rotate between main and natural. You can always, you can add Adepts and drop those in the main while Stalkers siege natural and vice versa. Vice versa means opposite. If anyone doesn't know that. you can add a sentry, and FF the ramp is actually a super dirty move that you can win with as well. Yeah. So there's a few different things you can do with that, and it's super gross. So obviously in this scenario, guys, we just went in there, depowered the Robo, and with our first Stalkers, and you can see just how early this Prism was out, and it's like, hey, you can't build Immortals, which is obviously the main thing you need to defend this. Also, I'm wasting a ton of mining time, so you're super broke on money, and I only lost a single Stalker because I had 5 Stalkers. So keep in mind, if you do commit to an elevator and you've got 8 or 10 units in there, it's very dangerous when those probes surround you. Because look, I didn't actually kill many probes. I damaged a lot, I didn't kill many. And I wouldn't be able to escape with more than 4 units in the Prism. Unless you're on the cliff ledge and you're able to unload and pick up the new ones and like ferry them down as they take damage. So you do have to be very careful with getting surrounded. And that's where warping in Zealots is actually best for killing probes as well. Because Zealots do way more damage. Yeah. And notice, these other units, while I'm microing there, I couldn't get them up the cliff. So what do? I rallied them into the natural, and you always target the battery first. And then in this scenario, rather than focus 2 batteries, I was like, hey, there's nothing really defending. I can just focus the pylon down. And he probably could have surrounded these Stalkers. I probably wouldn't have even noticed, to be fair. At first, anyway. And then I basically am like, hey, you've only got 2 Stalkers. You can't really kill a Warp Prism with that. Let's just be annoying and rally units in at the same time. Basically, depowering both of his production facilities is obviously huge. These Stalkers, I just kept redropping, and you can see they start to win the fights there, pulling his probes off the line again, and you can see the opponent's just super duper broke, supply blocked once again, and I do rally in an extra Immortal as well. Now this was a scenario where my opponent's defense was far from clean. He also, I don't think, had any scouting, right? Actually, no, he sent a probe in, right? So my opponent also checked for proxies down here on this side. So, what could my opponent have done better? I think my opponent probed a bit too much, first of all. I think with 2 Nexi, you can chrono boost the Stalker. And the other thing is just, yeah, I don't think he was expecting an elevator into the main anywhere near so early, but it's already 3:20. He easily could have had another Stalker out by now. So I think my opponent just missed some gate production. Also, normally you would build a Zealot just to help you with the safety here. But I think because he got the Nexus down, he was like, oh, I can do without it. At this point, if he dropped a battery in the main, it would have massively helped him out. Massively. Would have been huge. Oh, this was also super Warcraft 3 micro. That was some bullshit there. That was awesome. Blocking the Stalker getting back, because we knew there would be a battery up there. That was super dirty, guys. Oh. My opponent also lost their first probe, so he couldn't see the lack of a second pylon. The thing is, you do want to try to leave with your probe as quickly as possible to get that proxy up, and it's kind of obvious, because if your probe doesn't hang around to scout what they're doing after the 1 gate, it's usually pretty obvious you're committing to the all-in. A lot of players still can't stop it. Focus on the efficiency of your build, get it down really well before you focus on the mind games and hiding things, is probably the best advice I can give. Alright guys, let's continue here with Masters 1. While we queue game, let's go into the document and continue taking a look to remind you guys what the hell is going on in Masters 1. So, in PvZ, we're a mixture of some games just focusing on chronoing probes a lot harder, but also we've got a whole lot of dirty options that we're going to slip in at Twitch chat's request. So we've got a bunch of all-ins because a lot of Zergs play very blind and very greedy, and based on how the meta is at a certain time, you can just master 1 dirty all-in, and you will win so many games for like a month or 2 straight. So people say, well, that's gimmicky or whatever. But the thing is, sometimes if your opponent's race isn't playing honest and covering all their bases, countering what they're being greedy on, that's simply strategy play. It's meta strategy, but it is still strategy. In PvT, guys, we're going back to blink openings, but we're going to have a sentry for scouts, and we're going to have storms. But we're going to have storm drops is going to be something that we do now as well, okay? So guys, let's send one of those first probes down to the natural, because remember, we want to go 13 pylon. Because we want to block his base. You have not enough and we'll go across this map. Okay. So guys, we're playing Neuro here, and unfortunately for him, he has a pretty good connection to the Australian server, which is why it does often put us here. Now remember, your next probe always rallies down to build the gateway, just to make sure you get that there. B2GM, final sesh. And you can see we get here early enough even to block a 15 hatch, most likely. 15 hatch might barely get down in time, but it shouldn't really be able to. They would need to go like 15 hatch before Overlord, which is very inefficient. Alright, so we've delayed this by long enough, and if he goes back and still gets this hatchery down, I don't mind, because he's already delayed it super far at this point, okay? Alright, now remember, we do want to pull a guy off of... there we go, so normal gas timing, and then he'll go for a normal pull timing. We want to pull one guy off minerals onto gas to get this Stargate. So we're going to do one more build focusing on chronoing probes, and I know there's no dirty options coming out yet in PvZ, and some of you are going to be like, dude, come on man, aren't you going to show us something different in Masters 1? But I really feel like that final PvZ in Masters 2 was so much better than a lot of my games, and the reason I think is very simple as well, and that is just the fact that we focused on chronoing probes for once, and the build just felt better, and it felt like I was playing better StarCraft. So I want to hit that point home, not just for you guys, but for me as well, because I think it's really, really important to actually realize how much just moving your chrono boost from one thing to another can change the entire build order. Now, we see he's taken the third hatch, we just confirmed that. We're still going to chrono our first Adept, of course. Now what we're checking here is there lots of lava saved as the pool's finishing? And no, there isn't. So that's fine. Where's that second pylon? Chrono the Adept. Cancel Warp Gate, get the Stargate. Crodecracker got a work call, had to leave the game before. I just wondered why. Obviously, sometimes I know people are just dodging a matchup, but I always like to ask just in case there's some misconception. So we chrono there, we chrono there. So check it out, guys. So the Adept will go across, try to work this angle. Second Adept is just going to sit at home. We can maybe send it across, but notice chrono. And we'll even do one more chrono on the natural when we get the next set of energy. And that's going to be really, really nice. Okay. So we're going to run this way, see if I can grab a drone while shading into a better area. And there we go. So look at that, guys. We get a few drones here.
Where shall we march?
Oh, that's a lot of Zerglings, guys. Okay, so we're going to make that Oracle. Let's get that second gateway up. If we can get that Adept out of there, that would be great. So I don't know if he's actually all-inning or anything like that. We're just going to try and shade into that base, just as a last scout to see if there's drones popping out or Zerglings. Now I see a third queen and lots of drones. So okay, we know it's completely normal. No problem. Okay, didn't get the pylon yet, guys, so that's going to delay the second Oracle, but that's okay. Oh my god. So...
Najakar, combat with an arrow.
You must construct additional pylons.
Okay. Alright, let's get another Oracle, guys. This one's going up there. It's just gonna chill between the bases. And what do we want, guys? We want, remember, third and fourth gateway. It's really important. And then we can go Twilight and Forge, and then the two gases, okay? Now I could have put the Twilight and Forge in the main if I wanted to hide it. Keep building probes, keep chronoing probes, and we're gonna put that there as well. We'll send that, one more Adept there, okay. So this Oracle will come up there, that side. This guy's gonna try to run in the rally once again. I'm just trying to see if I catch any drones running between the bases. That's what this is about. I'm looking for these areas, because that's where the least defended workers are, right? And look at that. Great pull by him, so we're just going to hide in the back. We put guys on gas here. And what are we doing, guys? Getting some sentries. But we are supply blocked, so we're going to have to wait on that. Forge. And Thingo. Start both getting their upgrades. And... okay. Because we started those upgrades, the sentries are a little bit later. Let's just see if we can get some drones here. Can come in from the back with a stasis trap over there in a moment. Keep building probes, keep making sentries, try and get a shield battery, got that robo on the way. And you can see these guys are just going to shade in there as well. So what we can do, actually, we'll do Stasis Trap in the main, just to kind of keep it so we're hitting multiple angles, you know? Look at how quick he's been on his reactions, guys. Really good play by him. And, yeah, it's just really well played. Let's get the gases there. Let's get 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do another stasis strat there. So we're just kind of queuing those up. Guys on gas, guys on gas. Get another pylon, another pylon. Get the Robo Bay. Can try to make an observer. I don't quite have the gas for it, but there we go. And we still, of course, need to get a few more things, but like gateways and stuff, but that's all right. So this Oracle will come back around and watch the front. This Oracle's still going to be an annoying Oracle. He's going to come in and try to work that angle, just hold position, so I don't have to do any fancy micro. Gets a few workers, very nicely done. All right. You can also send a hallucination forward as well. And this guy can just go there. All right. Let's get another Robo going. And we want to get the Warp Prism. And how many sentries do we have? 5. Looks like that gas never went down, apparently. And we're going to try and take this base up on the top. Lots of roaches, lots of queens. This looks like a really just macro-centric build order, doesn't it, guys? Really beast mode, eh? Okay. So we're going to see... He's making lots of Ravages, so we're making lots of Stalkers. I mean, we're going to be doing that anyway, but it's good to check that out. And we can see... Build that. Let's get +2. I think he might be coming for us, guys.
Our window is short.
Let's bring this Oracle around, shall we? Gonna send an Adept out that side. Let's build a 4th base, same as always, guys. We've got 1 Colossus on the way. Gonna build another Colossus now. And I'm gonna just get a cannon in each mineral line. Now the whole reason for that is in case mutas come out or something else. Always nice to have. He's got an Overseer scouting us, so always good for us to just make sure we kind of deal with that wherever possible.
You require mineral field depleted.
And then we can start making disruptors as well as the Viagra upgrade.
You require more.
And we do want to start pushing him real soon, because obviously we're taking a long time on that. At this point, 8 minutes 30, always drop your main down to 8 probes. Always get 2 separate pylons in different positions to wall off these bases. Very nicely done. So we can get this, and that should be okay. Okay, so check it out, guys.
Mineral field depleted.
Time to push. Just lots of stalkers. Well done. So he's cleared my army, but a lot of Banelings and Ravagers went down. He had some really good flanks, some really good map control, of course. So just gonna super battery that just to make sure they all get healed up really quickly.
Research complete.
So we accidentally built a few more observers than I'd actually intended to.
The enemy has discovered us.
Not enough energy. Upgrade complete.
Ancient glory.
Oof.
Consciousness awakened.
So let's build some more robos.
You require more Vespene gas.
And we can get... Do we get charge yet? Let's get +1 armor. Let's get some more gateways. Let's take a 5th base, because we're in a macro game now, guys.
An omen.
You can go there.
Combat.
Go there. Picking off guys here, there, and everywhere. We're going to try and get a 5th base, but certainly have a feeling that he's already got that watchtower and that whole side of the map on lockdown. Okay. I'm trying to get these Colossus out, but they're not coming right now. Looks like I've been hitting the wrong hotkeys a fair bit, which is pretty standard for me, I guess. Let's get the Templar Archives to go with that charge so we can start making charge Archon a bit more. Woo! That's what we call a pro spready, guys. Oh my god. Zealot's a nice throwaway unit, so we're going to use those for run-bys, okay? Okay. Okay, we're trying to make some more Archons here. Okay, that can go there. We've got to keep pushing, because obviously, guys, you know what's about to happen. Broodlords and Ultras are about to hit the field, so that's a big problem for us.
Upgrade complete. Unacceptable now. We are at maximum supply.
Okay, and this Warp Prism's going to go over here. Yeah. These guys going in. So what are we doing, guys? Multi-prong. Okay. Notice how we're trying to make armor upgrades more than anything. This is going to try to run in there. And that's going to try to go up there. Notice we're making a DT shrine. We've got to keep our economy up really high. So the hard thing with this is that means lots of static D. Okay? But if we can distract enough the Broodlords and pull them out of position consistently, that's really big, right? So there's these Zealots, Archons, they're going to try and just lure his army out of position. These guys are going to do the job. Now, if he moves his Broodlords over, that's when these guys can run in. So we're just going to wait for those Broodlords to move a little bit more before they go in, okay? And this is going to come into the main as well. Now, I think he got ahead of me pretty far this game. That's why this game's been so hard, and I've needed to work so hard just to keep myself in this game, because it feels like he's been a bit ahead of me on the tech the whole time long. So, definitely a big problem. But there we go, Zealots in the main. Now he's gone and made other units. Oh, very cute, very cute. Alright guys, check this out. Let's clean up all this creep, shall we? I'm going to make Stalkers to deal with those muters so that we can keep on multi-pronging. And we want to keep on queuing up these upgrades wherever possible. We're clearing up the map control right now as well, notice. So his economy is really small. We want to clear up this creep over here. That's going to allow us to move up there and take that base. And we're already putting pylons everywhere as well. Okay? Now, check it out. These Stalkers, gonna just make sure. Yep.
We move unseen.
Okay, so at this point, we can see that he's actually going really hard on that. So we're gonna make Fleet Beacon and 3 Stargate. Don't quite have the money.
Upgrade complete.
So we're gonna keep transferring to these bases. I do need to get more cannons up on that base as well to keep it going. And we're still using just Stalkers over there, which is not a very scalable army. So we do have to be careful with that, okay? What do I mean by scalable? I mean it sucks later. That's what scalable means. It means, will it be able to beat more stuff later in the game when everything grows? Will it be able to grow with the pace of the game and, you know, keep up with all that? And the answer is no.
I am here in the shadows. Let our enemy know our fury.
Okay, run, 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 run.
Cold is the void.
Okay, these guys not doing too well. Let's see if I can get these queens. Okay, there we go. Very nice. So of course, if those broodlords are on their own, we can get them, guys. Just keep that in mind. So that's why we're trying to attack the right side, because if we can bait his units away from the broodlords, this is our favorite way to deal with broodlords. Some people would be like, this looks so hard. I'm playing from behind, which is why it's so hard. If we had hit a better timing earlier, this would not be as difficult of a situation. But as it is, we need more stalkers, but also more zealots here, okay, guys? Because the zealots are going to deal with the Zerglings, and then the stalkers deal with everything else, okay? Now, the thing is, this is not a very efficient army for him. Keep that in mind, okay? So you might be like, well, shit, you're losing that base? I am. But I don't think it matters, guys. And this is why, because we're able to push in here. And notice, what do we do? Move, shoot, move, shoot, move, shoot, move, shoot. So we've just killed every broodlord, and now we can blink back into more of a standard fighting format. Meanwhile, he's going to take out that base, potentially. Now what are we going to do? Shift blink. Notice how I've queued them to blink down there. Okay, these guys going that way. We can take that. We're going to let the Colossus tank a little bit here, because I don't think they'll be able to kill it on their own. And then we've got this one. And check it out. Let's fix up our economy. Take a moment. Move over there. Take that one. Take this one. Awesome. We killed all the broodlords. So if we can just defend this base, I'm actually going to be happy with that. We're just going to do a squad of DTs to try and snipe the base and run away. Everything else is moving over there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, why is he still making mutas? Crazy. Crazy guy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, why is he still making mutas? They're bad units. You're not meant to do that. He's surprised me pretty well there, guys. Well done. Because he's still making them, I'm actually going to use this. I figured with the way it went, we wouldn't need to actually make any Phoenix, but now I'm actually making them. Okay, so we're just going to try and make the Phoenix there. Because obviously they counter those units. We're trying to just get this economy up in the corner, and we're going to go back into a more defensive stance and just try and counter his shit. I very well may be able to actually counter him, but we don't actually know. So obviously with these guys, they wreck mutas really hard. As you can see, now I have the purple shots. That means I have range, which means it's basically impossible for him to deal with what I'm doing. Awesome. So now we're forcing out Corruptors. Alright, so we're just going to regroup on that left side of the map. Should not be chasing into this. Okay, so now we're just going to swap to Void Rays, or even Carriers would actually be better, to be honest. And it says Clinical. The mutas were total wild cards there, but they almost did the trick, because what was I saying is I'm going to swap into the mobile swarmy Zerg style, because he's got broodlords, he's less mobile. By swapping back into mutas, he goes back into the mobile units, and I thought he was going to stop committing to them once I kind of hunted them down with the stalkers a little bit, but he actually had a really good pack of mutas, and I didn't have the mobility to deal with it, so I had to go into the Phoenix to really shut them down, force him into Corruptors, and if he's then in muta Corruptor, well, I've already got stalkers. I can make a big round of Archons, and we can manage to win it out. So there's lots of different shifts in the army comp. Now, obviously, just going Carriers is the easier way to play it, because if you get up critical mass of Carriers, you know, you're going to force them to build Corruptors, and you can use Storm and Archons and all sorts of stuff anyway. But really great macro by him, and with his creep spread as well, I thought I was dead in this game. In hindsight, though, his creep was a bit of a dick, right? Now, I'm not saying he's an idiot. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's literally, he's got a schlong on the left side of the map, which is why it felt so oppressive. But I kind of felt like that must be the same everywhere. But he actually only spread a few tumors, and he just spread those really actively right into my face. So just like a guy who's, you know, he's look at me, look at how big it is, but he doesn't have anything to back it up really, and it's I don't know, it's an optical illusion. Now obviously I'm not saying he doesn't have anything else here. I think he was still in a very good spot, but it felt really oppressive with all the creep he had. He was like setting up his flank ahead of time. And check this out, guys. I broke my own rule, and this is actually what made the game harder than it needed to be. Why did I not have units looking for a flank? It's because in my mind, I need to get up to here or here before I can really be flanked. But no, he's playing a very far forward style where he's saying, I got creep everywhere. I've got my army pre-split. He followed all the fundamental rules of Zerg, and I should have already had a hallucination or something, or an oracle, patrolling out on this left side. Because he's obviously not going to flank around the right. There's no creep there or anything like that. But I need to be watching this whole area, and I wasn't, and so I didn't know about this big blob of 26 banelings and 2 Ravagers that was coming in for a beautiful flank, which was really nicely done. So we needed to remember to split for that. We had an oracle, but it was on the right side of the map, and that wasn't that important. Obviously, it was important for me to look for run-bys and stuff on my natural, and he'd already tried 1 or 2 baneling run-bys. If I had an oracle out here to see this flank, I could have quickly pulled back and just tried to like force field, force field, force field, force field, force field, force field. But instead, I burnt most of my force fields on this army. Now, they're kind of dodgy. And that's actually, as you can see, not the army that's as important. This army is way more important to keep out. So I burnt a lot of force fields, and I still had 1 full energy sentry there. So I still had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 force fields should have been enough. But he's already almost on top of my Colossus. And then I tried to do a force field on my Colossus like a baboon. And it's partially because this sentry is a bit too far away. It can't reach up here where it needed to be force fielding. So if I quickly pulled my army down to the right, I might have been able to force field off most of the banelings, but as it was, tried to use a disruptor shot. He got some pretty darn good connections there. Taking the core of my army out and resetting me to just a disruptor rally and stalker production. It's really good for him, but luckily for me, I did have a 4th base, and that's what allowed me to keep playing it. Because our economies are actually very similar. 69, 72. Wow, what a crazy game. That was a crazy game, guys. This was insane. The army split, 1 complicated sentries and raptors, and the other, more of an A-move army, is important in this game, and perhaps a point to speak about. So, like a zealot A-move counterattack, you mean, Bullia? As the game goes later, yeah, we want to start using the zealot Archon A-move counterattack. So what Bullia's pointed out in the chat, guys, is that as the game went on, I had a very simple army, which was mostly Zealot Archon on this right side of the map for a long time, right? It was Zealots, and then as he started dealing with it with mass adrenal gland Zerglings, I started adding Archons to make that fight even more efficient. And the idea is this is a bit of a throwaway army. It's an Archon and a bunch of Zealots, and you can see I've got it on control group 1, right, guys? Okay? Yeah, which is normally my hatchery hotkey when I'm playing Zerg, but it's a whole thing. And this army, I just don't care too much about losing, but I really care about keeping these units alive. And definitely that helps as time goes on, and especially if they have Vipers or something, they can get rid of this army or Broodlords. Having an expendable army that can multi-prong is really powerful, but this is also what we do to pick apart the Broodlords, because we want to try and fight the Roaches, the Zerglings, the Banelings away from the Broodlords wherever possible. So we wanted to try to chip in from both sides and find a way to separate his army and fight it in little pieces where we could take efficient fights. Hey, this might be super picky. No, please, this was not a perfect game. And you guys know, so for those who've been watching a lot of Bronze to GM, just keep in mind, this is not a style I've practiced a lot. A Stargate, I almost always like Twilight openings. I play either Glaive Adepts or DT Archon for like 90% of my PvZ experience in my career. Unless I'm doing a cheeky all-in or a really sneaky build, and I don't have much practice in those, I am a Twilight master in PvZ. I'm doing more Stargate play, so it's going to be very imperfect. I also played very little Stalker Colossus and Stalker Disruptor traditionally, so I'm also not as good at these styles. So this is kind of a learning process for me as well, rather than me showing, here's the 15 expert points I'm going to list out and execute really well. It's more of a, hey, let's figure this out as we go, as we get towards the top. I'm confused. Can you explain your 3rd pylon placement? Why where you put it rather than 1 hex to the right? Why would I put it 1 hex to the right? Please explain. 1, 2... I don't know where I put my 3rd pylon, so we're going to find out momentarily. Or I just put it up here, didn't I? The first pylon at your 3rd? Oh! Why not put it 1 hex to the right? On this map, Okay, I'll show you. If you build there, it actually blocks off this hole. So on this map, you have a really nice, this is what we call Zergling Dicktown. Adepts, you can fit 3 adepts in there, and only 1 or 2 Zerglings can get in there at a time. But if you build that pylon 1 space to the right, you block it off, so you can't use this beautiful choke point to kind of fall back with your adepts if you want to. So I just like that as a nice little fallback point. I've played some players who, they would actually build this pylon here, Stargate here, and they build a shield battery up here on the high ground, and it can actually heal the adepts in there while they defend their third. And I played against, I think it was, wasn't it the Irish player? Iger, who did that. A young Irish player who did this to me in the North American Weekly. And I remember I went for a Ling Flood because I thought, oh, that's a greedy third. You're being so aggressive with your oracles, you can't defend this. And I went in there with like 10, 12 Zerglings, and he had 3 adepts in a line there. So they were out here, and I went to surround them, and he shuffled back into this choke point, and I saw the shield battery heal it from the high ground, and I was like, that's really cool. I was just like, that's so cool, dude. I was just like, that's awesome, man. I was like, that's legit. I'm really impressed, man. But making, okay, I didn't know, making that near patch into a far patch by rally distance is definitely worth it in that case. I don't think it makes it too bad, right? Because look at this patch, look at that. It actually doesn't interrupt their mining as much as you might think it does, right? So if you look at this mineral patch, so what Parkanian is talking about is, aren't you interrupting your mining too much? But actually, yeah, it's all right in this case. Because look, they're actually not too diverted. There's very little downtime on the mineral patch. So it's a very minute kind of detraction to your mineral line. Whereas I think this patch here is getting, these 2 patches I think are getting harmed a little more by the cannon, to be honest. Just for whatever reason, that one's okay. I've kind of memorized this pylon positioning on this map specifically. Normally, my only rule with the pylon at the third is don't put it on a corner, because the edges of a hatchery, the corners of a hatchery, a nexus or a command center are curved. So if you put a pylon there and you put 2 adepts in between the pylon and the nexus, like a billion Zerglings can attack it from both sides. But if you put it here, you put 1 or 2 adepts in there, only 1 or 2 Zerglings can attack from each side of the pylon. So those details definitely make a difference. Hey, Hecka, the Terran guide helped you a lot. Glad to hear it, mate. Oh man, the final stretch to GM, so good. So guys, in this scenario, I tried to go for the Baneling Pool Micro, which is, I'm going to try and get every probe out of here, and let's hope he doesn't split his Banelings. At this point, I knew I fucked up. I'm like, oh no, Neuro knows how to split Banelings. Oh no. And I'm in a corner now because I know I was going to mineral walk to this base and get out, but now he's split these Banelings. I'm like, oh, I can't do that. So obviously it would have been a better idea if I assume my opponent's good enough to split Banelings to already have split some probes here and here and here and to use some space. Because now all I can do is spread my probes out as quickly as possible, as frantically as possible. But you can see they're still pretty clumped up. And I was very lucky that number 1, he doesn't have +2 melee, so he doesn't one-shot probes. And number 2, we barely, with those spread out Zealot warp-ins and the cannon, did manage to slow it down. So one more thing you'll see pros do, guys. If you can warp in a Stalker in a choke point, it's better for tanking Banelings than a Zealot, but a Zealot is cheaper, right? So what happens here? No unit in the wall is obviously a problem, but because I've got a cannon in each mineral line, I don't care too much about having a unit in the wall. Now in this scenario, if you see they're running to the left, you want to try and quickly warp in there. Quickly warp in here. Anytime you can warp in a choke point, if they're not watching, usually they've just clicked in the mineral line with those Banelings, right? Because they don't want to A-move or they'll blow up on like cannons and whatever else, right? So normally they've clicked in the mineral line and they're often doing other things. So if you can just put a Zealot there, the Banelings might just be like, we can't get past. I didn't manage to do that, did I? So here as well, guys, if I warped in the Zealot there, that would have created a wall with the cannon. Now, as the Banelings blow up, they would kill the cannon and the Zealot, but at least you'd stop a lot of them. So I did not do pro-gamer warp-ins there. I just did random spread out Zealot panic warp-ins. But if I did really good, I'd react really quick, warp in there, warp in another one there, warp in another one here. Would have been much more pro. So yeah, this was really, wow. Just honestly, guys, if we go back in this game, let's remember, we had a long, crazy game. We did some split micro. We had to go Phoenix in the end. Shit got crazy. Let's go back a little bit and talk about something. And that is, guys, could we have exerted pressure a little bit earlier? Now, what I mean by that is, number 1, could we have just pushed forward and stopped the creep spread. At this point, we have an observer, we have 9 stalkers and 5 sentries. So what I could have done is I could have pushed forward, cleared out the watchtower, and cleared the creep. And if he jumps on me with a scary Ravagerling army, I can try to force field and fall back, right? And recall if I really have to. But I've got Blink, I've got +1, and I can do another round of Stalkers, and that's going to allow me to not having this crazy creep spread up, this creep setup. I can push back the creep. I can also stop him at a similar worker count to me, because he's not going to be confident droning his 4th base. So something that is really powerful, especially against a player like the way Neuro played here, that I would probably always do just to make sure he's making more Roaches, more Lings, more Ravagers, though his army is pretty good, so I would have to be very careful to not throw my sentries away, is definitely the idea of poking out and pressuring. Now, something that's going to tell me that I might want to do that is if I see lots of queens, lots of creep spread, early 4th base, that's going to tell me poking out is often a good idea, but I need to be careful to put the Oracle in front of my army and try to like find his force. And if I see a bunch of Ravagerling, I want to be very tentative. Never actually step on creep. Kill a tumor, pull back. Kill that tumor, pull back. Don't actually step on creep, but definitely just move out just a little bit. Maxan says you risk losing your entire army and dying to the counter. If you throw those sentries away, it is so bad. It's so bad losing those sentries, which is a very good point. But on the other hand, if you go, I always sit in my corner, I never move out till 2 Colossus and a Disruptor and a Prism, you're also letting Zergs who go straight to 80 or 90 drones get away with it. You're letting Zergs spread creep for free as well. So what we want to add in as a very advanced high-level thing, hey, we're getting to GM now, we're playing at 250 APM, we can do it, is the idea of 1 move out, right? And doing it for a very specific reason and using the Oracle scouting ahead of it to make sure we're not stepping into, this guy's got 10 Ravagers and 50 Zerglings, get this shit home. I don't care if you cover the map in creep. You have a scary army you're investing in right now. If you're building that many Ravagers, you're not making a Spire, you're not making a quick hive, you're dumping your money into an army right now, get home, get home. We need to get out of there, okay? So something that we can add in, right? So Stalker, Sentry, Light Pressure to slow creep / force units. Now, this is a very useful maneuver that is incredibly dangerous. Did we forget the Phoenix this game? I think, did he have an Oracle on my base? Oh God. Did this Overlord sit on my natural all game? I think he sent this Overlord in and I killed it with a Stalker. Yeah, I didn't end up building the Phoenix. I think I just whooped in a Stalker to kill this, or did I just not bother? No, I didn't bother. For some reason, some action happened early, and I got distracted, so I never built the Phoenix, which is why that Overseer actually saw so much. So yeah, I didn't build the Phoenix this game, you are correct. This is a very useful maneuver that is incredibly dangerous if we get cocky or don't pay attention. Essentially, we push out with our sentries, our 5 to 6 sentries, right? Good spelling, pig. And 6+ stalkers, right? And observer. Aim is to clear creep and force opponent to make army. It is vital we search ahead with Oracle so we don't get jumped, okay? If we see lots of Ravager, Roach, Ling, pull back. At most, just snipe front tumors, but never step on creep. If we see no units at all, we can push right into 3rd base, into 4th base for cancel. Or 3rd base, pick off workers, force field, and recall home. But that's obviously, if we see someone who's like droning there, if we see drones going to 4th base, no units at all, we can go for the big punish, right? So we can do light pressure or big punish.
My man!
Or anything in between, right? So the important thing there is that we're adding something in there and would stop their insane creep spread and punish greedy players. Okay, that's the goal. So I think that's a really important thing that we've picked up there. Hey, Velcius, thank you for the 15-month resub. Thank you so much for the love, my friendos. Shout out to Neuro for playing a fantastic game there, by the way, guys. Really well played by him. We're playing a lot of Zergs in Masters 2, and now Masters 1 again. Guys, all right, we're going to let you guys vote. If we do get another PVZ, it's time to pull out the dirty. So, I'm going to give you guys a buzzword. We have basically proxy pylon, very simple 2-base like gateway all-ins, either blink or just pure gateway units with no twilight. So, that's called proxy. If you guys want to vote for that, say proxy. Don't vote yet. We also have surprising air-ground tech switches where we do mixtures of Glaive Adepts into double Stargate Phoenix, and then back into ground again. And that is going to be called surprise if you want to vote for that. Actually, no, I'm just going to do a straw poll. We'll just do a straw poll. That'll be cool. This is not the old website that I used to use. Whatever. What style of PVZ dirt shall we play? Okay. So, option 1, proxy pylons. Option 2, oh, we got a game. What do we get? It's okay, it's PvP. We can vote on that after this game. All right, guys. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun, mate.
You have not enough minerals.
Good luck, have fun, eh? Is it because his name's Captain Canuck, right? Does he do that every game? Isn't Captain Canuck a caster, guys? Does he streams and casts, right? I think. Now remember, guys, I am not teaching you one gate expand because I think it's just too deep a build order. It's really hard to learn a whole completely different branch of the PvP opening at this stage, number 1. And what's the other reason, guys? Number 2, I suck at it. This is something I just haven't put the time in to learn. It's become really popular in the last few years of StarCraft, and I still have only done it a couple dozen times, so I don't feel I have a deep enough knowledge to teach it at all. Okay, guys? Now, this is a good map for one gate expand, which is part of why I mentioned that. Ramp on the natural. So that's part of why I'm kind of going on about it. Just keep in mind that... Now, Captain Canuck is a fair bit lower than me in the MMR. And I'm going to build the cyber core at the front. Fair enough. That's the second gateway. Indeed it is. We'll put that cyber core down. Now, a really small detail, but the reason why I didn't kind of go towards building that cyber core quite so early is just because I didn't want to have him realize I was going to build it right then and then block it. Super minute, but just one of those things where, you know, people see you move to where you're about to put a building, and a lot of Protoss players will be like, block it! Because Protoss love blocking things, right? Protoss is the blocking race. You know, we see people who do the spite pylon where they block like a Terran building a reactor or a command center. That sort of stuff. So it's just a really small detail. Guys, Sentry, Stalker, and Warp Gate. So Sentry, Stalker, and then Warp Gate is how I'll do it. Let's get that Warp Gate going. So we've seen a second pylon. My opponent's now chrono boosting the thingo. We're going to go hide that. And he's going to go like there. So we'll chase him for just a little bit. Now I'm going to put the Sentry off to the side so he doesn't know that I've gone for it. I only saw a second pylon, guys. We didn't see a third one just yet. So just keep that in mind. And we're going to build 2 more sentries, actually, is normally what we build, right? So we're going to start another sentry. And where'd my probe go, guys? Did he kill my probe? Oh, there it is. I don't know why I couldn't see that on the minimap. Apparently, I'm getting really old, guys. I'm like, wow, that's even for me quite impressive. So that Nexus should already be going down. It's not... It's alright. Let me go double sentry and shield battery, remember.
Your probes are under attack.
Okay, we see a guy looking for me.
Your probes are under attack.
And this guy, of course, can go on duty. Now we do see Nexus is down for him as well. That's fine. Twilight Council goes down next. And let's go through the main. We know where that second pylon is, which is where the tech will be. And there's no tech just yet. So my opponent's just playing a very safe game, which is fair enough. Let's build 2 more Stalkers while we wait for Warp Gate to finish. Now, if you started Warp Gate straight away and chronoed it, you might be able to already have done that, but, oh, okay, that's interesting. He's going to try and kill my pylon. That's annoying. Okay, well played. Anyway, guys, we're doing the macro opening, so it's Twilight into Forge, remember. to get the robo as well. But we want to keep our eyes out for when it's a good time to go DTs. That's the other thing we're going to be looking for. Remember, we're channeling max packs now that we're in Masters 1. And that's really important. Let's also just check that he doesn't have a pylon out there. And looks like he's sending a hallucination across, so we're going to try and kill his hallucination as well. So that's why we're moving up. What do we see? Twilight Council looks like a real normal blink opening, but notice his natural is a bit lighter on probes than mine. So that is a thing. Now, we haven't seen any sign of a robo. Yes, we have. There we go. That's a robo. I was about to say, guys, this is the time to skip +1 and just get a DT shrine. But adjustment, we do see it. And we normally like to go for a quick third. So we're going to make another sentry. I've really been enjoying this, this stuff. And just keep probing. We can also chrono those probes. And if we can get that third base up, that'll be great. Now is the best time to go DTs, says Maxan. It's not bad against the Twilight build, but if they go robo this early, then it doesn't make sense in terms of our core thing. Obviously, he might be slow to recall, but he's already got an observer going across the map. Now, you could obviously be like, well, if I got the DT shrine down quickly enough, maybe the observer arrives at my base as the DT shrine, you know, as the thing happens, and there's a logic to that. So I could feel that Twitch chat. Twitch chat being very clever. Third gas. Now the question is, do we get our own robo? Yep. So we go third and fourth gate, get the robo. And we're just going to keep building probes, guys. Put on that a little bit early. Get a pylon out here. Still have 2 stalkers out there. I'm going to put a pylon in the edge as well, just in case he does like an adept drop or something like that. Okay, guys, time to rally to the third. We do have 1 extra probe out there. Still no natural for my opponent. Now, gases is something you always want to look for, because if he's skipping his natural gas, he could be doing a 2 gas all in. I don't see any army at home, which means my opponent's attacking me off 2 gate, right? Or he's taking his gold, one or the other. So shield battery there. Let's try and keep building probes. Let's get +2. We're going to make an observer. Oh my god, he's doing a zealot all in, guys. Shit me. That I was not expecting, guys. I guess it's not really an all-in, but that was a real surprising attack, wasn't it? So we're going to chrono boost probes. We'll make a warp prism here. You guys know, what do we do from here? We just follow our normal game plan, which is we want to get up to 8 gateways. We're still probing, though. So one thing we can do, since we are playing a tech-heavier style and we've already stopped an attack. Notice we're keeping the stalkers back, by the way. So if the prism comes in, he won't see it. So he'll be too deep by the time he realizes the stalkers are there and he won't be able to get out. So we're actually not going to go 8 gates. We're going to go 6 gates. Because we're learning our gas transition, aren't we? So let's go. We're going to go like this. We're also going to send another one through his main and another one around the top looking for proxies. Still building lots of these. And what else are we doing, guys? Gas. Oh, shit. Some of those probes are still on hold position. Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, I didn't realize I'd lost as many probes, but then my mineral line was low. What happened is they were still on hold position. So he proxied a bunch of gateways in the top of the map. Very clever, very dirty play. So we're just going to go depower those, is what we're going to do here, okay? We're just going to put out hallucination. And we're just going to build a cannon in each mineral line just for safety, guys, because we are playing a more defensive style. Remember, we're taking all these gases. We're going to start making another observer and then immortals, because that's what we do here. And that can go up there. Hallucinations, just kind of looking around. Looks like he's playing pretty standard tech, Archons, immortals, and stuff himself. So we're both playing very similar. Did we get charge? Yes, we did. Okay, we just run away now. Depowered his gateways, that's fine. A couple pylons for free is always sick. And he's got blink, of course. We can actually continue to be annoying though, so let's do that. Now at this point, we don't want to make any more stalkers. You might be wondering, well, why don't you want to make more stalkers, Pig? And remember what we're doing in this game, guys. We are going to be going higher tech, which means stalkers do hit their expiry date, okay? So these stalkers are just being what I call dickheads. Now it'd be even better if I had a recall or something like that. But notice, there we go. Recall even before I see him. So we clear a mineral line, and then we're back to our base. We can build more cannons, more batteries. Extra cannon there. And I can go there. Okay, so we should be building zealots, not stalkers, remember? And we're putting just a few stalkers out there. Oh! Okay, not a good fight for him. Obviously, he's trying to get revenge here for what happened before, but we're taking him out there. And this is that much more defensive style that we're looking for, and also just keeping our eyes open for the DTs. You guys didn't get to see a lot of the gas transition in Masters 2 because we never got to it, because the games kept editing before that. But you can see how what's very similar to the Zealot build, where we just go Mass Zealot, the difference is, on the third gas, rather than just taking a quick fourth, we add 3 more gases. We start building extra observers, 1 for scouting, 1 for defense, immortals. We make a cannon in each base. We get a Templar archive so we can start making Archons, would have been next. And of course, if you do stop at 6 gates, which was a bit of an adjustment in this game because I felt like, you know what, we defended a Zealot attack already. I don't really need the gateways. We can get away with skipping them for a little bit. If you do that, you're then going to explode up to like 10, 12, 13 gateways all at once, something like this. And we just keep our upgrades chronoing the whole time. Now, you guys know, sometimes I will go +1 armor, because it's half the price of +3 weapons, add the +3 a little later. It's really up to you. Just remember, with your later pylons, always reinforce these pylons that are powering your production, so they're not all powered off a single pylon. And that can top off your production there. And really good idea is, if you're doing a new build order, a new transition, stay in the game after you're done, and try to finish your shopping list. A lot of people say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Game's over, dude. He's already dead. He's already dead. And the mindset here is you want to always be building your ability to add things to your shopping list in your head of, I still need to do this, I need to do this. But there's other things that keep getting in the way. Because there's priorities, right, guys? If you want to think about it, right? So, okay, I really need to put some observers out for map control. This is kind of like, I should probably go to the gym so that I can preserve my body, right? As a man who's entering his mid-30s, I got to go to the gym, right? But if you then realize you left your kids at soccer practice, which finished 6 hours ago, and you have no fucking idea where they are, that's going to take priority, right? So that's the equivalent of, oh, my opponent's dropped DTs in my base, and it's killing my only detection there, and is about to kill all my shit. So you're gonna say, I don't need to put the observers out there right now. I don't need to go to the gym for some fucking tangential benefit. Because right now, I've had child services called on me, which is the invisible Dark Templar in my main. I need to recall that observer, I need to warp in, I need to defend, right? So what can happen is you can sometimes have 3, 4, 5 things that are these little bonus, very nice things. Oh, let's get a few pylons out of the map. Let's get some observers out there. But they're constantly getting deprioritized due to your restraints as a proper macro dad who wants to take care of his family and his kids and whatever else. And essentially, yeah, you basically want to be able to remember those things. And even if the game finishes, there should almost always be a bunch of things in the back of your head. You're like, I need to do bam, bam, bam. I need to finish those tasks. So hanging in there for 30, 40 seconds to like get all those extra things done, it's good training for you keeping that shopping list in your head. Even as other things take the higher priority, it's kind of saved in the back of your mind so you can go back to that shopping list. What if you're about to attack his base and then the DTs come in? In that case, you should hit that leg day and your kids better figure out their own way home. Well, in that case, is it really just hitting leg day? I feel like if you're attacking their base with a committed attack that's about to win you the game, that's like going in for pretty important surgery. It's like, holy shit. Can't they just go home with their friends or something? Yeah, someone can figure it out. You got some important surgery. You got, you know, it's a bit more important than just hitting leg day when you're going to kill your opponent, you know. So you gotta be careful, mate. Thank you so much, Gino, earlier, Velsius. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gino. I read the question and forgot to answer it. I'm looking for more complex builds. Gino, are you still around, mate? He said, is Zest 4-gate glaive in a DT still viable? 4-gate glaive in a DT. Yeah, that's always been a super committed build. I mean, it's very good, but I've never really done it. I can hit the Zerg third with 12 glaives, 510. Sorry for such a long question. Much love. Gino, I don't know if you're around. If Gino drops back in, let him know I answer this. Obviously, thank you for the 100 bitty cheer. Just saw the Salt Mines. Great episode. Well played, obviously, mate. Dude, I can't believe that guy. What a dickhead, eh? That was a funny game, dude. Thank you very much for the love, everybody. And, all right, we've got a PVT. It's Storm Drop time, baby! Yeah, we forgot to do the poll. Sorry, guys. I won't queue immediately after this game. Big thank you, everyone, for the love. Gino, you absolutely can do what you were just talking about. The 4-gate glaives into DTs, and that sounded like a pretty sick timing you were hitting as well, to be honest. All right, guys. Bit of an awkward start here. Rally to probe out to build a pylon on the low ground. My mind's still in the PvZ headspace. We are playing PvT. And guess what, guys? We're in Masters 1. And you know what that means? We're going back to blink openings, baby! But we're going to fix some of the complaints. So people have been complaining about the lack of scouting. People have been complaining about me being a baboon. So I'm like, fine! We're going to add a sentry in early. I've never really done a lot of reps with the early sentry, but I was talking to Estrella about how to do it, and he was telling me about some of the different options, and he was saying, you know, sometimes I do this, sometimes I do that. This one's a little bit better versus this and that. And I was like, cool. So, you know, nothing to actually give me a nice, easy, just do this, it's good. Estrella just kind of was like, yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. Which is fair enough. That's how StarCraft tends to work. Even when I ask pro gamers for info, it's the same as when you guys ask me for advice. And I just am like, well, it depends. Double gas? No, it's just single gas. Okay. So we get that cyber core here. Get on 20, and we can get back to probing. Now, it's a minute 40 is when they get the minerals for the command center, unless they skip the barracks production. So he gets that down, we go home. Get the second gas. We should have already dropped that second gas, to be fair. And we'll get that second pylon. Second pylon's on time, at least. Alright, guys, so this is a pretty standard build. Now, the trick is we want to go Adept and then Sentry. So it's Adept, then Twilight, then Sentry, I think. So I'm actually not sure. Jesus Christ, actually. We're gonna have to figure out the exact timing of this, because you're definitely getting the Sentry before Glaives, right? That's got to be the case. But you also need to keep your Adept at home. So actually, I don't think you need to chrono the Adept. But yeah, we're gonna do it this way. So we're gonna get the Twilight. And if I need to adjust it, we will adjust it, okay? Now the Adept got chronoed, which does allow these probes to be relatively safe down here.
Glorious combat is upon us.
And that does delay the Sentry a little bit. That's okay though. So we're going to move the Sentry over there, and then obviously, and then the Sentry also delays Blink. So you can kind of see how this all works. Now, he could run in from down there, or he could jump in from here. So my Adept is trying to keep a very central location.
Give us your command. Let your will be heard. Ire. Yes.
So now we can get the Blink. Sentry's up there.
We serve with pride.
And we can now make a Stalker. Second gateway. Get that pylon down. And let's try to move out here to this third base. So this is going to be very reminiscent, guys, of the old charge lot build. Except remember, we're not doing a robo transition. We're going to do Storm. Okay. Just wanted to scout a little bit with that. Get that third base and a pylon up on it. Now, I like the pylon to be back here just because it's a bit more protected. If the pylon's out front, sometimes I get in trouble. Very nice snipe by him. Now this Sentry, that's about 10 seconds late that I'm sending out this hallucination. It's alright though. Get that third gas. Obviously just keep making Stalkers, keep making Stalkers as much as possible. I'm going to do 3 gas. Do we do 3 gas? I think we can do this off 2 gas still. Let's do it the same way we were before. Except we're doing a later double forge. That's the way to do it. So doing double forge rather than single. So just a few small differences with how this works. So it is 3 racks, guys. So we need to get... Okay.
I'm here in the shadows.
Okay. Alright. Now one of the scary things here, guys, is that obviously my gateway count is going to be much lower. And Blink is not done nearly as quickly. And Blink should be done momentarily. Okay. So we're going to move out now and try to slow him down as much as possible. Try to also get up to 4 gateways so that we can at least kind of vaguely match my opponent's production. Now luckily for me, it appears my opponent hasn't actually moved out on the map. Awesome. Okay, we can go gate, gate, gate. Let's go bam bam, let's get charge as well. Alright guys, we made a lot of stalkers because we've obviously got to try and pick these units off as much as we possibly can. So we get a marauder there, and we pull back. He could stim on me, so I got to be really careful. How many gateways do we have? A lot. Let's make 10 gates, because guys, with this one, it's really about just surviving the push more than anything. Okay, we're gonna leave that guy there. These guys over here. And all we're doing, trying to make as many of these guys as we possibly can. Looks like we picked off something else. One more? Oh, he's going that way, okay. Alright, let's make sure all these gateways are hotkeyed. Do we not have charge? Oh, we don't have charge. Okay. Okay. Whoo! Now we start the 4th. Remember that we know they're 2-base for a very long time, guys. So we're going to try and probe up that 4th while also taking the gases. There's just no reason to go Storm versus 3 racks, guys. If they're going a tank-heavy style, it's a different story. But with this style, you know they're going to be heavy on Marauders and that sort of stuff, which changes the dynamic massively. So anyways, now that we've got control, we can put some Zealots out there. We can once again get a few more Stalkers just so we have the ability to actually pick off units. Make sure we do get +2. Now, we could have gone single Forge, and that would allow us to go the Storm much quicker, which would be way better, actually. So I think next time we'll do that, okay? Because that would be really cool. Yeah. So we've got this one. We still need to get, of course, Pylons out. Yeah, especially with double upgrades and the early sentry and everything. Super dodge, otherwise. There we go, Storm's on the way. Got some more guys. Up to 6 gas, and we can try to even get 8 gas here. Wow. Cool. And that should be enough probes for basically ever, actually. Let's cancel the probes. Alright, at this point, guys, Stalkers are rejoining the army. High Templar are going to be there. We also need to get a Prism, so... yeah. It's definitely going to be 3 gas single Forge, quicker Storm next time. Alright, so what do we do, guys? We want to grab the Zealots, so we're going to take just a bunch of Zealots. Oof, crazy. So very, very big attack from him. What's the first thing you do after an attack? Remake High Templar, remake the prisms. Make sure we have cannon, battery everywhere. Cannon in each mineral line, because the big weakness of... Oh no. Big weakness of these styles is always the same, which is Widowmine drops are a big problem. I used 2 there, so that's fine. Now obviously we can transition into other stuff, but we'll put 3 in there. Why not 4? Yeah, we'll do all 4. So notice I keep all the High Templar on the same hotkey. Now I also put that on a separate hotkey, that prism, so that I can run it around. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to send all those guys. Yeah, and there we go. Awesome. Alright, so Storm Drop is probably one of the most bullshit things in the game against a tank player. It's not as powerful versus someone who's playing 3 racks, especially if they go quick ghosts, but it's still very effective if they're ever clumped up or anything like that. Okay, so my opponent just shoved into Storm in the craziest way possible. I was not expecting this, and actually did surprisingly well. Terran players, man. It's crazy. He just shoved like a complete maniac. So I don't have enough gateways right now. My 5th base is up. Alright, let's go. You guys go there. You guys go here. Do we see all the Widow Mines? Yeah, I think we cleared up all the Widow Mines, so we should be good. Let's try to get another Prism. Try to also get the second Robo up, so we get some sustained damage. Okay. Yeah. These guys are just gonna hide there. You can also hide some zealots up the top. So you want to do, obviously, same as with the mass zealot style, lots more zealot run-bys as time goes on. We want to put some observers out. Oops. There we go. And if you can leave random High Templar at the bases, it makes you very drop-proof. The reason I haven't prioritized that is my opponent hasn't dropped once this game, so... yeah. Gonna build some Stalkers, because you do need some sort of ranged meat in your army. And of course, you want to go Colossus at a certain point as well. And yeah. You can start Plasma Shields. We've still got Zealots waiting. Opponent appears to still only be on 3 base. What's his upgrades? 2-1, minor 3-3. So we should be winning. But you never know, right? So let's keep chrono boosting our robos wherever possible. Make sure our 5th base is saturated. It is. Take a 6th base. And just make sure this guy builds a pylon down there as well. So we get some cannons going. Okay, let's try and move forward, guys. I'm going to put the prism off to the side. So notice how... okay. We got rid of all of those Widow Mines, which was pretty good. And now, get the Colossus, pull back, pull back, pull back. And he's trying to jump on me again, but that means he's presenting himself for Storm Drops. And you pick the High Templar back up, and you can see that my opponent doing some surprisingly aggressive micro. I've never played against someone who is just that YOLO, but it can be really effective, as you see. If I'm not quick enough with my Storms, that's a big problem. I'm playing with 150 ping on the US West server, which makes this way more stressful because the micro ends up being a lot more reactive rather than pre-planned, and that's when I go, oh fudge, that 150 MS is really going to hurt me. When things are predictable, it's not too hard playing with ping. When things get unpredictable and your opponent's like YOLO into a position they have no business attacking into, that's where things get really, really stressful. So let's take a look at some of the details of how this variates from a normal build order. Okay, so let's go back. We're going back to blink openings, and remember, what is the big change? We add a sentry, so we go adept into sentry. That does delay blink, but it gives us a nice early hallucinate scout. Now, not having the Stalker did make it a bit harder to defend the Reaper. It also means we can't do the Adept pressure and scouting. We should have just kept the Adept, the Adept at home. Just rely on the hallucination. Don't send the Adept across the map at all. And it would have helped having that one extra gateway unit. Storm Drop. Rather than Robo Transition, we use Storm Drop style, best for timing attacks. So to do this, guys, the way we're going to do it, so build adjustment is Forge. So Forge is later than what we did earlier. It goes down after the third base. Still single Forge style though. Okay. Go straight to Templar Archives. Plus 4 gases. Third and fourth gas. Off just 4 gateways. Normally I think would be fine. Yeah. Whilst working up to 6 gates. Aim is to have Storm ready for the Stim Bio pushes. Exception. 3 racks. Verse 3 racks, we have to delay Storm. Stay on just 3 gases for a bit longer. And rush the Stalker count up high. Drop a battery on each base. Try to intercept the move out. And force a Stim / focus down some units. Add Zealots with your Sentry. Whilst working up to 8 gates. Once you defend the push / stabilize, you can drop gases, Templar Archives, and head to Storm. Gases, Templar Archives, plus Robo, head to Storm, plus Prism. Okay? So that's going to be, because normally we want to go, yeah. So we want to go Templar Archives plus third, fourth gas plus Robo. Normally. When I get my Robo, way too late, Maxan. I forgot that I needed a Robo to build a Warp Prism. I was like, my Storm's ready. And I was like, where's my Warp Prism? And I was like, I don't have a Robo. So what we should be doing, 2, after you defend a 3x, don't you want to go across the map and contain and deny the third or spy for a next move out? Potentially. I was just trying to show the build order. Because I think we crushed his army pretty well, I maybe could have. Just, I mean, like, I definitely felt the instinctive urge to just mass Zealots and try to kill him as he takes his third base, but it's really up to how you want to play it. I took a 4th with no scouting. Oh, for sure I should have made more Stalkers and moved across, but I was super gas starved because my build was shit. So I didn't have enough money to rebuild. I had 2 Stalkers, so I couldn't move across. Yeah. No point moving across with 2 Stalkers. Should use Zealots or Observers for Vision versus Terran. When do we spread them out? When you feel you can spare them. So that's a really hard thing to factor in. Essentially, you want to be using your Stalkers for complete map control, as well as potentially hallucinations off this Sentry for early vision. And you don't really want to be squeezing out Observers as a priority at all, because everything's going into Storm, your Forge chrono boosting upgrades, your Robo, your Prism and stuff, and then you'll add Observers as you can afford them after that, right? In terms of beyond that, obviously he moved out really late, my opponent did, which is why I, it's a big army though, but it's a very late move out, which is why I was under a bit less stress from this attack, I would say, than I probably should have been. So anyway, guys, we should still have a 3rd gas geyser. We always want to go 3rd gas here, single Forge. And the thing is, we wouldn't bother with the Templar Archives because we scouted the Robo. So instead of going 4 gas, Templar Archives, Robo, all that tech that we normally had for, we would have just still gone single Forge, but we still would have gone 8 gateways, been making Zealots, chrono boosting charge, which obviously I forgot to chrono charge here. I should have been chronoing the shit out of charge in case he does a later stim timing like this. And should have been a bit more on point with the blinking back and stuff here as well. I lose these Stalkers way too sloppily. I let him just kind of focus them down, or even battery. I tried to battery overcharge and it didn't work. I was just shy of energy at first. I do some decent blinks, but then bam, Stalker dead, Stalker dead, Stalker dead, Stalker dead, Stalker dead. It's not quite the way I wanted that to go, by any means. And yeah, I mean, he's stimming himself to death, so it kind of works out. I made 3 sentries there. I didn't need them. Those sentries were panic sentries. Don't do that, guys. That's so bad. But yeah, we did shut down his push, which was nice. And he wasn't producing behind it by the looks of it at all. So he was powering really hard. Oh no, there it is. Okay, I was like, how does he have no bio? That's crazy. If I want, yeah, I could probably do a giant all-in with Zealot Stalker, but we don't really need to. I do move across the map here and take a fourth. So I did take a fourth with map vision. And actually, no, I still had 4 Stalkers. So I moved my whole army across, chasing his units down. Yeah. You mentioned not having enough gateways. When should you be going over 10? Well, the problem is, guys, that I did a hybrid build. So I didn't go for Storm Drop nearly as quickly as I should have. So the problem is I was stuck between 2 different build orders. So nothing lined up. Because I ended up on Mass Zealot for way too long. My Storm was way too late. These gases were way too late. So this was just a shit build order because it was a hybrid. So if we're playing Mass Zealot, you guys know as soon as we drop that 4th base, we're working our way up to 12 gateways. That's the Zealot build from earlier in Bronze to GM. But if we are going into Storm, it's a very different story, where we should be staying 8 gate for a very long time, because we are going for so much more tech. So much more tech. So sloppy play from Pig. Not well executed there. Sometimes I need to actually put I like have a plan for what I'm going to do, and then I put it into practice in Bronze to GM, and I'm like, oh, adjustments need to be made. I guess I'll just start with no one searches for proxies. To start, I think we'll do the 1 gas 7 gate is what we'll start with. So I think it'll be about 7 gate. Yeah, we're just going to remember after we scout with our probe to come back, move out of the Overlord vision, and then go off and hide on the side. So we'll see how that goes. I have a feeling we're going to get a PvZ right now. Let's go. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a cheese night. That tonight's gonna be a cheese night. Oh, rat. All right, guys, we're bringing out our cheesiest plays right now. Let's get down here to that natural with one of these very first probes, just to make sure we can get that 13 pylon right on time. Now, of course, we're gonna be in front of the pylon, and come on, baby. There we go. Put the pylon down, get over there, block that base. There we go. And chrono just about 1 second after we start that probe up. And that should be good. Alright, so let's set up our camera locations. Main, natural, 3rd. We'll probably put that 4th over on the right side, but we'll see how it goes. And, oh, we forgot to send the probe to the natural. Whoops. Shh. You guys didn't say anything. It's okay. As long as we're not getting 12 pulled, it won't make a difference. And before getting 12 pulled.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Okay. Now remember, guys, want to hang out down here till a bit closer to 1 minute. And about a minute, we'll go into that main. And the reason is you've at this point delayed a potential expansion long enough. And that is a 13-12. So we're getting cheese, guys. All right. Okie dokie. All right. Now I'm gonna actually completely wall off here. I think maybe not completely wall off. But yeah, I will in a little bit. Okay, so this probe's gonna hide, so we can scout later. Oh, what the fuck? That's the new repeat rate. That would normally not happen anymore. Okay, guys. All right, so we've got. Now we're gonna go 2nd gas on 1 base, and the reason for this is because think about it. Think about it, everybody. My opponent, we'll try to sneak that probe in. My opponent is going very quick link speed. It's either 1 base Bane Bust or 1 base Ravager. One or the other. He could try to surround me, so we're just trying to make sure.
You have not enough minerals. I like what we stand as one. For our cannons and our paradise. My meditation.
No expansion? Which means I think we got Ravagers on the way, guys.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Oh, shield battery, please.
Your probes are under attack.
Okay. So we're going to build another thing there. We're going to make a Stalker.
Probes are under attack.
To glory.
And we know we're being one base all in, guys, so... Cancel that one. Kill extra shield batteries.
I am here in the shadows.
Void Ray, first thing you do. So if they're 13-12, yeah, and we saw a structure. I don't know if it's a baneling nest or something else, but I'm just gonna put the Zealot up there. And, okay. Oh. Get in there.
Not enough energy. Not enough. Base is under attack.
Where? Yes, exactly.
Shield battery in the main. Whew. So good all in. All right, let's go over that because this, I don't think we really encountered a well-executed super all in even once in all of Bronze to GM, and we finally just encountered it. So let's go through the waves of response, and this is something I haven't practiced in a long time because I haven't played against it in a long time. So I was a little rusty, but we got there in the end. First thing we notice is that this gateway positioning was really exposed with this wall off, and that was a bit of a problem. So it would have been much better if I actually put this gateway up here, and even though that would have created a diagonal choke point, I could have built the cybercore there, and then it would have been a bit harder for him to focus down a gateway. He would have had to focus down this gateway on the right, but it would have had this much surface area, which is still a lot, but I think not as much as this, where it was like, you can see how with the Zealot here, there's so much surface area on this front gateway, and it's the gateway that's under construction. So it doesn't have an armor yet, whereas this one, finished buildings, all have one armor, which is a big reduction on the Zerg damage output. So that's one of the first things, okay? So this was our standard response at first, right? Build a second pylon, build a Zealot, second gateway, cybercore. So completely standard response. Where does it change? Well, it changes very, very early. So where are we? PVZ. Okay. Okay. One base, 13-12, Ling Bane all in. Okay. So what happened in this game, guys? This happened on Glittering Ashes is what this happened. So exact same initial response to a proxy or 12 pool, right? Which is, you guys know what it is. It's 2 times Zealots. So it's basically, what do? We go Zealot plus second pylon, second gate plus core to wall off, second Zealot, 2 times Adepts. But then, because of the gas, we could get hit by super fast Speedling, Flood, Ravages, or Bane Bust. So what's our adjustments to that, guys? Probe Scout goes and hides to come back in and check if they expanded. No expansion at, let's say, I don't know, 2 minutes equals they are committed. Try to get into the main and see if still mining gas or Bane Nest slash Roachhorn. That tells you obviously they're committing, right? So what's the next thing, guys? Well, we also go second gas by default. So second gas plus Stargate in main base. Okay. If no expo slash still mining gas, you know, still big aggression coming your way. What do we do, guys? Full wall with big buildings, gates, cores, pull units behind walls. Oh, we also want to get a shield battery. Full wall, battery in main base for falling back. Extra layers of wall on weak points ahead of time. So I could have probably kept him out if I walled off a bit better that game, and it would have been even easier. And make Void Ray and then you're good. So that's our response. Now let's actually watch that. That's the plan. That's it in theory. And notice that gateway has a lot of surface area, which is a big problem. So I did get my zealots get a bit surrounded here as well. Notice I ran the zealot back to keep it alive for a bit longer. Yeah, if we got that gateway down a bit earlier, that could have survived. Thankfully, though, we did blow up most of the Banes. I probably should have focused that Baneling down when it was behind the wall. I could have done that. That would have been much better, wouldn't it? Oh. So notice how I pulled those 4 probes? They took one for the team. 4 probes fought the Baneling. And the rest kind of pulled away. Now, I still lost quite a few probes there, but I'm still on 18 versus 12. So let's point out what we do, guys. Number 1, you see gas and pool on one base. You hide the probe, and you come back in. I'm kind of guessing on the timing. I'm saying we want to check at 2 minutes, because I think at about latest 2 minutes, if they're going to just pull off gas after only making Ling speed, if they pull the 3 workers off gas, it's just a speedling attack, nothing else. They would probably have the hatchery down. So I come in, see no hatchery, but I also keep the probe alive for a little bit there, which is really nice. We make 2 zealots, 2 adapts, which is really good, but we also get the second gas, get onto that, and try to get a Stargate and a Void Ray out ASAP. Now, someone was asking, they were saying, Pig, you mentioned a Ravager follow-up, I've never seen that. Can you explain, how would you do that? Well, guys, this sort of build order that Omaha Kid's doing is one of the hardest builds you can do. So if you guys are like me, maybe when you wake up in the morning, you think, I sure could eat a banana right now. Maybe sometimes when family visit, you throw your poo at them occasionally. You're like, ooh, 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 I know this might be a little difficult to comprehend, but you really don't need me to tell you how to do this build order, because one base Ling Bane, even a baboon can figure this shit out. Same as one base Ravager. So what you do is you build 1 drone, then you make a gas, then you make a spawning pool, then you drone up to 14 supply, and then you go, oh, I'm supply blocked. So that's I'll even show you as the build happens. We'll show you the build. So they built 1 drone, then they go gas, then pool. They then build a few more drones. Omaha Kid severely fucked the build up, actually. Is this 12-11? Okay, Omaha Kid didn't do it properly. Oh, Omaha Kid did a 12-11. Oh, that's not good. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not that hard. So apparently, I'm still not at the MMR where people are building a drone first. And went pool first. Oh, yeah, right. So Omar did this as a 12 pool into the Ling Bane to hit the Zergling rush. No, this makes sense. This is a slightly different version of it. So this is, I'm going to hit with the 10-12 Zerglings, hit really hard, and then I'm going to go for the gas. Should have taken that gas geyser since this pool blocks the gas that he took. That pool positioning is not very good. Bonus points if you hide the pool over here, just so it takes a few extra seconds for the probe to scout it. But the trick is, guys, normally you'd build a drone, or if not, you go basically gas pool. You then drone to 14 supply. On 14 supply, you build an Overlord. Omaha did it on 13. But that kind of makes sense because Omaha has a very specific version where Omaha wants to make sure then as soon as the pool finishes, you build 6 Zerglings, you rally those across the map, you build another 2 Zerglings, another 2 Zerglings, and then you make Ling Speed, you make a Baneling Nest, or if you're going Ravagers, you make a Roach Warren, and you just make 3 Roaches. So you literally just make 3 Roaches, and you run them across the map, you make non-stop Zerglings. If you do that build, you don't make Ling Speed. So if you go Ling Bane, you make Ling Speed. If you go Ravagers, you don't make Ling Speed. You save all your gas to build 3 Roaches, and as they're moving across the map, whenever you have enough gas, make a Ravager. Whenever you have enough gas, make a Ravager, and then you'll hit their natural at like, I don't know, 3.5 minutes with 3 Ravagers and a big pack of slow Zerglings. And behind that, after your 3rd Ravager morph, so you have nothing else to spend gas on. So from then on, you can make Ling Speed and just keep rallying Zerglings. I don't know if you would build a Queen with that build order. I feel like you probably would build a Queen after your 7th and 8th Zergling or 9th and 10th Zergling, but I don't really actually effing know, guys. So the way you would do it is you'd actually, if you were to do the Ravager Ling, you'd open 12 pool, no gas, wouldn't you? Because I'm saying you'd skip Ling Speed. Okay, it's harder than I thought. I'm a baboon. I can't even figure it out. Obviously, Reaper's the beast at it. So the way Reaper does it, the best way is you do a 12 pool, and then you only take the gas probably at about a minute into the game. I think that's probably how it times out. Yeah. So you go for 6 Zerglings, you build a Queen, and then you take a gas, and then you put 3 workers on gas, build a Roach Warren, get 3 Roaches, make 3 Ravagers, and then you make Ling Speed and you're rallying just Ravager Speedling. And the idea is you hit them when they have like 2 or 3 gateway units, and the Ravagers just wreck them, and you break in, depower their production at the front, and win the game. And that's how you do it. Is the Void Ray over Oracle for defending? Absolutely. A Void Ray doesn't run out of energy, so it's always going to be able to kill unlimited units. If you accidentally turn your Oracle on too early, it doesn't do as much. It's not as good at killing roaches and Ravagers and that sort of stuff. So that's why we do it. Oh, it's Logic! My dude. What's up, man?
You have not enough minerals.
Good luck, have fun, mate. Oh, poor Logic. He's on a 7-game losing streak. Alright. So we're sending that probe down a little late. Do we still go for the pylon block, guys? Yeah, we'll try, but I don't think we'll get it. So, unless he's a few seconds late on his hatchery, but who knows, sometimes people just expect you to be there on time, so they go straight to the 3rd, but we might have sent that probe down a little bit too late. Of course, Logic's a cool guy from my chat. I don't think he's a mod anymore. I think he used to be a mod. I don't know, maybe he's still a mod? I always get confused. There's a few cool Logics that hang out in my chat. Logic's apparently a very common name. We forgot to chrono boost our probes. That's a little late as well. Sloppy opening, pig! But you know why it doesn't matter, guys? Because we are going to bring out the proxy. What proxy are you talking about, pig? Well, we are going to be bringing out my favorite sort of proxy. The one that Scarlet used. It's not an Nexus first, so it's a slight variation, but similar to the one that Scarlet used against DRG for one of the most hilarious wins in all of history. So what's going to happen is when this probe goes home, and very good hiding, he hid the drone around me. Well done, well done. Clever. So we're just going to do a little bit of harassment on the minerals. We go to the Nexus. Cybercore. Just keep bouncing these guys around. Keep putting probes, except we don't build a second gas. Built the pylon here, lots of production space hidden back there. And we're going to build a stalker first. Oh. And we're staying 1 gas. So we should have taken the top gas just so it's harder to scout, but it is what it is. We did lose our probe, which is very bad, because now I'm going to send it across pretending I'm scouting, because otherwise he sees me leaving the base, which is really bad. So we've got to see him. He's going to see me leaving, and then we're going to go out to the left. And we do need to get a second gateway up pretty soon if he's going to run in with Zerglings, because otherwise he'll scout what's up. And what we're going to do is we're going to run up here to get the Overlord. So we'll leave a probe on duty in the wall. Okay.
I am here in the shadows.
Okay.
You require my skills. I am the voice of the eclipse.
And now we can start the gateways. And okay.
Glory to the Daylong.
So this is just a dirty all-in. No one looks for proxies anymore, guys. Normally, I would have used my scouting probe. I would have ran back to the middle of the map and then gone to the left to make sure the Overlord doesn't see me actually going out there. We're going to go out there with that Stalker just to try and kill that Overlord, see if we can get it. And we do want a gateway up here as well. Very important because that gives us quick warp-ins. Alright guys, so that's 7 gateways. That's as many as we really need. And yeah, we're going to warp in units secretly over there. Let's see if we can find that Stalker. Looks like we can't. No worries. See if I can group that up over there. Oh, hello. Oh, that's kind of funny, man. Because I'm planning to all in. He's all inning as well.
I am here in the shadows.
You have not enough bases under attack.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how many probes he has, man.
You have not enough minerals.
Glorious combat upon us.
Okay, I mean...
We are one with the shadows.
Highlight for iron.
Intrigue.
Oh my god, don't get surrounded, don't get surrounded. No!
Base is under attack.
GG, well played. Ah! Oh, Battle of the All-Ins. Love it. His one was just a little bit more all-in than my one, and so his one works. 16 drones, whereas I was going to 30 drones. So this would be perfect if I kept my probe scout alive, guys. And this just tells us why don't lose your probe scout. And that's kind of important. Also, if you happen to be going Stalker to deny their scouting rather than Adept, we see that it causes a little weakness. Whereas if I was sending an Adept across the map, we'd be able to see what's going on, right? So what he's done here is he's skipped one of the queens, gone for a really quick Roach Warren the moment his pool finished. Now what was interesting is this Zerglings did seem quite early. So I just want to check that pool timing. Because it was pool hatch, wasn't it? So it was pool hatch, which is why, yeah, for some reason the hatchery going down, I was treating it like a hatch first. I hung around way too long with this probe, right? Yeah, I was still picking off. It's like, dude, that's boarding pool's finished. You need to leave when the pool's finished. And here I was still harassing the minerals. So that was really lazy of me, guys. That was very lazy. That probe's meant to go back out here and go hide. In terms of stopping that build order, I think this might be a build order loss unless you decide to go Adept into Stalker, because most people won't send the Overlord straight through. So I think you could probably go Adept into Stalker would be a bit better. Yeah, I think that would be fine. I think my Cybercore might have been a little late as well. Let's check the Cybercore timing. Let's check this. Cybercore went down pretty much on time. Did we get the second pylon on time? Yeah, second pylon's fine as well. But I think we were maybe a little slow on starting the unit. So 211, 214. So is it a 3-second delay on the Stalker? And a Stalker takes 3 seconds. No. Oh, Adept and Stalker take just as long as each other. I think it takes longer for a Stalker warp into cooldown than an Adept though, right guys? Is that true? I don't know. I know they made the Adept take longer. It used to be a few seconds shorter. 27 seconds, I think. But then they made it shorter because it was too hard for Terrans to get their command center built. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I could have sent this Adept out to scout. My build is so all in that I wasn't even thinking about the fact that they could all in me. Now, this is a really dirty build. You're meant to stop at about 32 probes. So I did build a couple more probes here. I think I was a little late. So I think I could have put a few more chronos into my probes early, just to get them up as quickly as possible, get them to pay off. And even though I was obsessing over chrono boosting warp gate, but you don't really get your gateways up in time to use a faster warp gate anyway. So it doesn't really make a difference. Yeah. You could do a 2 Adept pressure actually as well. If people aren't scouting with their Overlord in the main, you could maybe even do a 2 Adept pressure, but I think it would probably be best to just go Adept Stalker, send the Adept across as usual. So let's change the build. PVZ. PVZ, sneaky 2 base all in. Hitman build. 1 gas, Adept into Stalker. 7 gate, Stalker, Zealot, all in. And that's 32 probes, which if you think about it, guys, 16 plus 3 is 19. So you've got 13 on the natural. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah. Scouting probe goes back out of OV vision, back to middle of map, then branches off, changes direction to go hide proxy. This way they don't see you head to the proxy spot. Awesome. Yeah, Stalker Slow Zealot is super disgusting, guys. Well played to Logic. We just broke his 7 loss streak. Well done, mate. Yeah, this is basically the therapy build. It's just pool gas and it's essentially, yeah, just a Ravager, nice Roach Ravagers speedling all in. Very good build, very good build. Well played by Logic. Gets a big bunch of 30 MMR off us. Well played, mate. Shouldn't you get core before Nexus? Oh, for the spawning pool? Yes, absolutely. So I was playing as if it was hatch first. I actually forgot and thought it was hatchery first, Maxan. I literally got confused and thought I was playing against hatch first. That's why I was so confused, yeah. I'm confused if the Zerg saw 2 probes coming out of your base, wouldn't it signal a proxy? Well, we only sent a second probe because we lost the first one. The trick is you're not meant to lose the first probe. So we just where obviously it's pretty obvious we're proxying, yeah. But, I mean, that's why you just don't lose the first one. But it's what are you going to do? You're already pretty committed. It's like I could completely change my game plan. But I'm trying to show you guys how to do a build and deal with, you know, the opening not going the right way. Guys, we're playing Alpha X Reality. He's a pretty good player. I think it's like 5100 or something like that, if memory serves. So it's a GM Protoss. It's pretty solid. Sorry, gonna change that rally point. Silly piggy. Alright guys, just continuing here with our 2-gate opening. And remember, we're gonna do all-ins if it is a 1-gate expand, okay? Gonna get really good at our punishing all-ins. And you might be wondering, isn't that stupid? Isn't that bad? Pros don't do that. Go watch any Zest vs Max Packs series in the weekly. Zest all-ins him 4 out of 5 games because he knows Max Packs is going to 1-base every time. 1-gate expand every time. And while recently Max Packs has been better against it, Max Packs used to die to it every time. So it's definitely not a bad build. If Zest is doing it, guys, it's good enough for you guys. I know some of you have high opinions of yourselves, but I guarantee you, you're not as good as the man with the chest. Pylon there. He's got a pylon as well. Well played. Alright, guys. So remember, we're playing just Stalker Sentry, delaying our warp gate by a few seconds. So we're going to build 6 gateway units pre-warp gate anyway, so it's all good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oops, you go there, you go there. Not my best control, what can I say? I didn't look at my scout. I should have seen if he started units straight away, but that's alright. Okay, very cute. You can delay my base slightly with this, but I don't think I really care. Let's put that sentry out there. Yep. Build another sentry. We don't have enough for the next one just yet. That's okay. There we go. Shield battery. Remember, it's 3rd and 4th sentry. Oh, 2nd and 3rd sentry. And then shield battery. So, super standard here. Keep probing. And we'll get that extra sentry now. Beautiful. We're ready to go shield battery. You can keep your sentries on the high ground in case adepts come in. But I don't think we really need to bother too much. And we'll send that hallucination in as well. Okay, now we go Twilight Council and then Forge. We see an expansion and some sentries. That tells us he can't be too aggressive. So we're feeling really good. We expect a quick Twilight Council and maybe a Forge going down. So my opponent's playing super macro, similar to how I'm playing. So we're just going to chrono probes here. Just say, no worries, man. That's it. Okay. Now, against this style, sometimes you can do a little fake push. And one thing we should just look out for, just make sure that there aren't any proxies on our side of the map, because otherwise some adepts could ruin our base. So we're just going to run forward, see if we can kind of scare my opponent. We'll warp in 2 adepts here. So this is just a real light pressure, but it can exert a lot of potential damage and distraction. And I actually don't care too much about blink timing. I actually care more about +1. It's a bit of a personal thing for me.
Glory to the Daylong.
So we've got blink and +1 going. We're building lots and lots of probes.
Yes, exactly. Fire. Shout. Come back.
And we just run home now. So we got the sentries. Awesome. 3rd base, guys. Nice and quick off the 2 gates. We can then go 3rd gas and robo. Remember? Super solid build. That's what we're doing here. And we can do a forward hallucinate. Oh, did we just make 2? We just made 2. Oh, I'm dumb. So what we did, super minimal pressure, but we got his sentries, we scared him. That limits his scouting for the next few minutes in this game. I've also checked everywhere around my base for proxies. So we can't really get hit by anything, and this is very solid play, okay? Let's get another shield battery out there. Okay, not my best. Keep warping in. Let's get the 3rd and 4th gateway. Get an extra pylon powering that. Keep building probes, and that should be alright. Okay. Just keep on sending these hallucinations. This is the power of having 3 sentries. It's just unlimited scouting. You can make an observer. I think he might have a few more gateways than me, so we do have to be careful. Now, a lot of people, and myself included, used to stress way too much over, oh, I'm behind on gateways. Oh, no, I'm gonna get overwhelmed. But Australia taught me that as long as you just keep warping in off those gateways, it does not matter at all. Now, he's going 4 gas. He does not have a robo, so we are gonna build a DT shrine. We could have done that after killing the sentries by default. Remember, we've got to channel Max Pex. Max Pex would have known, hey, you did some great damage there. Why don't you take advantage of it, dude? And I could do more adepts here as well. I'm just setting this observer up, see what's happening. Now we have blink and +1, so what can we do, guys? We can split our control groups. These stalkers can go on what I call a foraging squad. So a foraging squad is all about just seeing if you can find damage, and if you can pair that with, say, 2 adepts, something like that, then that is even better. So we're just fixing up that saturation, taking the 3rd gas there, 3rd base gases. And we've got, there we go, +1 on the way. The DT shrine's coming in, that delays everything we're going for.
I am the voice.
So notice I paused on that second one just to basically let him miss his projectiles on me.
The firstborn shall persevere.
We now need more gateways. Okay, nice cleanup by him. Okay, Observer's just going to follow me. And we can also go another one of these. Let's get charge. So we're going to start our charge Archon transition now. Nice. Nothing like getting your own units surrounded. I'm going to do one more round of Stalkers and that's it. Oh, you know what, guys? I forgot to make DTs. So we're going to run a DT in the left and... He doesn't know about that base, which is good. Keep making upgrades. I'm going to make another observer here. This one can go across the map, and then the other one can just rally out. So making more... Did I just kill my own stalker there?
Your probes are under attack. Highlight for life. Upgrade.
Battle is upon us.
Mineral field depleted.
So you can tell I'm not very used to microing these. So Max Pack's advice is something I really need to work on.
Research complete.
Because we like massively noobed that micro pretty bad with the DT. We didn't micro it at all. Can now go second robo transition, and so what are we doing, guys? We're checking the expansions count, of course, and we're also just warping in Archons because that'll stop Mass Zealot from killing us. That's an odd number of Zealot of High Templar. You never want odd number. And of course we've got the extra disruptors and stuff will be coming out next. So what do we got here? Let's take a look at what we're playing against. Double disruptors already coming out for my opponent. So it looks like they're playing really quick tech style, like just straight to late game. And a lot of people do this. So my instincts and my baseline as a player, you guys know I'm a bit more aggressive as a player. I like to be proactive. is in this scenario, I would normally be kicking myself saying, oh, you idiot, why'd you let him just do this macro virgin shit? You guys know how I characterize all this stuff. I'm like, just sitting there in your corner of the map, don't let him fucking do that stuff. He's being so greedy, man. And we like to leave one observer out front our base. We're gonna take, think about taking a 5th base behind us. So what we wanna do, guys, is we wanna run forward on the left against his mass stalker army. And we're gonna have some disruptors of our own coming in. And that's gonna be really nice, right? But we've got a massive zealot army coming down here as well. That's gonna be a bit of a backstab for us, okay? So for now, I'm actually gonna send this one back to clean up that 5th. And we're gonna retake that 5th. Okay, here we go. Check it out. Okay. And we're going to build a 3rd robo, because this is what I call insurance. Okay?
Research complete. Ula Sadari. Kasar. I am eager to... Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Okay. So we're going to run in some zealots from there as well.
Mineral field depleted.
Have I made blink yet?
Engaging the enemy. Embrace the glory of battle.
There to be. Terran.
We stand. You require more victory.
So his army did get distracted there, which is pretty nice. But it's not really enough.
Deliver reinforcements.
Okay. Yeah. Really well played by him. So I think we might have to go Skytoss just because this game's going so long and he's so well set up.
Speak and be heard.
You require more recipe.
Okay, so we're going to make a big army up there. We're going to send this guy around as well. And then we're going to try and use our splash damage on the other side. So notice this is like a real common pattern. There's like feint one way, reposition the other side. Go to one side, reposition the other side. This is just kind of standard stuff that you do. And
Consciousness awaken.
that's going to try and distract on that side.
We embrace the glory of battle.
So we're going to recall some of this stuff.
Our pylon is under attack. Research complete.
So we recalled my backstab squad just because...
What would you ask of us? We are one. I live on. Consciousness.
Oh! Holy shit! Blinking in from all sides here. Obviously, I did not expect this whole army to get over here that quickly. That just got crazy! What just happened, man? Alright, I'm gonna make DTs into Archons. We're gonna try and kill this base. Let's make some more observers in the mix just in case. Oh my god. Oh! And he doesn't, of course, have any blink left. Yeah, so as long as we keep that blink going, that should be fine. Let's try and get more bases up with lots of cannons and batteries. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, so now we can split off the Archons and the Zealots over here, ready for another run by. That's there, which is very nice. And we can send a DT down the right side. We're going to make another round of Stalkers here. More of these guys. Our gateways never got control group, which is, of course, very sloppy. And we can see if we can get up these bases as well. So what we do is whenever you get momentum in this matchup, you want to really try and build space. Now, because we've reset him, I don't need to go for air anymore. The air transition that I was so keen on, now I'm just like, oh. Now I'm like, oh, this is just a bonus. This is just to cement my position. But I thought he might go carriers and I would need to get Tempest to counter it, you know? Okay, so we're just going to follow the disruptors on that. Trying to build some cannons and stuff. Making some more Archons. So we're going to send Zealot Archon in the right side, guys. Observer can be there. And And notice we always have an observer with all different groups. You never have any groups that are observerless. That's really bad if you do that. Yeah, so that's really good there. So we can keep on warping in more zealots as well to keep on reinforcing that side. Okay. And then these guys can go back, and then we can go. Whoa! Okay, where's my observers at? Okay, these guys are going to be running in there again. Okay, there we go. Put one there, one there. More stalkers, just because they're maneuverable. And we can also grab idle probes. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're idle, so I figure why not. These guys are tearing up his robos, so we can keep pushing this right side, and then you just keep attacking both sides. And this is the A-move army. It's Zealot Archon, the units that don't need fancy control. And, wow! Kills some of my own stuff. Jesus. Okay, not my best play. I'll admit that, but... Okay.
We stand as by light of we embrace the glory of battle.
Oh, we've got DTs coming in, I think. I'm looking for DTs right now. Oh my god. Okay, we've got the money now to go +2 shields, all this sort of stuff. And we are going to send these DTs up this way as well. These guys are running in. We're going to try to depower some of this stuff if we can. And these guys are just going to run out of here. Run back, run back, run back. DTs will go in. Okay, I think we're good. We can put a few more observers out as well. And just click the cannons with some of them. And I think we got this. We can make a big round of Archons just to add some meat to the army. Get these observers following different disruptors so that they're not all following the same thing. And these DTs can all go there, and then they'll come down this way. Okay. Yeah, so these guys are going to get ready. We're going to try and fight a bit more head-on now, guys. Okay. So the way we're going to do that is we need to make sure... Well, first of all, it's been ages since I transferred workers. We get the carriers in. We grab our whole army over on this right side, which is going to be awesome. And here we go, here we go. And then these DTs can run in from the flank on the left. Oh shit, good shot, mate. Good shot. Okay, and then the DTs are just going to run in from behind, you see? And we attack from the front at the same time. So he got the disruptor shot off first, which is why he was able to shut that one down. But once you realize you have overwhelming numbers, or if your opponents split up too much with their units and they're very defensively oriented, you can basically just come in with your DTs, flank their army, jump on it, and their damage output's so insane, most of the disruptors die before they do anything. That was a very stressful game. I find it's very much you're managing 1,000 things at once. But I'm hoping this at least gives you guys an idea of what you're meant to do to get to the next stage each time. In hindsight, there's a really cool sentry tell we picked up on. If we can kill our opponent's sentries early, that gives us a massive chance to go Dark Templar because they don't have scouting. So, first of all, let's talk about this little pressure option that I have, which is What was it? 430? When did I hit that? That little sentry stalker pressure. So let's talk about this, because this was a friggin' cute little pressure that I think gave me some very nice momentum. All right. Let's get rid of that shit down the bottom. Okay. PvP on hardwire versus reality. Reality's a beast. Really hard match there. Okay, so if you scout multiple sentry opening, you can do acute pressure. Okay, so what did we push with, guys? I think it was 3 stalkers. 3 stalker plus 3 sentry. Push forward and try to force field their units and trap 1 to 2 at the front for easy pickoffs. Use your and also warp in 2 adepts at the pylon and shade them into the main at the same time. Right? And when does that hit? 430, something like that. So you see, I saw 2 sentries at the natural, so I knew he went 2 stalker, 2 sentry, Twilight Forge. Right? So I knew he went really greedy. Multiple sentry plus Twilight plus Forge opening. You can do acute pressure to take advantage of their super defensive stance. And this is really good because we're in the same stance as them. So it's adorable to think about. We're taking advantage of the shit my opponent's doing that's greedy, but I'm kind of playing greedy too, right? I've got a Forge and a Twilight. I'm a bit later on the blink, right? Because I prioritize my unit production a little bit more. And that does help me with this pressure. Now, I only actually had 2 stalkers, not 3. But we see here I hit it 4 minutes 20. Which is actually really awesome. 425. We go in there. Could even be slightly faster. And if I trapped some of these units, that would have been great. He didn't even have a battery on the natural. So I actually could have just killed him here, potentially. I mean, he can warp into stalkers. So I can't kill him, but, you know, I've got so many more units than he does. He was playing exceptionally greedy on the gateway unit count. And doesn't even have a battery in the main as well. Which I guess makes sense, because he scouted that I didn't play Stargate. But yeah, I trade the adepts to the sentries, and even that's just awesome, because now he doesn't have scouting. So in this scenario, that gives us an extra DT tel, right? So we're talking here about DTs and reasons to do them. If you kill all their sentries, they have no scouting. Go for it. If I immediately dropped a Dark Shrine at that moment, I win the game off my DTs, guys. So I could have dropped a DT Shrine right now, 4 minutes 50, and yeah, could have still continued the build. Just warped in 2 DTs up here at about 6 minutes. And let's look at what my opponent has at the 6 minute mark. Maybe they have an Observer, maybe they don't. Alright. They would have had an Observer out perfectly on time, but they still wouldn't have had warning until the DTs actually walked in. So my DTs could have walked past this army, walked into the natural, the Observer never would have seen it, and we could have walked 1 in the natural, 1 in the main. We would have done massive damage. So DTs would have been huge there. Yeah, it wouldn't be game winning because he played very safe with his robo, but there's a lot of players who will skip on that because they're like, oh man, I lost my sentries, I'm behind. I've got to focus just on getting a quick third, focus on my stalkers, all that sort of stuff. Why do you put your gates in a control group? It's so you can actually control them before warp gate's done, your bro Chris. So there's a lot of scenarios where players who don't do that are really shit at holding all-ins. Most players who don't control group their gateways are much worse at defending all-ins in situations where your warp gate gets sniped, or you're skipping warp gate all game, or you're doing a proxy of your own and warp gate naturally gets very delayed. You need to be able to build off a control group. So there's a lot of players out there where it's like 9 games out of 10 doesn't affect them. That 1 in 10 game where you need to be able to build out of the gateway, and I've coached so many Protoss players, and they like scroll into their main and they're like clicking on a gateway and clicking Zealot, and I'm like, fuck my life, man. Yeah, so a lot of experienced RTS players come from a day when basically back in the day the game's never hotkeyed anything for us. So for us, letting the game choose a control group for us also is just super weird and alien. If we've got a spare hotkey, we'd rather customize that and use it for something that makes sense for our own logical system. If you're used to it, you're used to it. It's not the end of the world. But if you can get used to hotkeying your early gateways, it will help you out, especially in cheese defense. Someone was asking about DTs, were they? So we're trying to, this is a really advanced thing, is knowing when it's intelligent to go Dark Templar. So that's what makes some of the best Protoss players really dangerous in PvP. So it's part of understanding PvP a lot. My god, you really play for the late game reality. That was some powerful macro, my dude. Really powerful macro. Fucking crazy, dude. Look at that probe count. My lord. Do you go triple robo, mate? You love Disruptor DT Wars? I think you could definitely have done some more pressure, man. I was really light on the cannons and batteries. So Disruptor Wars are all about pulling your opponent's attention around. I think you took a bit too long to send in more DTs, and it was only DTs you backstabbed with. Zealots are so cheap. If you mix in some Zealot run-bys in there, it's going to make it much harder for me to dominate the map. Other than that, triple robo for the win. Yeah. Really good to just keep spamming out that production, right? Alright. Did we just get PvP? What matchup was this? I did not see that load screen. Oh, Neuro again. Okay, guys. Alright. Good luck. Have fun. So, guys, I think with this build, do we want to... on this map, we don't need to 13 block. So, I told you guys, just go 13 pylon every game to block your opponent normally. But I'm going to go block him like this anyway. Now, there's an argument with a build like this, a really greedy Nexus first build, to just not bother scouting with the probe at all. But we're still just going to try and disrupt him a little bit and say hopefully that balances out. Now in terms of supply, everyone knows with a Nexus first, you're meant to build the Nexus on... I have no idea, guys, when you're meant to build a Nexus. I'm also not using any chrono yet. I'm imagining 17 supply. Good luck, mate. So there you go. He's going to go take the third base, guys. Yeah, I'm imagining it's 17 with a probe scout. I don't know. Maybe we should have chrono boosted at the start of the game as well. I have no idea. So it's Nexus first on 17. And then we're going to go up here, go down there, and then run home. Except we're not really running home, are we? I feel like we should have built one more probe before the gateway, just so we could have had the full... Okay, so we saw, yeah, hatch gas pool, no worries. Doing a proxy right there. So obviously the closer you do, the more dangerous it is. Should we go 2-gate? I think we should definitely chrono probes and keep building them. I guess we'll build 2-gate. And you could do double adept pressure even if you wanted to. Still figuring out how to adapt this build to Legacy from Heart of the Swarm. It's an oldie but a goodie. Now your Nexus is so quick, you don't need a second pylon, guys. That's not a mistake, I promise you. For once. For once, it's actually not a mistake. I think I'm going to build the pylon here. We're just going to risk it. Because I don't think you'll have an Overlord this far up this early. So we'll see. We're going to build one more probe there to get chronoed. And another one there as well, okay? That's going to be the last chrono on probes. From there, it's going to be all units all game long, okay? So we're going to go double adept pressure. Because there's Overlords down here. If his Overlord was up here, I'd be more worried about him going into Scout. As it is, not worried about it. We could double chrono those. We're not going to because I already chronoed probes, okay? So what we're going to do is we will build one more pylon back here though. And that will build all of our gateways on. You could do it back in the very back if you want, but really just kind of depends on how you want to do it as a player. Okay. From there, we'll build a Stalker next, I think. Okay, you can go there. And
shall persevere.
Alright, we're going to go across the map with these two adepts. We're going to put a probe in the wall in case Zerglings tried to dodge. And we're going to make gateways, okay?
Combat awaits.
You have not enough minerals.
To glory. Where shall we march?
Okay.
We are
Oh, that was really well done, Pig.
It shall. We let your give us your command. Ire, give us your command.
That's a little slow. And we'll go like that.
We serve with pride.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Okay.
Yes, Executor.
Research complete.
These adepts are just going to dive. That's just a distraction.
I have met the enemy.
And they do die. That's fine.
You require more. You must construct.
All right. Let's go.
You require more Vespine gas.
Get in there, son. So almost all the economy's down here, so I'm okay with just doing it like that. We can now go for the double gas and a Twilight Council.
You must construct additional pylons.
So we're killing all the overlords as well. Let's keep staying between the rallies.
State thy bidding.
You require more.
Let our enemy know our fury.
So you want the zealots to deal with the Zerglings and the stalkers to deal with the roaches. So you see, move forward and focus fire those roaches if possible. Okay, GG's. Dirty all in. So what would be the transition off this, since it could drag out? It would be to go up to 4 gases to get a Twilight Council and to take a third base, right? Because then we could just go into Charge Lot Archon. Obviously, if they're on Mass Roach, we can also throw a Robo in with the Twilight. So probably 3 gases, Chrono Probes, Robo Twilight, third base would be the transition. But it's meant to be pretty all in, so yeah. So it's a pretty dirty build. The whole thing here is people don't, if you show them what looks like a reasonably normal build, whether it be Nexus first or otherwise, they're normally not going to be looking for proxies. They're going, you're being really greedy. That's what I see. A lot of people sit on the pillar or leave their overlord down here. They don't sacrifice. So you can get away with proxying either down here or up here. And I do like the addition of the double adepts. I think we could have killed a few more drones. And the whole point of the adepts is it's just giving something to keep your opponent distracted so their brain isn't going to be putting together any clues of like, hey, that Nexus isn't building probes anymore. Why not? There's no gas here yet, and yet no third. What is this, you know? And thing is, guys, he's going to 50 workers, and I think he's about to pump roaches off 50 workers, so he's being a tad greedy. But against the Nexus first build, this kind of makes perfect sense with what he's seen. And he's got already lots of overlords building, so he was about to explode into roaches. If he had another minute, it would have really paid off for him. We just run in as many stalkers as we can make. People are like, how many stalkers, how many zealots? It figures it out for you, because you only have enough gas for so many stalkers. The zealots are very expendable, the stalkers are not. Stalkers want to focus fire queens, focus high energy queens, and roaches first of all. You want to go to the other units. Now this is just an example of a super old school all-in attack that we brought out of the fucking basement, and we're dusting it off and going, hey, does that still work? Yes, it does. Awesome. And I think because it has the double adept in there, it makes it really nice. We could hit this a bit faster. If we don't do the double adept, and we chrono warp gate once or twice more, we could hit a lot harder and faster. But I think always having some sort of harassment or disruption in your opponent's build is always worthwhile. So I think that's a really good way to do it. So Nexus first, Zealot Stalker, and notice we don't let the Zealots just run off single file into the roaches on their own. Haas could somehow fit +1 into this build. He's the god of slow Zealot all-ins. He loves his +1, doesn't he, mate? Dude, he loves it. Did you say to hatch block in PvZ you go 13 pylon? Yeah, so you send one of your first probes to the natural, you go 13 pylons, so you just build one probe, then pylon, and that probe goes across the map. And that'll block even on the really long maps, MSO. You don't technically need to do it on small maps like Curious Minds, but if you just build a habit of doing that, that's nice. And then you immediately chrono boost after sending that probe across. Build the pylon, send the probe, chrono boost your probes behind it, and you should be good. This takes me back to the good old days watching Pig die to Hitman on Cactus Valley. I have too many memories of that probe. Too many, man. So hard to beat, dude. Dude, I remember being like a DreamHack and like Rhett and everyone, we were all there talking about it. We're just like, this is broken, right? Like, how do you stop this? And then we had to realize that we had to revisit our rules of Zerg vs Protoss. And we needed to alter the one rule that we thought never could be broken, which was you always have to be able to defend an attack with more workers than they have. Because otherwise, even after defending the attack, you're still behind. But it wasn't true, because they only are on one gas and they're building slow zealots. It's the one case where Protoss was actually building worse units than the Zerg is. And back in Wings and Heart of the Swarm, that was like so rare, because Protoss were always playing gas heavy, high-tech styles, and it was insane. I remember the game where you snuck a Zergling in, it killed 10, I think it was even more than 10 probes. That was when we found out that he doesn't, he like wasn't playing with sound, his headphones were screwing up or something, I think, or maybe he doesn't usually play with sound. Yeah, I had a game where I was like, I thought I was dying, and I was losing to it, and I was like getting really frustrated, and I realized I'd clicked a Zergling scout into his base, and I looked back thinking I'd lost the game, and he'd lost, I had a like 17 kill probe inside his base, and me and Hitman were both just having a laugh about it. We were like, what the hell just happened? It was crazy. Oh, he always had super loud music, so he couldn't hear attack warnings and stuff. Hitman was the funniest as well. I met him very briefly at, I think it was the first WCS that I was playing or casting, maybe. WCS in Cologne. And he was like, man, he's like, dude, I don't know how I'm going to play, like, without being high, man. He's like, I think I need to find a dealer here in Cologne to get some weed, because I don't think I can play if I'm not smoking. I was like, are you serious, man? I was like, oh, that's so funny. People that play StarCraft stoned are just like, there's a few that have been really, really good, but it's so funny because then they come to a tournament and if they can't find a dealer nearby, they're just like, shit, man, what am I going to do? And I'm like, really? Like, you need it that bad? All right. But I'm like, hey, if all your practice is like that, why not? All right, guys. I'm just searching for this proxy racks, guys. Okay, there's the bunker.
You must construct additional pylons.
Oh, we didn't place it correctly. Awesome. Okay, guys. Making stalkers here. I don't know why his Reaper isn't here yet. He must be going for Marauders, right? Or he's just messed up the build. Oh, nice. So you might be wondering, why are you playing Stargate? Sorry guys, we're just channeling max packs today. I've been casting so much max packs. Oh my god!
I'm here.
You have not enough minerals.
Huh?
State thy bidding.
That was weird.
Cold is
Just
So Phoenix is really good because you know they're going to do some sort of really fast, like, one base Hellion or Widowmine drop. So if you can get up some Phoenix, that'll be awesome. So you go like 3 Stalkers into Phoenix. It's like, oh, so lit. Super nice. Probably should be chrono boosting the Phoenix though, to be fair.
you have not enough minerals.
I'm just going to hide that there. See if I get away with it.
Enough minerals.
you require my
Okay. Okay, you guys go there. What's there? Yeah, there you go. Come on.
You have not
And we've got another Adept, just to have some more damage dealing units.
teleport successful.
So we're going to just go straight across the map just to try to see if I can intercept it.
Anan Porkal.
He doesn't know I'm going for it though, so we'll just keep it out here.
Where to our enemy? I am eager to strike.
Okay. And we'll take that front third. So we're going back to our Colossus style here, Phoenix Colossus. which I kind of wanted to show you guys a few more games of anyway.
The sky. You require more Vespine gas.
And you know what? I haven't seen an expansion yet, guys. We're gonna go 3 gates before the 3rd base.
Warp field online. Teleport successful. Skies. I am zero heck. Research complete.
Okay, figure out what's going on. Oh, he has expanded. Awesome. This is really good for me, guys. Oh, Raven! So notice you can always just basically fly straight through there. Because Ravens have no hit points versus Phoenix. So this one's game over. This is something I learned just from Max Specs the other day. I noticed even when they do the Reaper bunker, he always goes 3 Stalkers, gets the shield battery up, and then goes Phoenix. And even though those Phoenix are very late, he says, I know that you're always going to do a Widow Mine or a Hellion drop like 90% of the time after this. So this is a meta play, right? It's where you say, hey, people are always doing this. This counters that. Let's counter the thing. And it's a smart way of playing the game. So we've got 4 Phoenix. We're going to stop at 4, guys, just because it feels like we're already getting into the mid game, so we might as well move forwards. He did focus fire, that red hit point guy, by the looks of it. That's fine. We're building probes. We already made an observer, I think. Yes, we did, so we'll send that to the front. And we saw multiple barracks before, so definitely something to keep in mind. Build a pylon out there. You can also build a pylon out here as well. Always good to get those. So we can now get the Colossus, Viagra, Charge, as well as +1. 1 sentry would be really nice just for the thingamajig. You guys know what I'm talking about. Just being super annoying there. Still don't see a 3rd command center, so this is great for me. Let's get a shield battery outside the natural, as well as outside the 3rd. And if we can get some more gateways, that would be great. Because all we're thinking about now is, hey, there's a big push coming, right? Okay, so we're going to try and pick up the rally. Did he get up the ramp yet? Looks like he did. Where's his army? We're trying to make zealots right now. If he runs up this ramp, obviously we'll deal with him. I think he's going to the right side though. Yes, he is. Alright, didn't really kill anything there, so that's all good. Move that forward. And okay, awesome.
Mineral field depleted.
What do we need next? Templar Archives. You guys all go there. You want to take a 4th base, but don't take the gases on your 3rd. There's just no need, guys. We're going to make 1 more Colossus as well before Warp Prism. Add the armor upgrade, and we want to also build a few more gateways just to keep that production up.
Where do I?
I'm going to put this observer over there. More zealots, more zealots. No more probes, guys, because the main's going to be mining out even further. These 2 mineral patches are about to go. So might as well send those there ahead of time. And we're still just massing zealots. We want to keep chrono boosting this because it's still 1 robo. We need to get that. We can also get the +1 armor chronoed. I'm a little worried that he's moved to the left side of the map, so we're spreading my Phoenix out across everything.
I am eager to strike.
And adding these. Put that on the way. Oh, okay, interesting. So what we're going to do is just going to rally 4 zealots into his 3rd base just to do something there. And if he comes up here, he's so dead, guys, because we have a massive army, okay? Is he running? He's running. Get it. So we're trying to pick up those Widow Mines. I think we got him. Got him. Got him. So notice we accidentally picked the Colossus up. That was not a pro move. That was a mistake because I had my Robo rallied to my unit. I was like, wow, I pro game a ferried Colossus in here to help defend. And what we were doing behind it, guys, we're getting the 4th base up, and we were always thinking about, look, once I get charged, Zealots, Archons, 3 Colossus, and a Prism, I was going to go for an attack anyway. If I could line it up with +1 armor, that would be great. But the main thing was, look, I'm going to have a way higher tier army than you, because you're just building mostly bio, you got a few tanks, but you're not going to have enough Vikings to deal with 4 Phoenix in the air, 3 Colossus, Zealots and Archons overwhelming on the ground, 1 Sentry in the middle with a Guardian Shield. That is a disgustingly good army. So something to look out for when you know it's a proxy barracks is you've got to look out for, because I saw the double gas, no barracks at home. You do have to look out for the proxy bunker either there or behind the mineral line. It's getting more and more popular these days. This was a bit of a meta shift in my adjustment, so that is a thing, but I messed up the initial phase, so let me point that out. So opening seems fine, but the thing is, the moment I saw what I was up against, guys, what should we have done? So first of all, if we scout a little bit earlier, we actually can build a Cybercore before the Nexus. So obviously this is a very big map, but what happened this game is I actually built the gas before going to scout. You're meant to scout immediately after putting the gateway down. And if you do that, it's a little bit better. Whereas this probe is delayed scouting because I went gate, then gas, then scout. And that's important because that meant I didn't scout that he was proxying until right when my Nexus was going down. Whereas if I was here even a few seconds earlier, I'd be about to put the Nexus down and I'd be like, hold on a second, he's proxying me? What would I do? Cybercore, then the Nexus, then a second pylon, which I would build down here as well. So I'd go Nexus, pylon, then I'd build a Zealot as well. Now I wouldn't need a second gate or anything like that because TVP, we're at high level now. We don't need to do the one-size-fits-all cheese proxy defense. If I saw only one gas geyser, I would have done that. I would have dropped a second gate and no Nexus. But because I see 2 gas, it means there's going to be tech behind the barracks. 1 gas means there could be multiple barracks with tech labs. So I've really got to super search everywhere, make sure there aren't marauders coming in. No gases equals fucking shield batteries in the main. Oh god, we're getting proxy marined. Survive. Don't even think about getting an expansion. But no matter which version, any of those, you always build a Zealot. Even if it's after the Cybercore Nexus, you do normally build, and you normally go pylon as well then. Because you know the Reaper's not going to get in there that early. You just need a Zealot out by the time it comes in. It'll help you out. So not having the Zealot just made my life a little bit harder here, even though this probe did a good bit of damage. I do think his Reaper was maybe a few seconds late, but no, I think it's just because his barracks was so close to home. But as we saw, they so regularly go for like a Widow Mine or a Hellion drop after this. And even if your Stargate's kind of delayed, it's still going to be really nice if you can just get some Phoenix out to defend against this sort of thing. It's so powerful. Now, yeah, he actually did go for an expand there pretty early. And the Widow Mine drop came in. And you can obviously put your Phoenix out on the edges and hunt for it. But then it's much harder to actually pull them together and pick it up. So I like to usually keep them in a central location here. And then just respond really quickly when he comes in. And just pick up the Hellions or pick up the Widow Mines, right? Now, I went a bit further out, so I was a little slower to get there. What do? We pull the probes, and then we just focus on picking up these Widow Mines. We spread probes versus the other 2, so we lose 1 probe, 2 probes, shut down the Widow Mine drop for a bit of mining time and 2 probes. Super efficient. And remember, I haven't seen an expand yet, so I went 2nd and 3rd gateway before 3rd Nexus, but then I see the expanders mining, and I go, oh, no worries. Let's drop that 3rd Nexus still, and continue up the Phoenix Colossus kind of direction. Yeah. I noticed, especially in Bronze GM, when attacks coming to us, Pig is usually building gateways instead of units. How do you know if an army is scary enough to have to skip those to macro more? Well, the thing is, you will develop your own game sense and understanding of different scenarios. But in most of these scenarios, Fishy, I only have 2 or 3 gateways, and I've already warped in off them. So definitely there are scenarios where I am more focused on getting extra gateways than warping in at that moment in time. And I probably could be just warping in a bit more frequently. But if I feel I've got enough time, you know, I'm like, okay, there's an army coming, but like, you know, it's okay. Let's add more gateways first and foremost, because it's desperate that I get those up. I guess in this game, an example would be, it's really the Phoenix and the Colossus that are going to defend his first push if he shoves really early, right? The gateway units aren't going to do that much. Having a few of them helps to buffer, but unupgraded Zealot, Stalker, Adept is just not that useful, right? So if we look in this game, right, it's because it's a really good question, right? How do you develop that game sense? When I first see him leave, right here, I'm building gateways right now. Why aren't you building units? Well, I was already building those gateways. By the time I look at it, I was already building gateways. Now, should I grab my 3 gates and warp in 3 Zealots right now? Yeah, that's totally fine. Absolutely. Now, I'm just kind of finishing building that gateway before warping in the next 3 Zealots. It's only a matter of a few seconds, so I'm just trying to keep it clean, right? Just trying to keep it clean. What's the X hotkey? That's gather. Sorry, I never press that key. Actually, I do, don't I? Oh, I do, but I click on it. I don't actually press the hotkey. I click on that only when I'm making sure an SCV goes to the inside of the gas after it builds. It's the only time I use it, I think. Yeah.
Engaging the enemy.
So I was a little slow to warp in those 3 Zealots, wasn't I? Yeah, I was more focused on the shield batteries being up, chrono boosting the second Colossi, but I definitely should have warped in those Zealots a few seconds earlier, Fishy. So I was just kind of finishing putting down the gateways that I was already putting down, and I, you know, chrono boosting charge like crazy, chrono boosting the Colossus, trying to get these units up, and also trying to get out in front of the push so that he doesn't get to walk up to the base and siege for free. Hopefully I can scare him into stimming and sieging a bit further back, and then I can run back to my batteries. But if you let him siege up and just kill the batteries before the fight even starts, he hasn't even used a stim, it's much harder. Oh, that was you, Asher, bro. Well done, dude. Oh, I forgot that's your fucking StarCraft name, dude. Totoro. I was like, I know the name. I forget that's you. Oh, awesome. Well played. Any tips in exchange for the light smurfing? I should have played it a bit slower, gone to a 4th, and waited for Viking Ghost. I don't know, dude. I don't do the Reaper proxy, but I think you should probably go 2 Reapers. If you're gonna... And I don't like the Reaper barracks down here either, unless you're getting a lot of players who are actually full-on one-base turtling. Yeah, it's kind of hard after you lose the Widowmine drop, Asher, bro. It's really hard from there. I do not know, my friend. Let's see. Are you in a good spot? Are you in a bad spot? Economically, you're in a really bad spot. And because you've only got the 3rd barracks coming up now as well. Like, your medevacs are coming out at a decent time, but yeah. And then you had to build a Cyclone. Cyclone, maybe defend the Phoenix a little better. Maybe they picked off a few SCVs they shouldn't have been able to. Generally speaking, if I'm playing against Phoenix, I would go 3rd CC, but I think the problem you ran into here is because you only went 1 Reaper, you didn't have any info.
Complete.
And what's really good is if you've got 1 Reaper in the bunker down here being annoying, the other Reaper can jump in the main. And that gives you a scout of what your opponent's doing behind it. Are they just building 2 gate? Are they building a Twilight? And I think that's really nice. So yeah, you can get a bit more damage because you got more damage output, and that also your SCV could have hopped in the bunker, right? Obviously, you know, you've got things going on. It's distracting. It is what it is. You did pull your workers off gas, which is nice, and you put your command center down in a moment. Almost lost your Reaper to the Zealot. Wasn't great. Obviously, there's a lot of multitasking to do here, but yeah, I think if you have a 2nd Reaper and it jumps in the main, and that Reaper doesn't throw its life away, you can annoy my natural, slow my mining down for quite a bit longer, right? So we should be slowing down the mining here, especially because I didn't have the pylon on the low ground. You could have punished me more there for being a lazy dickhead who built the pylon on the high ground. And then if you see Stargate, at this point, you could just pivot your build. So if you've seen Stargate, you're like, cool, I'll build like a couple Cyclones, and maybe if you want, you could build a Liberator and just hide it over here. And then wait until you see Phoenix on your side of the map, and then the Liberator sieges up the main. But otherwise, just build a Cyclone, a Viking, and just go 3rd command center, and then just go for a big 3-base biotank push or something like that. Yeah, I would even delay like the Cyclones and the Vikings to get the 3rd command center started, dude. So I would try to get the 3rd CC started after like 1 Cyclone, because like if you know I can't really do much of a push to you. It might be a little greedy if you delay too much factory starport production time, But I think it's a pretty good idea generally to get that third CC down, let your buildings idle for a little bit, and then look for a big bio tank push. It does make you vulnerable to, like, if I just go Phoenix into like a fucking 2-base charge slot all in or a 2-base adept all in, but otherwise I think you played pretty well, dude. Pretty well. Maybe just is a bit too far behind after Widowmine drop die. Oh, what's up, everybody?
Ready for dust off.
What's up, Agoring Dutch? This is a really good night stream. Good ASMR. Please don't lick your ear. ASMR. ASMR.
Add-on.
All right, guys, I'm done. It's a good game today. Good day, though. And if you hold, they can F up the retreating medevacs. That.
Research complete.
What are the Phoenixes for?
Additional supply depots required. Additional.
Oh yeah, they're not great versus the Vikings, but they do okay, guys.
Additional supply depots required.
Yeah, the Phoenix just, if they have Vikings, your Phoenix just get in the way, and they're mostly for like picking up tanks and Widow Mines. Like, so there's a lot of times with Phoenix, if you can pick up 4 or 5 Widow Mines as you charge on top of their army, the Terran army gets cucked, guys. It makes a really big difference. Yeah, it's like, it's disgusting. Guys, thank you so much for the subs today. That's actually insane, dude. Yeah, the Phoenix give map control. The Terran can't drop. If he drops or sends a Liberator in, they're never getting out of there. So the Phoenix allow you to control the dead space. They're really good for making it... So the Terran is much more afraid to just poke and prod at the Protoss player when there's Phoenix out. The Terran needs to be very confident that they can't get overrun. Because the moment you get overrun against Phoenix, anything you have on the map with that push is going to get run down. It's going to get killed before it gets home. It's kind of like, you know, you don't take any risks versus cavalry. Like, light cavalry might be not that solid in a front-on engagement, but if you do let them catch you off with a flank or rout you or whatever, like, Jesus Christ, you're going to lose everything on the retreat. Sounded like an arrest during the push on the third. He's running, get him! Yeah, I really wanted to chase his army down, but I managed to contain myself because I was like, I don't actually have that many zealots yet. Wait till I have a few more zealots and archons. It would have been good. Yeah. Oh shit, Agaring gifted 25 subs and no one gifted Agaring a sub. Agaring's doing the... Actually, sorry, it was Gino who did that. Agaring did 20. But Agaring's doing the gift it forwards, pay it forwards thing, and nobody gifted a sub to Agaring. That's all right. Someone will get you another day, Agaring, I'm sure. But anyways, I think this was pretty decent by Asherbro overall, guys. But what can we criticize also with the push? We've already given him good actionable feedback. Now's where we've got to make him feel bad about his play. I don't know, man. He looks like he's hitting his macro pretty well. But yeah, I think this is just like an anti-timing, right? If you find yourself in this position, you probably just have to turtle up, right? You still got a factory on attack lab? No, you swap to Widow Mines. Yeah. What you want to do here, same thing as with the Liberator, but with a Widow Mine drop. Hide a Widow Mine drop up here, and wait till I'm on the map with my Phoenix or my units, and then just tell it to go drop in the main and the natural. And just basically go, you know, probably second starport would be pretty nice, or you can just go, you don't really need the second starport, maybe just get ghosts. Just drone up, SAV up your third, add ghosts, kind of depends what you want to do really. But I think turtle up for a little bit with your siege tanks, play very defensively, maybe sneak an 8 marine drop down the right side and try to stim in this base, maybe a Widow Mine drop, but like, otherwise just defend. Just defend, up your marauder count, and just keep your tanks wedged in like here. If you put your tank like there and there or something like that, and then your bio can kind of start a step back to it. Could be pretty nice. And start adding Vikings, which you're already doing. So yeah, it's a hard position because you don't really have a timing attack play, so you're forced to just tread water, which I know as a Terran player, you're probably not comfortable with, Asher, bro. I know I'm not comfortable with it. I like to have a timing attack in mind. It's like, just sit back and defend and try to get back in the game. You're like, ugh, shit. That's hard, man. Shout out to MaxBax though for showing us just how good Stalker into Phoenix is. Something I normally think, no, delayed Phoenix is bad. In that scenario, Stalkers into Phoenix is really good, especially if they don't scout the Stargate. Super sick. We are back with PROTOSS B2GM, everybody. We're going to be playing a PvT up against Grandmaster Aura here. And where do we want to wall off our stuff? I think we'll just go here. That should be fine. Alright. So, what server are we on, first of all? Control-Alt-F if you want to bring this up. Shows your frame rate and the server ping, that sort of stuff in that top right. Alright, so we're going to build these Cybercore down, I guess here? I don't know if that's actually walled off. I feel like it's not, but whatever. Alright, we're going to go for that Gate Scout, as we always do, guys. And remember, we are just doing a Blink opening again. As good as Phoenix Colossus was, and I know there's going to be people who wish I played more games of it, because it is a very good style, really controlling. We are playing Twilight into Psystorm. Now, one thing is, if our opponents play one base, it is actually better for us to go Phoenix. In the current meta, that's such a nice way to control against someone who does go for that style of play. So it's definitely something, if I see a very aggressive one base opening, there's a chance that I might do that. Second base, third base, fourth base, fifth base. Oh!
Your probes are under attack.
Oh, damn, you got me, son. And that is why you were meant to check in a minute for that expansion, aren't you? Oh, no. Alright, guys. Okie doke. Alright, so we're going to take our third over here. We're going to try and do the exact same build order. But of course, it's going to be a little bit worse, isn't it? So we make a Zealot.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Do we make a Stalker or an Adept? I think I'm going to make a Stalker because that's much easier to run down the enemy units with. You can go there, you can go there. And, alright, we can try to rally down there. Make Warp Gate. And we'll go pressure with the Zealot while the Stalker comes out to harass. Now, I need to get another Stalker ASAP so that we can cover both bases, right? He...
Oops. My meditation is over.
Cold is the void.
Okay, so where's that Twilight Council? So this is a really good opening for my opponent, and obviously pretty bad for me. I'll send the Stalker across the map as well, actually. And we'll put a shield battery there on that base. So that's the only real adjustment that I'd like to make here.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Ooh!
Honor guides.
Okay, we'll do some light pressure. Got one more guy on gas there.
Let our enemy know our fury.
And he has a bunker, so let's just leave. Okay. Alright, let's go. Chrono that.
Embrace the glory of battle.
Oh, hello.
We are one with the shadows. I am the void.
Okay, keep chronoing Blink from here. So we've got two gateways. And we're going to build a third just because our base is positioned so badly, okay?
Cold.
Okay. And apparently I've got 17 guys here, so... Let's put that Nexus down. So we're trying to do the exact same build.
You require
Okay, can build one Stalker up there.
here in the shadows.
Try and get a pylon here.
Not enough minerals.
Okay.
We are one with the shadows.
Alright, so that's going to be a guy there, and then the other guy is just going to be making down there. Awesome.
I am
So that's what we call scramble. I was actually thinking about recalling those probes out of that base to my other base. We didn't end up doing it. We're gonna forge. Now, I would normally play a low gas style from here, but in the interest of showing you guys the build order, I'm gonna stick with it. And we're just gonna go across the map now. Okay. So we've got one zealot and a sentry building at home now. I will try to make... Oh, that's not good for me, is it? Not at all.
Your probes are under attack. Your probes are under attack. You have not enough minerals.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Your probes are under attack. Your probes are under attack.
He will run out of energy eventually.
Your probes are under attack.
So what we're doing now is once again scrambling. He really should have built more Banshees. So we're trying to make Storm, Armor, and Charge. These Stalkers are going to be, they've obviously got a lot of weight on their shoulders. And we need to be trying to get High Templar to go with this as well. Now they're all on the same hotkey right now, but that'll change as time goes on. Now, obviously these Stalkers, not in a prime position or anything like that, but... Put a shield battery there. Actually, we don't want shield batteries, do we? Because we need gateways more than anything. So I guess he did lose his Banshee, maybe? I'm not sure. So we need to get up to at least 6 gateways, would normally be the next step. In this case, we're going to go straight to 8, because of course it's being delayed. Now, I do feel at this point he might have snuck some drops by, so we are going to try and get some pylons out there, if possible. Just as some budget spotters. They're basically budget observers. A few more pylons powering all this, just to make sure. Okay. We get another one. Obviously, normally we'd get the Robo actually pretty early as well, so we can actually do Storm Drop. As it is, this is not really Storm Drop so much as it is... so much as it is just in general us kind of going, hey, wait a second, this is not Storm Drop, this is just I have Storm. How many Templar we got? 5? That's pretty good. Let's get +1 attack. I always like to mix up those upgrades. Let's get another gateway if we can, and just keep building pylons. I'd like to get a 4th base. Looks like he's playing very passive, my opponent is. Okay. No worries, that's fine. Prism, please. Okay. So next up, we would want to be transitioning into other splash damage. So basically we just A-moved there and did some storms. I don't know if we can actually chase him or not. Okay. What does this rally do? Okay, we're going to show you guys the next part of the build now. You might be like, hey, why don't you just go kill him? Part of it is because I'm kind of behind on everything, so I really actually don't know if I can. But we want to go Robo Bay, and then we want to get a Robo, and then another Robo. So triple Robo, and a second Forge. These are important. Okay. So we're going to make more armor upgrades. We're going to send Zealots out there. Okay. Get the TT shrine.
Our pylon is under attack.
Okay, he's down there.
You have re-embraced. Very
Okay. Okay, so you can go there, get another pylon, and then a 5th base out here. Okay. Okay, you guys go here, you guys go there. We now make disruptors like crazy. We're gonna try and put some observers out on the map. Try and show you guys late game here. Obviously, maybe I could have killed him, but look at how much bases he's taking and stuff. I think it's a big if, isn't it?
Our pylon is under attack. My light for hire.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Is under attack.
You require. I am.
We embrace the glory of my light for hire.
Okay.
Let our enemy know our.
Yeah, so we probably should have just gone and killed him, eh?
You must your probes are under attack. You must
It took a long time to push, but apparently has 400,000 Widow Mines, and obviously I skimped on everything, didn't I? Protection especially.
Consciousness awakened.
Okay.
deliver must construct additional your probe.
I am the heart.
We are. Your base is under attack. You must construct additional pylons.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Upgrade complete. Are under attack. My chop.
You require my skill. Fear not. What would you ask of us?
Okay. So what you want to do is you want to leave like random High Templar around normally.
In a power field.
Battle is upon us. I am but a phantom. Speak from the air. Presiding ancient.
Okay.
We begin.
We can get Robobear as well.
I will comply. You must place that in a power field. We fight. My light for hires. Mineral field depleted.
Preside.
Our pylon is under attack. Lost.
Your demands. Speak. Speak.
I return to we embrace the glory. Base is under attack. We cannot hold. Upgrade complete. We embrace the glory.
Oh, we just lost all of our observers there. Whoops.
Speak. We begin.
Okay, we can try to take this, take this. You guys go there, you go there.
You have not enough
It does feel quite laggy on US West today. I was doing this yesterday at the end of my stream when I was casting as well. So hopefully that does clear up.
Presiding.
mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Ancient. Speak.
Okay.
You have not enough.
From the shadows I come. I live.
Base is under attack.
Yeah. Okay. Thought I'd put the DTs in a good enough position to stop that, but apparently not.
Presiding.
Our mind. Base is under attack.
Consciousness awakened.
Ooh.
Are under attack.
Okay.
We embrace the glory of battle. My life. I'm in a team. Our base is under attack.
Deliver reinforcements.
Okay. Uh-oh. Alright, we're going to swap to the Disruptors being the main splash damage spellcaster from now on. You go there as well.
You seek our service.
We are proving thy charge.
Okay, you go there. Let's get some more Disruptors. Disruptors always scale well, basically. He's not watching. Oh, he is watching. Damn it. Let's take this one.
We seek enlightenment. We are the light.
Okay, those guys can go there. You can go there.
Consciousness awakened.
Okay. Clear that up.
Is complete.
We
Minerals.
I am here in the shadows.
Thy charge. Our minds. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Upgrade.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Your probes are under attack.
Ancient glory presiding. Consciousness awakened.
Your probes are under attack.
It shall be.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Our foes surround us.
Not enough energy.
Okay. So, what we're doing now is what every Terran hates, and that's you just hanging in there with splash damage. And he doesn't know how to make range liberators to make his life easy. This is 95% of Protoss players, by the way, don't know how to use that unit. So, If you want to win games and piss off Protoss players, little tip.
Maximum supply.
Now my gateway count absolutely sucks, so I'm gonna try and build some more. Okay, and we're gonna try and also get Stargates. Okay. I mean, there's some libs, but not a lot, right?
I am here in the shadow.
Our pylon is under attack. Mineral.
Ah, I see what's happened.
Vespene geyser exhausted. Unacceptable. Highlight for iron. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply.
I am here in the shadows.
Okay, went left.
Our pylon is under attack.
My charge. We embrace the glory of battle. Ancient,
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
ancient glory.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Okay, yes. Okay, you go there. Do we ever get DT Blink, by the way? Okay, these guys are gonna push up here and try and kill some STVs.
We shall stand. Ancient my charge.
Okay. So this is getting kind of wild. Okay, that army just got taken out. So I'm gonna remake Storm. So this army is always on its own hotkey on the right side. This army, I didn't want to go too deep on the left because I could obviously always lose, right? If I lose this army. Seems kind of crazy that he's pushing into me, but on the other hand, looks like he might have the numbers. Oh, fuck, that's not how you do it.
consciousness awakened.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, can we get DT Blink? Yeah, we still don't have DT Blink. Okay, finally, that's enough guys to actually kill command centers. So I finally have enough money to start just making 400 guys at once, and this is where I can actually start to run away with the game. Because up to this point, I didn't have enough to actually kill any of my opponent's bases, and that was a big problem. Yeah, so this is not a good push for him. And he's got too many Vikings, and I'm not actually going to air. So he's anticipating an air swap, but it hasn't happened. So, nice try by him to anticipate the future, but you gotta wait for it to actually happen. More Zealots, I'm gonna try and push up into his production, because I'm maxed and he's not. Hurry up, DT Blink. And Colossus as well.
Consciousness awakened.
Where the fuck are my Colossus? There they are. Alright, now we're organized. Go, go, go. And hopefully he moved out of position. Yeah, we got him. Whew. If he went range libs, we were completely dead. We never would have been able to afford a counterplay to that, but... I also think... I don't think he used ghosts, if memory serves. I think he did quite good, but no ghosts, no cigar. Okay, can we get this observer up here, please? This Widow Mine's killing me all game long.
Let our enemy know our
guys are exhausted. Mineral field.
Oh, fuck off.
Our minds are weak.
So notice that Templar are just thrown in with the army key. Whereas the other guys are not. Okay, how much energy? Come on, dude. I was like, I swear we have 75 energy. We're on 74, apparently. Okay. That's the thing. Send these guys down here and make sure that's not taken.
I am here in the shadows.
Thought so.
Your probes are under attack.
From the shadows.
Mineral field depleted.
I am here in the shadows. What?
Mineral field depleted.
I see. Deliver reinforcements.
Okay, we can fight in front on here, that's fine.
My charge. Against.
Okay.
Let us prove.
You require
Our mind.
state thy.
Where's my cyber core? It's in the rain.
The glory of battle.
Hurry up, Cario.
We are.
Oh, shit.
Command. We are at maximum. Your probes are under attack. Base is under attack. Your probes are under attack.
State thy bid.
Where you are.
I am here in the shadows.
Your probes are under attack.
Here is an illusion. We shall see. Ancient carrier has arrived. I stalk through the storm. Command me. The skies await.
My light for ire. Base is under attack.
We are with Nasperu Unadar.
We embrace the glory of battle.
For honor. The skies
Our hearts.
This game is so crazy. Oh shit. Look at that. We had that queued up on the wrong thing.
Glory of battle.
Man, this player builds like 400 Widow Mines. It's crazy.
Zerg, cry on.
So we just throw those in there. Where are my observers at, I wonder? So we've got one there that's obviously served very well. Do I have one in here? Yeah, I do. I don't think we've seen any ghosts. Yeah, let's take that base, I guess.
Let us. We shall stand against the dark. Your probes are under attack.
So I'm going to use my carriers down here as a little kind of bottom right squad.
ancient. You see.
And these guys, I'm going to go for the production. Oh!
Upgrade complete.
Field online.
Mineral field depleted.
I return to serve.
Oof, that'll do. And these guys can get in here.
Unadar.
We are full.
Okay, carriers can go there. Oops, can go there.
Battle is upon us.
We are
Okay, you go there, you go there.
Let us upgrade complete.
Sorry, mate. Alright, wow. So we had to show the full power of Protoss bullshit in this game. Thankfully, a lot of players, myself included for a long time, really struggle against just, if the Protoss just makes splash damage and just never runs into your kind of siege, it's really hard, and that's why range live timing is one of the most important things. If you get ahead in PvT, you want to use that range live timing always. So we're going to make more Zealots. So remember, Zealots are tanks, Colossus are there just to create a problem for your opponent, force them to build Vikings. Storm's a bonus general purpose thing. If there was Ghosts, we'd be doing a lot more active spreading of our High Templar to try and not get all hit by the 1 EMP. And we would morph them all into Archons once they've spent their energy as well. And yeah, I mean, I should have been dead a few times in this game, but you got to remember that it's very stressful and control-oriented for the Terran. Even when they're ahead, the Terran has to not shit the bed, essentially. And that's really hard because there's a lot going on in late game, and it's just very easy to basically do a doo-doo in your pants, you know? Obviously, control-clicking Stalkers, focus firing on Liberators and stuff is really, really useful. This is my warm-up game today, and I need to pee really bad as well, so I apologize for the low commentary. But let's go right back to the start and remind ourselves of one of those crucial things which apparently is way more common outside of pro play on the ladder than it is in pro play, and yet it's so good, man. And we see it 1 in 5 games in pro play, and when the player doesn't scout for it, they often straight up lose the game, and that is the famous, the scary, the terrible eBay block. Now, my opponent really fucked up and sent their worker right through the middle of the map. I keep noticing that noobs on the ladder do this. They walk right past your scout. Now, if I was paying attention, I would have noticed that on the minimap, and I would have blocked it. Guys, if you're going to eBay block, you send it on the side of the map so it doesn't run straight through the middle and past their worker, because that's a big heads up.
Thanks for the base.
That should have given me warning, even despite the fact that I was lazy and forgot to send a probe down here. Now, also, actually, what's kind of weird about this is sent so late, this SCV, that engineering bay block is not going to be on time. So maybe I actually could have pulled probes to stop this, since it had just started. But because it was kind of late, I was like, look, this is already a minute 20. Yeah, I could probably stop you building this and try to kill this with probes, but it feels like it's already so late. And I was like, look, if that eBay block went down on time, it would already be halfway built by now. Let's just play as if that's the case. Let's just take the third and try to make a game of it. Honestly, I was very lucky that I was able to survive as well as I did, considering he did a very intelligent Hellion run by afterwards. Then just got really just massive economy. For some reason he was taking this base really early. I think that was an attempted hidden base. So some really sick plays from Aura overall. Luckily for me, Aura wasn't comfortable going range libs or ghosts.
I just reached Diamond League because of you. Thank you for the B2GM's ears.
Oh, thank you, Yogu. Big congrats on reaching Diamond. Hey! So the other thing is Aura could have gone just pure range lib, skipped ghosts completely. But you've got to go one or the other. If you can go both, obviously that's super pro. Ghosts mixed in your army, you just tab to them to EMP, tab to stim, and adding range libs. But just pure range libs or pure mass siege tank would have worked as well. We saw what happens though as the Terran player if you don't get those siege units, you're just relying on Widow Mines everywhere. Don't get me wrong, he did a great job of scanning and killing observers, and I did a good job of fumbling my observers into Widow Mines repeatedly. So the Widow Mines kind of created slow zones, but they were never the same as running into 6 or 8 Liberators that just blitz all of my Colossus and High Templar down from afar. Honestly, if a second Banshee came in, I would have died as well. Now, this is really clever play. So Aura basically did something really smart here, guys, and that is, after the block went for 4 Hellions, did a dive, which all my guys are hanging out over at my third. I don't even have a shield battery in my main. So a lot of people build a shield battery in both bases in this scenario. Now, the fact that right now I have 4 Hellions and a Reaper running into a base with 1 Stalker defending it, I mean, it is miraculous that I did not lose every probe. Now, what I did at first here was kind of like, oh shit, let's just like wall him off, right? And this is the power of being kind of walled off, having these little semi-walls. On this map, unfortunately, it's not quite as tight. A lot of maps, the Twilight Council single building will wall off there. Cybercore single building will wall off there. In this case, it's not quite the case. So I've got to quickly run my probes. Now, this is a really high-risk maneuver that you can only do if you pull the probes well before the Hellions get there. Otherwise, all I'm doing is stacking my probes to get 1 shot, okay? So this is an incredibly dangerous maneuver. Only do this if you spot the Hellions really far out, but you've got no units to defend, and you're like, ah, shit, run. But even then, you are in danger of making them get even more value. So what I should have probably focused on as a more standard response is just recall these guys to the main. And I mean, the problem then is, of course, he can run to this base, but, you know, then I can try to warp in 2-3 Stalkers over there, make the best of it. At least there's a shield battery, right? So I'm saying, let's just run and throw a pylon down here so he can't chase me, right? Super fast maneuver, but he quickly changes angle. And then I'm like, oh, shit. Cancel the pylon, get back. And I could see he was going to get on top of them, so I split the probes. Now, I didn't realize 2 of the Hellions did actually get blocked down there. So there's a few A moves in there that you guys might not have picked up on. So whenever the Hellions are on top of your face, you've got to pull probes to try and slow them down. So like here, when he starts going this way, I just grab these probes and I A-move them. So you're going to see, I grab these probes and A-move them. They actually do a lot. You might not think they do, but look, they actually block 2 of the Hellions. Which is actually pretty massive, because then their attacks are all split on different probes. So he ends up killing like, I don't know, 6 probes here or something, right? I've only lost 8 units this game, and I lost a scouting probe already, so I think I lost 7 probes. That's pretty insane. And I've got a 3rd base coming up, so it's actually not bad because I can chrono probes through this. So the power of having a fast 3rd is you can recover economy insanely fast, right? Now the problem I'm also having is now he's got Cloaked Banshees. So he said, look, you've got 2 bases, far away locations, hard to defend, can't defend with a wall off. Hellions will be great. Also, guess what? You're probably going to want to be greedy. You're not going to want to get detection. Let's get the Banshee. So I could have either got the Forge earlier and built a safety cannon in each mineral line, or I think what I would do next time, if I do end up getting blocked like this... Oh, Jesus. Here. Is after that first Stalker, I think I would actually try to rush a Sentry out. Because I think the scariest attacks are probably going to hit me, whether it be a Hellion run by, a quick Widowmine drop. It's going to hit me before Blinker's done anyway. So I think just going Stalker, then Sentry. So it's Stalker, Twilight, Sentry, then Blink with the gas is actually... Obviously this would cost me 50 more gas. A Stalker instead of a Sentry coming out as the second unit. So this guy here. So I'd be 50 gas shorter on this. In this case, I actually got second Stalker even before my Twilight. So my Twilight was super late this game. But obviously just getting units out to defend both mineral lines is kind of more important. So it is what it is. If you get a Sentry, though, as your second gateway unit, you can hallucinate across and you should be able to go, oh, look, he's building Hellions. Oh, he's building Widowmines in a medevac. You should get an idea of what's going on. Oh, he's on 3 racks. Oh, God, okay. Just make Blink Stalkers. So I do think you probably want to have some sort of scouting in this scenario because I should have taken more damage from the Hellions and died there. And then the Banshee as well should have done probably game-ending damage, right? So let's take a look. Having shield battery in each base actually defends a Banshee not too badly, as you guys saw. But I didn't have one in the main, which is a big problem. So when this Banshee came in, if you don't already have detection, you should immediately be dropping that cannon. Now, I didn't go a Robo, and the reason is I already had a Forge about to finish. So I figured let's just put a cannon in each mineral line. We don't need to bother, right? Obviously, a Robo is nice, but luckily for me... Oh, and he did actually build 2 Banshees. Oh, that Banshee almost died to my Stalkers. I didn't even notice. So his Banshee apparently flew over my Stalkers and almost died there. Damn, if only I noticed that. I accidentally just clicked the fast forward button. That was a mistake, guys. So I just ran the probes off this base, put down a shield battery so hopefully they could go back to mine. And we were a bit slow to put down the battery and the cannon in the main base. So what do I do here? I do a lot of like run away and then go back to mining. Like I'll do stuff like that sometimes where I'll be like run there and then shift click back in the minerals. Basically, I just want the Banshee to spend more time running around rather than actually shooting. And if it changes targets a whole bunch, you can see there's lots of damaged probes down here. That gives me a higher chance of just keeping some units alive. And he does end up backing off there. Now, I try to push in the front. I'm like, hey, maybe he's just mismacroed. He built a lot of Hellions and Banshees. He might not have many units. And so my Stalkers do get a tank. And they've already killed a bunker, a few Marines. And I've only lost like 1 Stalker here, I think. 1 or 2 Stalkers. So I've actually just done a fair bit of damage. I've supply blocked my opponent, slowed him down a lot. And you can see that he's like super supply blocked. His 3rd command center is not that early or anything like that. And he doesn't even bring the Banshees back home to help. And at the end of it all, I'm down on workers, but I do have Psystorm. I've gone the Forge, Psystorm, 3rd and 4th gases. And yeah, I actually probe back up reasonably quickly and end up in a playable position. It's not good by any means. So Golden Rule, once again, scout down here at a minute. And let's actually go over this Engineering Bay block scenario one more time, because he actually did something really weird, which is he went for such a late Engineering Bay block. And, well, if I'm saying check here at a minute, you come down a minute, minute and 5, minute 8 seconds, and he's coming in only at like a minute 12, you might miss this. So this is actually like a weird eBay timing that counters the person that checks at the normal timing. And I don't know if that's on purpose or he's messed it up. But if I've just gone back into my main base, like a lot of people would, to go build the Cybercore, then come back to build the Nexus, he will actually get the Engineering Bay block down. So that's kind of cute. It's kind of cute to come in with a delayed eBay block. I don't mind it. Maybe it's on purpose. And I don't really have an answer for that, other than, obviously, in this game, I should have seen the SCV coming. Now, if I saw that SCV coming across the map, how do we react? We send a probe down here immediately to intercept that SCV and start attacking it. And once the eBay block goes down, we pull 3 more probes, keep probing, build a second pylon, and basically just clear it with the probes. Obviously, targeting the SCV is the highest priority. Cool. Let's go to the mid game now and take a little look-see. He should have won the game with his first big push, but thankfully he did what a lot of Terrans do, and that is he shoved into Psystorm. So he didn't know where my bases were, and he just kind of grabbed his army, one big lump, and just shoved it in. Whereas what he could have done, 2 Banshees could have come in the main. All I've got is a cannon. He could hold position up here, 4 Stalkers up here, rotate around, hit the natural from down here out of cannon range. I don't have an observer. So those Banshees could have been doing that. He could have been trying to Widow Mine drop, though cannon and battery in each base does make that hard. But even just like little bio squads running around cleaning things up. And most importantly, just kind of have Marines stimming ahead to track where my army is, because he has no idea what he's walking into. And this is really unfortunate, because this should have been a very easy victory for him with this push. He scans ahead, sees the 4th base, but without any situational awareness on the flanks, whereas I've been seeing him with my Zealot spotters, with, you know, all this sort of stuff. We just get an insanely good fight here that puts us right back in the game. So if you can hide your High Templar and catch them moving across the map, that's the trick with High Templar. You don't want to sit back at your base. You want to come from a flank. You want to come from the side, if possible, and you want to catch them clumped up when they're moving across the map. Once he's pre-spread, Storm's not going to do that much. If he spread this army out, if he just sieged his tanks here, spread his bio out, and just creeped forward bit by bit, I'm going to have a real big struggle, because he's got a lot of Widow Mine bio, which means Zealots aren't that great. And he's got 3 tanks, which zones out everything as well. So this is a really hard situation for me. I mean, this was just absolutely devastating.
I'm a week into my first time playing Versus and I went right to silver, quickly working my way to gold, and it's thanks to your advice. Love the content. Thumbs up.
Straight to gold? Hey, thank you, Houdini. Well played, mate. Congrats on getting straight all the way up to Gold League almost immediately. So could I have just counterattacked and killed him here, I wonder? Well, here I don't really... No, here I definitely couldn't. Here I actually definitely couldn't kill him, because what have I got, guys? I've got like 8 Zealots and 3 Stalkers and no Psystorm. Definitely needed to get these Observers out nice and quickly, though. And he was indeed taking a corner 4th. Very cute there. Trying to just sneak that one up on me. But yeah, so okay, so we're back in the game, and at this point I've got pylons on the edges, so I'll spot drops that way. I've got a cannon and a battery in each base, which is enough to defend a single drop. This is really important. And we then go triple Robo Bay. Now if you're a bit more broke, if you're better at spending your money, you can always go second Robo. I go for literally second and third Robo, because I think triple Robo gives you so much survivability. If you're prone to making a lot more mistakes in PvT, having the third Robo, you lose a big fight, you can bam, pump out 3 and then 6 disruptors in the blink of an eye with Chrono Boost, which is really nice. So I start sending a Zealot counterattack across the map to go clean up any bases on the left side. And I'm just kind of like trying to zone here. Now I didn't really get a chance to use my my Prism much, and that's because it ends up flying into Widow Mines. So it would have been great if I rebuilt that. The problem that happened in this game is because I was so behind, I kind of had to go straight to the next stage. So we didn't really get to hang out on the Storm Drop for a very long time and show you guys how to use it. So we probe up the 4th base. The minerals are the most important for this base. And obviously getting past the initial 8 gateways up to 9, 10, 12, 13 gateways. Getting a bit more gateway production is huge. We also had the 2nd Forge, and then the DT Shrine is the final icing on top of the cake. Obviously, because he's building so many Widow Mines, I should have been building even more Observers and already starting to spread them across the map at this point. I'm very light on map vision and that sort of stuff. I also should have been sending Zealots into his 3rd, just because there's a Sensor Tower. I was a bit pedantic about that. You got to remember, you can kill the Sensor Tower. You run 8 Zealots in, kill the Sensor Tower, run away. You know it's always an Orbital Command Center on their 3rd. If it's not, your opponent's done so much damage to themselves by building a planetary there that it's really bad for them. So yeah, even running 1 or 2 Zealots in here at a time is so massive. It's huge. Oh, Nexus does go down. Bio takes down the pylon. Maxan says, mathematically, you're still behind if Terran completes 30% of the NG Bay before your probes start attacking it. What do you mean by mathematically, though? Because I think a lot of the time when people do maths in StarCraft, they do it wrong. So, got to be careful on that one. Because if you're just talking about probe lost mining time, or are you trying to calculate delayed Nexus timing and engineering bay opportunity cost as well? You lose over 150 minerals in mining time. I don't think the mineral investment is the most important part of it. Like most things in StarCraft. Same with a pylon block, right? You could say a pylon block only costs 25 minerals, right? Plus whatever you lose from sending a probe across the map. But I think that's not actually accurate, because if you think about it, it's actually the delay on your Nexus is kind of the bigger thing. But it's also the 150 minerals does delay their command center. Now, the reason it doesn't matter too much usually, right, is because, well, they're not usually planning to go quick expansion, right? Usually they want to go quick factory. We can come back and talk about the mid to late game in a sec, guys. Oh my god, replay. It's refusing to jump. Come on. Because normally eBay works if you're planning to go factory before command center anyway, which I don't think he did this game. So he does delay his command center a good almost 40 seconds. So it's a very big delay on his command center. That's actually really big from building the engineering bay block, right? So my Nexus is delayed like, I mean, obviously I had to go call before Nexus. So we could say 45 seconds, 50 seconds. His command center is delayed about 40 seconds as well. Yeah, so normally with this build, I feel like it's best if they go factory then into command center. I think that's like the cleanest way of doing it, because if you want to go factory before command center, you have extra minerals sitting around anyway, which is why engineering bay block just squeezes so nicely into that build. It's not that this is a bad build order. It's just one which I think doesn't line up as beautifully as the other one. In pure mineral costs, the Terran is ahead. He does have to send an SCV across the map a lot earlier though as well. I don't know how much that's worth. Yeah. It's definitely not a bad strategy, and to be fair, I think in eBay block and any disruptive strategy, there's the intangible benefits, the things that are hard to account for, like you've got to account for the fact that the person's build is thrown off. Like pylon block, even building a pylon to block their reactor going down is going to be such an advantage against 99% of the StarCraft player base. Anything that blocks your opponent from doing what they want to do, disrupts their rhythm and their flow, is going to fuck with them really badly. So the power of building a pylon there, building a pylon here just to force them to build their command center that they have to then lift, all of this creates disruptions in their normal rhythm, and it leads to a flow on of more mistakes. So yeah, obviously, like I with the eBay block, I don't play against it much. I haven't done the math on it. I don't really know how it counts, how the numbers work out. But yeah, essentially you want to kill that SCV as quickly as possible. And that's why if you don't already have one probe down there attacking the SCV, it's really super duper rough for you. Because if they get even 10-15 seconds built without you even damaging the SCV, it means it's going to get to basically 80% plus complete every time, and that's really bad. Anyways, let's go up to those later stages, and let's talk about a few of the problems that I ran into. And there was many problems that I ran into in this game, because this got chaotic. So number one, I didn't have enough observers out there early. I finally start setting some up. But you guys are going to notice, check this out. He kept putting widow mines everywhere. Now, Oracle's the best way to detect those. Observers are okay, but as soon as I started noticing these widow mines everywhere, guys, we should have been building gravitic boosters. Observer speed would have made cleaning these up much easier. Because I didn't have that, there was a lot of stumbling around, waiting for observers to catch up to my army, losing observers here and there. It's really, really, really bad. Long story short is you shouldn't let Terran's NG Bay block you, says Maxan. I mean, you can't really stop them from NG Bay blocking you, but yeah, it's a very, very, you mean just like, make sure you have the probe there. Yeah. Definitely sending the probe at a minute doesn't cost you too much. It does not cost you too much. You never stared at a drop for too long, and that's how you stayed in the game. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely a big thing. So, I always knew that when there was a drop here, there'd be another attack coming in on the other side. So notice how I'm already sending units to the right side, because I knew this would be coming in here. So we're always maintaining a bit of a split on our units. And the thing is, I actually think I did a really bad job of it this game, guys. I think I did a terrible job of stabilizing and getting on top of it. And I think part of it's just because I'm not as familiar with using Psystorm. Because I've been playing mostly disruptive transitions off Zealot Stalker and Colossus, but yeah. You shouldn't send the probe back at all, just leave it on the natural. Ah, that's a decent idea. If people, I mean, the thing is, I've never seen anyone do the delayed engineering bay block. So if you're always keeping your probe down there because of 1 in 43 PVTs where the guy does it late eBay block, then that makes no sense, Maxan. That's really bad. If we're doing this by the numbers, that makes no sense, right? If it happens 1 in 5 of your games, sure. But I doubt it's even 1 in 5. Right? I don't know what the actual numbers would be, but I've literally never seen someone start an engineering bay at a minute 20. Whatever you guys MMR is on the ladder, maybe you run into people that do all sorts of different timings on it, and it makes more sense. So if you're like, no, I have a guy who does it at 45 seconds, all the way through to a minute 30, like there's all sorts of crazy eBay block timings I run into, then it makes sense to leave the probe there. But I wouldn't do it until I actually see more people do what Aura did. And I'm still not convinced Aura did this on purpose. I think Aura just sent the SCV across the map a bit late. So that's why I wouldn't really adapt to it. All right, so I think one of the big things that hurt me in this game, guys, is trying to take this base and then this base up here. I think if I instead just took this base and then maybe this middle base, it would have been a bit easier. But because I tried to get this base and didn't secure this area, this was a crucial losing point in this game for me. And it potentially could have lost me the entire game. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if I can take control of this base, I just need to defend this area, this flank. Medivacs can't get past, and it protects this base. And it protects this base. But because I lost control of this base, when I moved out to take the 5th up here, it lost me control of the most crucial area of the entire map, right? And now he has a triangle to work. He can drop here, drop here, drop here. Drop here, drop here, drop here. And this caused me bloody nightmares. It was so annoying. So you've got to remember that if you are going to expand in front of your main to the triangle and then out here, getting control of this area and even building an extra 2 cannons on the edge to stop liberators and drops going past, totally worthwhile decision. If you've got a pylon there, maybe you can just warp in stalkers reactively, but definitely something to do. Yeah. Sometimes you run into a patch of Terran players on the ladder that go for blocks of eBay at a time. You had a week of engineering bay blocks and you bothered, yeah. yeah, that's always the way on ladder. And then you'll have like 3 months where no one remembers how to do it, right? All right, so at this point, my army gets really complicated and convoluted, guys. And this is a bit of a problem. Now, I've got a bit more map vision at this point, and I'm constantly just rebuild next site and keep doing things. So the big philosophy as the game gets later in PvT, especially if you're behind, is if you keep doing everything, then you will not lose. The one way you lose is if you go, oh, I could die. I need to just build zealots. I need to stop probing. Never stop probing. I'm at 69, so I'm pausing probes here, but in general, don't stop probing. Don't stop building bases. Even if you're not sure if you can control them, build a base, build another base. Build a base here, build a base here. Take 2 bases at once. Go for double forge upgrades. Make a DT shrine, and then just click DTs into their bases. And keep making disruptors. And High Templar if you want to use both. Usually I'd advise most players stick to 1 splash damage unit. The important thing here is that we have one that's a priority unit, and it gets its own control group, and the other one just goes in with my army. And I don't use sentries from this point onwards, because then I'd have to tab to use the secondary splash damage. Okay? So, for me, even though Guardian Shield would be amazing, it's just, for me, I'm like, ugh, I'm just focusing, you know, I'm already at the limits of my APM and mental focus, right? I don't play this stage of the game that much. But I think I should have swapped to the Disruptors being the primary spellcaster, because that you want to throw the shot forward and make sure you don't get hit in return. Throw the shot forward. Whereas the Storm, it's just, oh, we're in a fight. Just throw some Storms down. So I feel like the Disruptors need a little bit more micro and control and finesse. So I do usually prefer to have the Disruptors on there. However, if he's on Mass Viking, Raven, Lib, suddenly Storms and feedbacks might be more important. And I might go back to the High Templar. So this is kind of a priority thing. And I mentioned in the game, hey, I'm putting my Disruptors on this at like the 18-20 minute mark. Much later than I should have done that. So we're trying to get out here. Now, another thing, guys, is you're going to have to split your army. And especially if there's Widow Mines everywhere, you need to keep detection. But check this out, guys. I've got Observer in here. So what do? I try to not have my Observers on my hotkey. And I try to just right-click it on a Disruptor or a High Templar or a Colossus. And then there's these other Observers that I'll set up in Pervert mode and shuffle around. But at some point, if he splits his army up, which I know he's going to do, I've got another control group of units. I think it's on 0 right now. But that I can make, and it's always got to have an observer with it as well. And I got to be really careful that when I'm attacking, I might need to manually pull those observers back so they don't just run into Widow Mines. I lost about 36 observers this game, and it was really, really nasty. So you can see here, I do have an observer there, but it's kind of awkward because it's just, I'm like, oh, what's he doing? Where is his army at? But the thing is, right? So even if you're ever outnumbered on one side, you just want to pull back. I'm just making up a number. I don't actually know how many observers. It felt like 36. You always want to pull back and use splash damage. Pull back. You can always buy time with Storm and especially with Disruptors because they can't be EMP'd. So you always want to pull back, splash damage, pull back, splash damage. Whenever you're in a dire situation, and never stop doing Zealot run-bys and Dark Templar run-bys because that's really hard for your opponent to deal with. This was not a good Zealot run-by. You get big bonus points if when you run in with a Zealot run-by, you just glance at it, and if you see they've got a shitload of units at their rally, you just pull it back, maybe split it into their base a little bit, into their mineral lines, but you should not ever, thank you, Widow Mines, look at this. Ooh, yeah, thank you, Widow Mines. You should never be just running in your zealots into them and throwing them away. If you just pull them back, force them to stim and micro, it panics them, freaks them out, you can bring them back later. That's really powerful. Also, if I did that with a warp prism on this left flank, or right flank, sorry, I could have got in the back here. Could have gone past this turret, sieged up, and started warping zealots and DTs in the main. Would have been awesome. Zealots much cheaper than DTs, so when in doubt, focus on those. Alright. So you'll notice I'm always building the disruptors, even here, and I'm rebuilding the probes, and I've got the 3-3 upgrades, and I'm just trying to get organized and get a defense together. But I mean, what is my army, guys? I have 3 disruptors, 2 immortals, a Dark Templar, 6 High Templar. Like, I am so screwed at this point. And when I can't fight, I just run the probes away and say, please walk into my splash damage. Run away, please walk into my splash damage. I got some Dark Templar out that were meant to ambush this push. When he came back in, we didn't quite get it off. It is what it is. Apparently that storm missed both of the libs just barely because I'm incompetent. We did a battery overcharge to heal this Nexus. Still doing great damage. The thing is, it's hard for him to utilize his advantage unless he gets up to a lot of ranged libs. And because he's not using ghosts either, the storm is incredibly deadly. So he was being very annoying. We just kept warping in zealots everywhere. We tried to use a recall here. He did get rid of the DT shrine. He stormed our own probes and stalkers because I'm pro. He gets back down here, does some more damage. This is not good handling, guys. This is not good handling. I did not get observer speed in this game. As I said, the moment at like 10, 11, 12 minutes, I should have already known, hey, he's building lots of Widow Mines. Let's get observer speed. And getting a few Colossus would have been great as well. Someone was saying, hey, why would you go Colossus against someone who's Marauder heavy? Because you always build Colossus. Colossus have 9 range. They outrange the entire Terran army, so they can shoot, pull back, shoot, pull back, shoot, pull back. They'll roast Marines. They'll roast Widow Mines, which are also light units from out of range, really far away, which other units struggle to do without walking to range. And they just sustain damage. Now, I'm not a player who's going to go 6 or 8 Colossus like some people will. I'll go 3 or 4 Colossus, right? And the idea is, hey, now you need to build Vikings. Bam, I got 1 Psystorm on your Vikings, they're all dead. And it's really hard for the Terran to balance, just the right amount of Vikings to deal with the Colossus and not overcommit. If they build 18 Vikings, you got 3 Colossus, you didn't even care about losing your Colossus. You've already won that trade because those Vikings are nearly worthless outside of their job at countering the Colossus. So Colossus are just this incredible, reliable ranged unit. Now guys, if anyone ever just leaves Widow Mines, always send an Observer and a bunch of Stalkers. This is dangerous because he could just scan and kill the Observer. So the Observer should actually be standing up here, out of range of the Widow Mines. Small little tippity tip. Now, if he comes forward like this, notice I threw that Disruptor shot far ahead. That's for 2 reasons. Number 1, I had no support, so he could have just run in and clicked on the Disruptor if I didn't do that. Number 2, it's more of a surprise. If you throw it from really far out of vision, he has less time from seeing the Disruptor until the Disruptor explodes. So it gives you more of a chance of that actually landing. I noticed that base dies, but I've given up this base. I'm like, okay, I'll take this base then, you know. Still trying to just split off this squad of units down here, which is number 1. Number 2 up here, which is this just messy hodgepodge of units. We do walk in and lose a Disruptor here. It is what it is. Throwing messy storms all over the place, but we're still at 77 probes, and this is the problem that he's running into, is he actually should have just kept split dropping. If he just kept split dropping, I'd be dead at this point, because those fights were going so well that every time he's clumped up, because he doesn't have libs or ghosts, the fights are not going well. Now he's building 4 Vikings at a time. I have 1 Colossus with a 2nd building, and he's going to go up to like 20 Vikings here. So if Aura had gone range libs, that's one way you can play without getting ghosts. That keeps your army really simple and effective. But if you're going to play pure Bio Medevac Mine, Bio Medevac Ghost, it's a very multi-pronged drop focus style. So the whole goal with that style is he should be trying to drop in here, drop Widow Mines, drop in here, drop Widow Mines, Bio, and kill stuff. You want to force small, scrappy skirmishes where the Bio can be effective. Because if he's running headlong with just Bio into Disruptors, Storm, Colossus, well, those units all counter Bio, right? So Aura, I was very lucky, did not play correctly in that regard. Aura built an awesome lead, played a fantastic early game, I was actually lucky the Banshees killed as little as they did, the Hellions killed as little as they did, despite that I was miles behind. And you see what I'm talking about with the Vikings? They've copped one Psystorm, and they're all dead. They're all dead. So those Vikings, they killed the 2 Colossus, and you know what I do? Actually, they only killed 1, because only one of them hadn't rallied the army. I immediately build 2 more Colossus when I kill the Vikings. Whereas on the other hand, if the Vikings are still alive, I'd only be building Disruptors, Immortals, things the Vikings can't fight. But the moment Vikings get killed, rebuild 2 or 3 Colossus. And then you're doing your opponent's like, God damn it, I need to build more of these. Terran players get so mad at that. But yeah. If you want to swap to a Fronton style with Terran guys, get a Fusion Core, go for 8 Range Liberators. I cannot deal with 8 Range Liberators because then I'm building Stalkers and I'm blinking forward into Lib zones up against pre-spread Bio. The Bio can just stim, stand its ground, the Libs are going to kill me. And especially if there's some more drops going around, those were the fights that were going really poorly for me and well for my opponent. I was just lucky that at some point I just kept expanding, kept getting punched in the face repeatedly. I was down on the units lost earlier, but it started to turn back in my favor. And these bases are pretty undefended. I didn't have enough money for static. I actually do now, so if I was super pro, I'd be going High Templar, Cannon, Cannon, Battery, Battery. Same thing here. Pylon, Cannon, Cannon, Battery, Battery, High Templar. Because if they run in with, say, a double or triple drop, you got a couple cannons, a couple batteries, and you drop a Psystorm, basically stops a double or triple drop on its own. You could walk in some Zealots, Recall, etc. But it's the beginnings of a defense, and how much supply does it cost you? 2 supply for 1 High Templar. So it's yet another example of one of these things which really pisses Terran players off, because Terran don't have any static other than planetaries. So, you know, and they really need the scans. So other than the planetary, how can they defend the edge of the map? Well, they can build some turrets, but turrets don't shoot down. Bunker needs Marines in it to shoot, and it's really awkward. So, but then you get, you know, the cannon, the battery, and the single High Templar, and you've got a splash damage static defense set up almost, and that really triggers Terran players. Remember, anything that players complain about of the other races, those are the things you want to really understand the power of and how to use. I don't know what B2GM means. Oh, it's in the stream title, mate. Yeah, so we do. We've done a Zerg and a Terran Bronze 2GM DRG, and now we're doing a Protoss one, and we are in the final throes of it. Crazy first game of the day. I was very lucky to have won this game. Notice I still had this squad, this other squad for dealing with double and triple drops. It's a High Templar, a couple of Archons, a couple of Zealots. Very simple army, all on one control group, right? And even the observers on the control group on my secondary army, guys, to keep it simple. And this army is meant to just run around on one side defending drops while the other army postures. Now, what I really lacked was DTs because I lost my DT shrine. Otherwise, I would have already, by this point, the moment I started having bank, what would we have done? We would have already made DT blink, made 15 Dark Templar, blink in, kill a planetary, blink in, kill a planetary, blink in, kill a planetary. It's game over. Especially if you can do that while you're threatening with your main army, as if you want to, oh, Oogie Boogie, me do push over here, DTs blink in. That's how you finish the game off. We were very slow to get to that point, and that is because our DT shrine got sniped, and the game was a total mess. And remember, it comes back to a few points early on, where things went wrong, and my philosophy was, look, I know that in any other matchup, I would probably be like, just build Zealots or just build Zerglings and survive. But in PvT, the longer the game goes, to actually make a comeback, you need to invest in a lot of splash damage and just keep doing a lot of things and not tunnel vision on anything. Just keep expanding, keep trying to throw a cannon and a battery at each base, keep building probes, keep running probes away, try to get your observers out there. And it's a lot of things to manage, but I put myself way behind and I had no control over the drops on the left side of the map at all. So I mean, we can go back and there's 15 different steps where I could adjust, fix what I did wrong there, and make it not quite so bad for myself. Old Man Slum, guys. I don't know why I've always liked Old Man Slum's name. Now, normally I'd go 13 Pylon, but we're sending that probe down a little bit too late, guys. So we're not going to be able to go for the block this game. So I'm going to show you guys a different thing we can do. Now, I don't actually know how Old Man Slum plays, but depending on how many people are 12 pulling on the ladder, and sometimes it's like less than 1 in 10 games, a very valid strategy is to skip the probe scout or do it exceptionally late. Now, in this scenario, you may just die to a 12 pull. That's totally something that could happen. So what you actually do in this scenario is you actually get the gas down before the gateway. And the reason is because you don't have scouting. Even if there was a 12 pull, you wouldn't know about it. So you wouldn't actually be able to use that gateway. at all. So there's no point getting it, so you might as well just get the gas open. So as soon as this probe comes out, and as soon as this guy gets up here, they can already mine off the gas. So, yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see what happens. Work is done, hit the road, be back in 30 minutes. See you then, mate. Alright, so we go Nexus, Cybercore, and then Scout, guys. Bronze to GM random. That's like the dumbest suggestion ever. I really can't tell if people are serious when they say this one or not. Like, you do Bronze to GM random, right? Like, what? They're like, yeah. They're like, we just want you to show us how to improve, but with zero planning, you know, because we don't like planning or putting preparation into our play. I'm like, that's so dumb, man. It's the exact same as the other 3 Bronze to GMs. You just don't know which one you're going to be doing before the game starts. That's the only difference. Alright, guys. So, looks like we got away with it. The scout goes across now. We just check, hey, did you go hatch first? Do you have a gas? And do you have a third base, right? So, we say, okay, creep's done. Sling speed on the way. I'm not sure if you're meant to be going in like this. And you see you can start the Stargate literally immediately, guys. So he's pulled off gas, yeah. And that Adept is on the way. Now this Adept is no later than a normal Adept, by the way, in case you guys are wondering. Now we did go a bit too deep with the probe, which is good to know. But yeah, let's chrono probes. And we'll go to that base and then to the other base. This guy can just rally there. Alright guys, so we're going to be doing the macro version of the build. Next PvZ, I will once again do the Hitman Nexus First build from Heart of the Swarm. We're going to try and adapt that one to Legacy and see how that goes. And yeah, look at that. Alright, so we don't quite have a chrono energy, that's fine.
Where shall we glory to the day?
So we're just going to check the work account here, guys. And we see lots of workers, and even workers popping out. So these are all signs of a normal game.
Where shall we march? Combat awaits.
Oh, so we get 2? No. So that was a bit of a mistake, as you guys can imagine.
Construct additional pylons.
Okay, first Oracle's gonna go in. Let's go, third thing, get the pylon there as well. I think that's actually okay. And do we see any drones here? We're just looking between the rallies to start, guys. And oh, that's a Spore Crawler leaving the main. So we're just gonna kill the gas drones and get out of there, not bad. We take the double gas next, and then we go straight to 4 gates, remember? We're just going to do 2 oracles this game, guys. And we've got this as well. We'll send 2 more adepts down the right side.
Glory to the Daylong.
Okay. Just once again, using that lazy hold position micro. You guys know I love the lazy control. Let's see if this guy can get some more kills as well before we finish up. Okay. Twilight and Forge. And we can just send these adepts down there. Okay, guys. Twilight Forge is there. We've got the 3rd and 4th gateway. The Robo's coming up now. We've got 4 sentries. We want to get up to 6 as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Alright, try and shade these guys in. I don't think we're really going to be able to do anything there, but we'll see.
The enemy has discovered us. Give us your command.
Okay. Now we can try and go blink that. 2 more sentries. I'll build just a zealot, just because why not? I didn't get a phoenix to get rid of the overlord, but I'm going to say that's alright for now, because I don't think it matters too much if we are... As long as we're getting these pylons everywhere, which we are. And you guys go there. Awesome. Alright, so let's just try and scout a little bit. Is that a spore or a spire? Which one is that? It's a spore, isn't it? Okay, he comes in with lings. I didn't even notice it, but that's fine because we have a shield battery, so I don't have to notice it, do I? I'm going to build a robo bay and then get a second robo there. We'll build an observer and then a warp prism. And notice we're going to the other side because we want to shoot him inside the base. Because otherwise he would have ran away. And then you can do things like, okay, let's put a cannon down, put a cannon down, put a cannon down, right? And we can also put an adept over here, because that's usually where run-bys come from. Now at this point, guys, this is where we push towards base just to scare him a little bit, right?
An Eridine Washagal. We interpret. We meet our fate.
Okay, we'll take a 4th over here. And we've got, there we go. We can go 2 Colossus, try to do that. This is obviously just a fake, guys. But we just made him make a lot of Ravager Bane, and that's kind of the important thing. Okay, we're going to send the Prism up the top. We're also going to just hallucinate Scout. We don't see a Hive, we do see a Spire though. We're going to try and take this base. Let's get +2. Do I actually have 2 Colossus building or just 1? Okay, we do have 2. Let's get Viagra for him. Probing up a little bit. Now...
The threads of fate lie bare.
Really good macro for him. Oh no! Trying to make the disruptors now. I'm gonna try and make Templar Archives and a Forge.
Mineral feed. You have not enough minerals.
And that should be it. Okay, so we want to try and push that right side of the map, which means this guy probably wants to run over here as well and join up with us.
I live on.
Let's try and get these guys here. And you guys can all go there.
Naja Khan.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, let's get charge.
Mineral field. Your probes are under attack.
Okay, let's keep building these guys.
The merging is complete.
Oh, hello.
Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Your probes are under attack. Research complete.
I'm here in the shadows.
Okay,
You have not enough minerals.
let's make a fleet beacon.
Not enough minerals.
He's still making mass units, so it doesn't look like he's actually committing to these things. So I kind of want to just go storm. So what we're going to do is we're going to take just a few guys over there.
My man!
Hello.
Glorious combat is upon us.
Your probes are under attack.
Okay. So we're just trying to spread versus the guys. Whew. So because his army is a bit of a meat cleaver army, guys, I figured we could just do it this way and we should be okay. As long as we just keep getting upgrades, and if we had Psystorm here, that'd be huge as well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and poke a little bit. We're gonna focus on the High Templar as the main splash damage now. Prism's gonna go to the bottom right. We're gonna put some observers out. Obviously, we want to get air weapon upgrades as well and try to get like carriers, just because I feel like he's building such an inefficient army.
Upgrade complete.
I don't know if he's going to be building ultras or what, but I'm basically saying, hey, we can just get up to like a good economy and carriers. It feels like my opponent isn't really going to be the guy who's, you know, making the
Our pylon is under attack. You have not enough minerals. We embrace the glory of battle. Your brothers are under attack. We embrace the glory of battle.
Yeah, he's still making Massling Bane. Okay, cool. So we've got some High Templar now. We've got a pretty good army. What we're going to do is we're going to start making carriers and plasma shields. And I think, what's our economy now? 71 probes? Okay. So yeah, he's running down there. I'm going to also send just a squad of stalkers over on this side. And even these guys.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah. So I figured, you know, he's going to try and just pick me apart a little bit.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can get the sneaky ball on him here. He's not really watching right now. That's why I'm like, maybe we can. Yeah. And he is actually going for
Mineral field.
all of that. So let's go. Okay, what we're going to do is we'll make an Archon, 2 Archons here to help sit in front of that. Oh damn, I got depowered, eh? But turns out pulling into a corner pretty good, guys. So pulled into the corner, which was pretty nice. Okay. Okay. Let's try and get 2 more carriers. We will keep getting armor upgrades, attack upgrades, armor upgrades, everything, like the whole shebang. Because I just think it's a really important part of making sure that you can actually win in these late game scenarios. I want to get a DT shrine as well. And yeah. So he's trying to get in there and, you know, depower all of this stuff, but you can see that as annoying as all of that can be, I think, have we got any more observers, by the way? You can go there and get one over on that side as well. I think we can do some good damage. Alright, so our gateway count's really low. That's the other thing we'd like to address, so we get a bunch more gateways. How many immortals do we have right now, by the way? It looks like not that many, so definitely getting a few more robos is a big option as well for us. And we're going to try and take all this stuff. So notice we're trying to pull back. We're just trying to make those Zerglings clump up. And that's where we get the big splash damage. So there we go. More Zealots and Archons. Going to trade real nice there. And I think we got a few more carriers now as well. So yeah. So here we go.
I return to serve.
If we can just get a few more of these out, that'd be good. So I don't know what we're going up against, guys. I think he must be making broodlords right now. Yeah. So we're gonna keep trading on that left side. Once they go broods and stuff like this, guys. Ah, he does have broods up there. Okay, never mind. Oh, his broods are here. Okay.
My man!
Upgrade complete.
Come on, dude.
Done.
Alright, we're gonna make some prisms. These guys are gonna go in. So we're gonna run this Colossus in here and just try and shift click the drones down. Meanwhile, these guys are gonna go after the tech. And the drones. Okay. What do we got? Broodlords on their own? Oh yeah, we got Broodlords on their own. Okay, yeah, we got him. Beautiful. Alright, that should be great. So what we want to do is just move your economy to the left side of the map here. And that should be game. Yeah. Okay, you guys can go for the Ultra Cavern as well. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, he doesn't have anything that shoots up, right? I don't think. He might. Let's get a whole bunch of High Templar already. Let's see. Oh, no, no, no. He's got Corruptors. Okay. 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 I don't think it really matters, of course, because yeah. So what you want to do is just pull your army back. You don't want to lose this base no matter what, right? That's the whole trick. Fortunately, we can't really take that base. Obviously, if you kill that, there's no way he can rebuild. We're going to make some Archons. So what we're going to do, lots of High Templar with Storm, lots of Void Rays. You just make enough Void Rays here to overwhelm the Corruptors and you should be good. And that'll do. Yeah. Cool. That game got real weird. Holy shit, dude. So my opponent had a big economy, lots of production. Oh, no upgrades. Not a single melee or carapace upgrade or range upgrade. Oh, man. Ooh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. 20 minutes in? Seriously? Anyways, so my opponent actually did play quite aggressive and did some really good stuff. Old Man Slum played really well in some regards. But I think what we see here is that if I was aggressive into this player, guys, I would have got stomped. They have 13 Ravagers, mass Banelings, Zerglings, 82 drone economy. They can remax at will. But I think if we look at this game on the grand scheme of things, my opponent waited too long to attack. And maybe that's partially because I scared them with my Stalker Sentry move out. And I think that's what happened. So let's talk about the Sentry Stalker move out. Something we touched on a few games ago. Technically, it was last week if you're watching live. But this Stalker Sentry move out is actually really crucial. And I actually did it pretty late. You can do it earlier than this. But the idea here is a lot of people will have their Spire finishing at the 7 to 8 minute mark. And if you move out and scare them, they might be in a state at this point where if we look, what have they got? 6 Roaches, 4 Banelings, lots of workers. often you can scare them from droning this fourth. Old Man Slum droned this fourth insanely early, right? Super greedy Zerg player. Fair enough. You do what you do. But you can, number one, force them to build roaches and Zerglings rather than drones, okay? Number one. What else can we achieve by moving out with this? We can also, if they're banking up money for mutas, well, they're going to freak out. And if they respect this push at all, when we push forward here, what they should do is they should be building all their gas into Ravagers. As we see, 6 Ravagers. That's 6 less mutas they can build, or 5 less, I guess, if we want to be technical. And they're making shitloads more Zerglings. Probably should be making more Roaches as well, usually, rather than Lings here. And then look at this. What did I do, guys? I literally kill the Creep Tumor, kill 2 Overlords, and I just go home. It's the weakest pressure ever. But if he wasn't supply blocked, he probably also would have been building even more Roaches this whole time. The important thing is just don't get surrounded. Use your Revelation or your Observer or Hallucinated Phoenix to make sure you don't get surrounded. You don't actually want to fight with this army. You just want to scare the Zerg a little bit. If you can slow down the creep, that's nice. Force a lot of gas into Ravagers. Away from things like, I'm building 20 mutas all at once at the 8-minute mark, right? So this is the kind of goal of putting some sort of pressure onto a Zerg player. Really very useful thing, but you do need to be scouting. If I saw a billion Roaches and Lings running around the map, I obviously wouldn't have moved out with my Stalker Sentry because he's already building lots of Roaches, Ravagers, Zerglings. Going out there is just going to give him the fight that he's looking for, right? But if I don't see any of that, I'm going to push out, scare him a little bit, and then just go home. And then wait for, of course, the 2 Colossus, a couple Disruptors, and we're going to go for our proper push. We're taking a 4th, getting well set up, all this sort of stuff as well. Now, the problem my opponent has here is that, as I said, he just basically maxes out and sits on 4,000 resources without trading. And that just gives me enough time to get up all the pieces I need. And I saw the Spire, and I see Ling Bane Ravager. So I'm kind of thinking, well, Archons are good versus all these units. So I added Templar Archives earlier than I normally would. Because I know, look, shit goes to all hell. Getting a few Archons in there is going to be insanely efficient, especially in front of Colossus and stuff. And this should be really nice. Have we got the weekly question of why you control group your gateways? No. Oh, you're just talking about why wouldn't Blizzard make like a lot of buildings just auto hotkey? Well, a lot of StarCraft players would have rebelled at the game kind of playing itself for you. You know, but definitely the modern age, it's something where more and more people are like, yeah, let the game play for me. Personally, I enjoy, you know, lots of different tasks in games that need to be done, and I don't really mind. I think it's part of the game and the attention and organization you put into it, right? It's like, hey, what system are you going to set up for yourself? Obviously, in terms of accessibility, it makes perfect sense. Just hotkey things automatically for players, and then they can use their own custom ones that are better if they want to go super advanced. Yeah.
I live on.
You can say that because you're not the one getting stomped on stream. Said KYC. The viewers can be a bit more sympathetic. Obviously, I was joking. I don't actually want to kick people out of the game. I don't know if the sarcasm was missed on you, mate. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a... I'm not actually wanting to kick people out of the game, mate. I'm not actually wanting to do that. Yeah. No. That was a joke.
Thank you for doing this amazing content. Much love from Denmark.
It was, to a viewer, not to me. Good. I was like, just in case that one got missed. Thank you so much, Wally, for the $5 tip. Amazing content. Thanks from Denmark. Thank you for watching, mate. So notice how, what do we do versus mutas, guys? We get cannons and batteries down. And because I thought he might mass mutas, I actually built a second and third cannon and a battery here as well. And I didn't have a lot of map vision, unfortunately. So if I'd actually put a few more hallucinated phoenixes out, I wouldn't have been as blindsided by this push. Now, a lot of players would panic here. What you're going to remember, guys, is Stalkers are actually legitimately broken on the defense against a Zerg that's A-moving you. You just need to be patient and just blink them back in an expanding arc, okay? Right? The other thing is you need to just run your probes away. Against this sort of attack, a Lingbane Ravager, if you leave your probes there, is always going to get value. But what do I do? Really, like, this is obviously a situation I didn't see coming. I have to react really quickly. And people are always like, Pig, but I can't react that fast. I already answered that question. For the one guy that can't put 2 and 2 together when there's literally consecutive... Man, I'm being so irritable today. Jesus. Consecutive explanations. in the mid game, and same when you're pushing, same when you're defending, use those hallucinations. There's a reason why we have 6 energies. I'm kind of joking and kind of not. I don't know why. I'm going to go make another coffee in a second, guys, because apparently I need a bit more caffeine so I can talk a little bit more. I slept really well last night, but for whatever reason, I'm just like, I'm going to be a bit snotty. We should have had a Phoenix patrolling here and a Phoenix patrolling over here, right? And you can, or even just click it out there, right? Just click those hallucinated Phoenixes out. If you see where this stuff's coming from, you don't have to react as quickly. But if you watch my view, I try to get up there, try to get in front of those mutas. And then I realized, oh shit, I really thought his main army was going to hit the left and his mutas would hit the right. That's why I was split like this, right? Otherwise I would have reversed the split if I knew what was going on. But we barely grabbed those probes from the 3rd, get them out. We pulled the probes back from the 4th. Because we were busy doing that, I didn't force field properly, but I still kept back enough. I kept back enough banelings there. So all I did was emergency force field, spread the units. I don't know what a keycap profile is, Mintellect. Not sure what that is. Keycap profile? Linear or tactile switches? Browns. I like brown switches. Don't know which ones those are. Brown's best for RTS because you're double tapping the keys all the time. Who pissed in your Cheerios? Actually, that's probably... Oh, you know what? I didn't have any oats. I ran out of oats this morning as well. So I ate this cereal that Dot bought, and it's one of these, like, it's got fiber in it. It's healthy, but it's not. It's just, like, it's got those little clusters of sugar and shitty puffed up grains and stuff. It's shit. I'm like, I need my oats, man. I need my oats to have a good day. So anyway, so we managed to defend there quite well if you look at the units lost tab. But I did lose some economy. So what am I doing, guys? We're probing back up, which I could have done a bit harder. I should have been probing off all my Nexi here. I was a bit slow to do it. And just using recalls, moving around, trying to defend where we can. And the trick here, guys, is I'm very much now at a cross point where it's like I could counter push and shove with just Storm, make Archons, go, 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 go. Especially if I have a Warp Prism, which I do. I could have shoved and counter pushed. But because I knew my opponent had a lot of the map, I knew he could remax, and I wanted... instead to play the compositional game, the efficient game, right? So I was like, look, I don't know what army he's going for. I'm going to need to be, I need to scout. I need to be ready to go Immortals if he's going Ultras. And I'm going to get double Forge upgrades, which is just going to make me way more efficient than him in the long term. I didn't realize he was going double Evo Chamber, which makes it even worse. So we're just kind of defending here, defending. You could see I held position with my probes to stop him surrounding the cannon. The power of just having a cannon in each of those mineral lands once you're on 3 base. So good versus Ling Run base. And I'm kind of like, look, I don't really want to be building any more Stalkers, okay? Stalkers are pretty trash units, so I want Archons to deal with Lings and Banes. I want Immortals to deal with Ultras. I got plenty of Stalkers already to deal with Broodlords. Just keep a good pack of High Templar. And because he's gone Spire, I'm like, maybe he Masters Mutas. Maybe he goes Broodlords. Should probably get 3 Stargates, and I'm not a big Skytoss player. That's going to be just to build a couple of carriers. Couple carriers to make things complicated for him. Maybe to do a Void Ray swap if we have to, if it makes sense. But I'm not a big Skytoss guy. For me, it's just there to try and get my opponent to build a whole lot of Corruptors. So unfortunately, the Banelings were able to walk through there. Didn't have enough space to get my High Templar back. But this was obviously a very important fight. And we actually dodged most of those Biles. And that was actually really crucial. I'm trying to make more Archons on the left side. Sadly, my battery overcharge did get depowered. That's why I do try to build backup pylons wherever possible. But yeah, we managed to just barely hang on there and survive. And that was very important because yet again, look at the units lost tab, guys. And how many probes did I actually lose? Still at 77. So it's all good. 9,000 resources lost more. And I'm like, cool, he's on Ultras, keep building Immortals, right? So I'm going to start chronoing those Immortals. I should already be building them. Kind of surprised I'm not building them right now. I think I must have queued them when I didn't have enough money. And I'm continuing the upgrades because I'm choosing the defensive stance. I'm not going for any counterattacks here. And I think part of the reason I did this and played this sort of sponge Protoss is I think something on a minute level made me realize that this Zerg didn't really have a long-term game plan. And I think it's because I kept seeing Mass Ravager, Mass Baneling. I saw a handful of Mutas, but not a big commitment to them. I just didn't see anything that scary. And even the late game transition is just Ultras, right? So to me, it doesn't feel like my opponent's the sort of Zerg that's going to be comfortable getting Broodlords and Festers out and playing a really technical late game. I kind of feel like my opponent's going to... They're kind of going to do like a, me make big club, me try smash. And if I can just see what that club is, counter it, dodge out of the way, cut him in the Achilles heel, as I pirouette past him. It's going to be a very clean and efficient game. So, you know, you can sometimes get a feeling for when a Zerg player really feels like they need to force the victory. Here we saw that good defensive stutter step against the Zerglings. And notice if you have a few Archons and a few Zealots, it's very efficient versus Zerglings, whereas if they have, say, 3-3 Cracklings, they annihilate Zealots really, really well. Yeah.
I return to serve.
The skinny ultras, yeah, the Brood War ultra skin is kind of hilarious. It's great, dude. Fucking fuels me, says A-Pop. It's crazy, man. It's just one of those things, man. It's like, normally I give warnings, but yeah, I don't know. Like, everyone was like, okay, stop talking about it, let's keep moving, you know, that sort of stuff. And I was like, nope. Half a banana with your normal amount of creamer. I don't know what creamer is. Do we have creamer in Australia, guys? I always hear Americans talk about creamer. I don't think we have that. We'll use it. Top your coffee. Look at that. Aussies, what's creamer? Because it's not real cream, right? It's like fake cream. And once we see the Broodlords, we just commit more and more to the Zealot run-bys and the multi-prong. What I didn't realize, guys, is if I realized the upgrade situation, I would have taken these Stalkers and I would have said, yeah, that's 12 Stalkers, doesn't look scary. I'd be confident in this beating 14 Broodlords. I'm not even kidding you. Like, literally, these Stalkers, guys, they have 3 armor. His Broodlings are going to do 1 damage a hit. They're not going to kill the Stalkers. The Broodlords only do 22 damage a shot. He's not even going to one-shot a Stalker with his first Broodlord volley. So you literally run forward, you let him do his first shot. Now, this is a trick against Broodlords, guys. You let them do the first shot on your Stalkers. So all the Broodlings are over here, then you blink forward. And all the Broodlings are like, where'd they go? And they're like scurrying after your Stalkers. And you just click you click the Broodlord, move forward, click a Broodlord, move forward. And by the time you get fully surrounded by Broodlings, you should be able to blink forward again and just kill all of them. If there's no support with the Broodlords, they're screwed. If there is support, you'll need a lot of Psystorm on the ground and maybe some Colossus Archon to like cleanse the Broodlings and the Lings and Banes at the same time. What are your favorite type of M&Ms? There's literally no difference between different type of M&Ms, is there, guys? Pretty sure they're identical, aren't they? Isn't it just different coloring? That's literally a food where it's exactly the same, isn't it? I literally just drink coffee as caffeine, guys. I just do it that way. Yeah, peanut M&Ms are pretty great. But I assume we're talking about the regular ones. Crispy's good. I had some fudge M&Ms the other day. They were all right. What psychopath says different color M&Ms are the same? They actually are though, right? You literally have a different colored shell on it, right? This is not like different colored snakes or something like that, man. Yeah. So anyway, obviously because we're playing a bit more of a reflexive defensive style here to show you guys more stages of the game, maybe we could have done a big push when those mutas were first coming out at like the 10-minute mark, right? Instead of being a bit more defensive. The 9-10 minute mark, maybe we could have gone and fought our opponent. But because of the mass Ravager Bane commitment, good creep spread, it was always going to be very dicey. So to summarize, with this defensive setup, adding the second Forge really helps round it out. Templar Archives, if they're going heavy on Banelings, Zerglings, Mutas, Archons are going to be really nice additions to this army. You can definitely get a few more Colossus as well if they're really heavy on the Ling Bane, as they do pretty well with that extra range. But yeah, good play from Old Man to... I was just kind of threatening, didn't have enough energy for recall, so I couldn't save this base. Gets a good base snipe there. And was really hoping for me to overcommit with my army so that he could flank me with Ling Ravager, but played it slow, and luckily enough, my opponent didn't really know what they were doing in the late game, didn't have a plan for it. And that's a lot of players. I regularly do the same thing where I say, I'm not going to play late game. I have no plan for late game in this matchup. I'm going to win at this point. And then if your opponent forces late game, you're like, God damn it, I don't have any upgrades or whatever. It just happens. So we're almost at 5K. I wanted to get at least 5.1K today. And who knows, maybe we'll do some quick enough games that we do get all the way through to GM. I doubt it, since it gets placed, I think, in just over an hour, and we're like over 10 games away. You need to play 30 games every 2 weeks, of course, because the season just rolled, and we've been playing more and more late game and longer strategies. That is the way it goes. Pig here, good luck, good luck, good luck. Just letting Faz know who he's playing against, so he's not blindsided. So he brings his A game. Faz is a very good Terran player. You guys have seen me play against him with my Zerg quite a bit. Usually get the better of him, but my Zerg has definitely lost more than a few maps to him. Third base, we go fourth up there, I think. Yeah, fourth up there, should be good. All right, guys, so I think what we want to do, build a gateway. Go for the scout, same as always. Now, if you want, you can scout down here first on your way across the map, and that way, if they're going for a quick proxy barracks in the really abusive spot next to your main, you can scout it. But I prefer to just get the info as quickly as possible in this game, as it's a bit more consistent. Now, don't get me wrong, I will sometimes check down here. You'll see pros check down here a lot. It just depends on the meta. So it's like, hey, if I'm running into a lot of people who are proxying there, then I'll start checking for it for a few games. And then it goes out of the meta, it's not as popular, I stop bothering checking for it. So there's a lot of those considerations at high level StarCraft where you just kind of shift around your focus a little bit based on how things have been going. Now I forgot to check for the engineering bay block. I knew there was something I forgot, guys. Alright, he's gonna get a hit on me there. Okay, we got Cybercore. Okay, now it's almost a minute 40. Notice he's done a very good job of chasing me down. So, we're not really able to delay him by very long. And we should just be able to get out of there, unless he's gone Marine before. Unless he's gone Marine first, instead of Reaper, which he has. So we lose the probe, but at least we confirm that, and that tells us we don't need to worry about an early Reaper, as well as he's gone Marine. Now, sometimes they build the Reaper after, so if you send all your gateway units across the map to attack, it is a little dangerous. Got to keep that in mind, but you can usually get away with it. So we got the Adept. We're going to rally that there to the front and then there. Notice how I always do the shift rally. It's just a good habit. So if you do end up one game with a bit of an awkward gateway positioning, you're not accidentally getting your unit trapped behind the wall or something like that. Thank you very much, Gino, for the 100 biddy. Cheer, dude. We've got a nice fresh coffee next to me, guys. So those who watched the last few games, don't worry. Emo Pig, it's almost over. I'm actually going to do a double chrono this game on probes. Often I chrono that second stalker, but I think chronoing probes is a bit more useful here. And remember, guys, we're going to try and... Oh, he's doing it, you little cheeky fudger.
Give us your command. It shall be done.
God damn, man. Did my Adept do much? Okay, we're just gonna go ahead. Now we don't want to get caught. Oh, he got us. Piece of shit. All right, guys, he's kicking my ass. All right, let's quickly chrono out. Actually, not chrono, but just build another gateway. We'll get that pylon. And we'll go out to that third base. I mean, is he really kicking my ass? I don't know. I think he killed 2 probes. And that's what we get for not chronoing the second unit, I guess? I really thought that if he goes Marine first, the second unit should still be in time to stop it. Make sure, remind me to check the replay for that, guys. I feel like I'm late on something and I didn't even notice it until after getting punished for it. And therefore it doesn't make sense in my brain. So it's one of those moments where I'm like, yeah, I clearly messed something up here, but the fact that I'm not even sure what tells me that I've misread something quite badly. So notice I ran away the guys that he'd already hit because I didn't want him to be able to actually chain that. Okay, you go there. Got the stalkers out. And what do we do, guys? We go 4 gas, Forge, and the Templar Archives, okay? Now, one thing we're struggling with is the fact that we don't really have any scouting. He could be doing a Widow Mine drop still. So let's be a little careful here, just for a bit longer, shall we? Let's put a pylon. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And let's go up to 4 gates. Okay.
Cold is the iron voice.
Ah, no blink. I was like, dude, surely we can blink this, right? Alright, Stalker's going across the map. We can go +1. And keep on building probes, trying to get those out. Get a shield battery, just because why not? And obviously we want to start Storm, but you also need to actually make the High Templar. Otherwise it's like, is this actually doing anything for you? And the latest you want to go for the Robo is when you start that, okay? Now if they push really early, the drop is not important, okay? Obviously you just want to have a few Storms available. That's what really matters. So let's get an extra pylon there, pylon here. Keep putting probes. We got 5 Stalkers at the front. We've got these guys just ready in case that drop comes back in. And I'm going to put those on a hotkey as well. And okay. And I think you're going to go 8 gateways. Probably... Can we get charge? Yeah, let's do charge straight away. Alright. I think... This is a question. So do you guys go 1, 2, 3, 4 gateways? Or do you go for the gases? And I think that all comes down to how much information you have on the situation.
My charge.
State that. Code you require my
Protoss B2GM.
we. Let our enemy know our fury.
Research complete.
So if we can feed back, that would be pretty sick. So I think he's gone to the top. No.
Upgrade complete.
And we got the Warp Prism on the way. There we go. And alright, it's looking pretty good. Gonna build a shield battery there, as well as a bunch of pylons in the main. Okay, we're gonna move back to a central location here. Meanwhile, you might be wondering, why am I warping in there? And it's because he's clearly not gonna try and shove through me, guys. So these guys are up here in the main, getting ready for that drop that we know is gonna... Gotta kind of come in there, right? We'll try to take a 4th at the same time, but we're not really expecting that much of it. We're also gonna add 1 High Templar there to try and deal with that. And... Okay.
We embrace the glory of battle.
And we'll just put 2 High Templar in there for now. Lots of Zealots. Try and get the armor up. Try and get that one. Okay. Now at this point, you just want to be warping in those Zealots non-stop. And let's try and get out some observers. Oh, I don't know when that dropped, but apparently it was a few seconds ago, because everything's already dead there. Cool. So he just killed my entire economy. That's a pretty good move, some would say. But he's not ready for his power of the 1-1 timing attack. Now, a lot of people don't realize, but Storm Drop is literally the best thing in the world. So notice I've got a 3rd hotkey for my Warp Prism here. And yeah, that's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. Oh my god. But he has 1,000 units, so he's actually fine. Ah! Ooh, he's macroing really well. It's the part of the show where you guys get to remember the fact that I have almost no experience actually doing Storm Drop. And so I'm going to make a lot of mistakes and have a lot of things to learn in this replay. Alright guys, this is where we go. Okay, this game's going longer. Okay, we're going to send all of our zealots around. Put the observer forward here. You guys all go there. And this is where we get disruptors and Colossus started. And we try and take a 5th base. Because remember the rule, guys, you always just do more. No matter how bad the situation is, you always do more. Woo! Not bad, not bad. So you always just keep doing more than you should be able to get away with in a scrappy game. Just keep following that rule. The rule of keep doing more, keep doing more. Oh my god. Okay.
Upgrade complete.
Okay. Finally getting the second forge. Where are these disruptors, dude? So I must have already thrown some of them away. I'm not really sure how. Let's get the DT shrine up. Okay, check it, check it, check it. Alright, so these High Templar are just thrown in the army group at this point. You go there, you go there. You follow an arc on. Okay. This is where we want to now start our Colossus transition. And we're going to start the second upgrade as well. So we've got 81 probes is more than we need, guys. We're just going to transfer to our 5th. And he's just killed like 3 observers somehow. We're going to try and make some Archons. Okay, so he's just managed to stumble on me there and kill my entire force. That was really unfortunate. Tiny map doesn't give you a lot of space for error. Okay. And that's going to get me back in the game, apparently. Let's try and go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's keep getting those. Alright. Let's try and make sure this goes there. You guys go here. We're just going to split up 1 High Templar on each of the extreme bases on the edges. And what are we going to do next is we're going to make sure we get Observer speed and Warp Prism speed, okay? We're going to send in a bunch of Zealots down there and 1 to the very bottom. We're going to try and get the DT Shrine up to 12 gateways. And of course, more Disruptors, more Colossus. We've got 3 Colossus, but actually continuing to chrono the Disruptors is what will keep us in the game. Alright, so he's not actually here, so we'll leave a Zealot there. These guys are going to go up here. And as we get close, so you see the Zealots are going to hit that base as our Disruptors fire. He doesn't know there's an Observer watching, so he has no idea I'm here. And this is what we call the bullshit. So wait, the Zealots go in. Now he's distracted. Ah, he reacted straight away. I needed to throw that just a second earlier, maybe.
Research complete.
Okay, we'll shuffle the Observer up to see where he's coming from. Spread the balls out. Always spread your balls out, guys. So because I've got High Templar loosely on my control group, I kind of need to be very organized in how I do that. And, okay. Take another base. Try and chrono me gateways a bit. Try and build another 4 gateways. Try and do a warp in there. We do need some more Blinky boys to actually kill the Liberator up here. I think I've only got like 5 or 6, which is not good, of course. Okay, so these guys are going to go down pretty easily. Fair enough. So what are we going to do, guys? DTs to this base, DT to that base, and we're also going to click 2 DTs up in the main. Try and kill the turret. I doubt we get it, but we'll try. Once again, we'll get the hey, you're not looking disruptor shot. And notice how we just blink the Stalkers forward to shoot the lid down. And we've just got too much splash damage, so with his army, without having a lot of range libs or something like that, remember he needed to be the one who was like dropping and all that sort of stuff, otherwise he was always going to struggle there. Now I should have pulled back a little bit earlier. As you can see. Did lose another Colossus there. But you can see these trades are obviously bullshit. And I've clicked DTs into his base. I want to show you guys that DT maneuver, guys. Right click, shift left click, right click, shift left click, right click, shift left click, right click. What did we just do? We said everybody go to the main, deselect one, just split problems up for your opponent to deal with. That's one of the best things you can do. Super bullshit. Because, and especially if they're in a low economy scrappy game, they just can't afford to deal with it, right? Because they don't have turrets everywhere, and it's the APM and the distraction which allows you to wreck their army. Because this is what it's always about, is your army does crumble. And a lot of people say, man, Protoss army's so bad, Terran army kills you. It does, don't get me wrong. But Zealot A moves and DT clicking into bases doesn't take you micro. Don't get me wrong, if you micro it a little bit, you get bonus points. But if you just queue this shit in, the Terran's chasing their own tail, and they have a lot of macro tasks to do. Remember, they don't have as many basic tasks to do as us. We don't have as many to do as them. So the thing is, they have a much more fragile army that's going to... Our army, if we're not looking at it, yes, the Disruptors and the High Templar will be useless. Everything else will fight pretty much as well as if we're not looking at it, right? Bio Ghost, on the other hand, is frigging worthless when it's not being looked at. So even if he has, say, 6 Marauders and 4 Marines, and you run 10 Zealots at it, same supply of units, or say 8 Marines, same supply of units, right? But it doesn't actually work out that way. Because your Zealots will win the fight unless he stims and stutter steps or gets in a choke point, right? So, and the Zealots are also more expendable. They don't cost any gas or anything like that. So the real trick here is to just keep queuing those things in. And if you've got the splash damage at the front, if you can go in, take a good start to a fight, right? So what did we do, right? I went Disruptor Shot, and then I went A move, control click these Stalkers, take the lib out. And then he's just got to be spreading against the balls the whole time while my army is just fighting. It's all just A moving, right? But at a certain point, I get low on balls. What do? We just run back. And if he tries to chase me, what happens when units all move in a direction? I mean, look at my army. They clump up, right? Same thing for the bio. And which means splash damage becomes super powerful. So there's a lot of poking with your main army, forcing them to react, spread, and then bam, 15 Zealots run in and do big damage. And then your main army backs off. But then they send most of their army to deal with the Zealots, and your army goes back in and starts chipping at them again. And you keep doing that over and over and over again, and it's really, really nice. Now let's go back to the start here and just take a look at his build order. How did that Reaper get in so much earlier than I was expecting it? I mean, I know it's Berlingrad and it's a tiny map, but still. Guess he just built it the moment that finished, and because I went Nexus before Cybercore, I guess this Adept is not that early, right? But is this normal? Let me check my core timing here. I think my core might be a few seconds late, maybe 2 seconds. It's not a big deal. 134. is kind of fine. And we do chrono at the moment the core finishes, right? Check. Yeah, half a second of supply block at most. That's totally fine. But I think we can see why, if you want to send the Adept across the map, definitely chronoing the Stalker out could help here. On a small map like Berlingrad especially, I built the Stalker immediately. It's only halfway done when the Reaper comes in. So hats off to him there. And I think we see why, by default, I always chrono boost that Stalker, because this guy really disrupts me here. Gets 1, 2 probes, and I think he gets a 3rd for sure. Obviously, I was a bit slow to react with my Stalker. So yeah, he gets 3 kills. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, I kill an SCV, which is not bad. I delayed that one from mining. I damaged the Hellion. It's not the end of the world, but yeah. Remember, we play very blind with this blink opening. However, we actually had a new rule I was meant to be doing in Masters 1. I've forgotten it in these last few games, so I apologize for that, guys. We are meant to be going Adept or Stalker and then straight into a Sentry after that, right? So that we could actually scout. It would delay our blink, but it would give us more scouting. So I've kind of gone back into the older version, the Masters 2, Masters 3, an earlier version of blink, and it's really, really good. Ten Zealots is 1,000 resources, 20 supply equals 20 Marines, and that's 1,000 resources. Same resources the Marines would deal with that with just 1 stim, says Maxan. So the thing is, they need to look at it to stim, and while they look at it, you've just killed half their army with disruptor shots. So the thing is, and then they stim, and then you just run your Zealots away, right? And what if they're 5 seconds late to stim? Most of the Marines are dead. The thing is, if they just stim and stand their ground, go in Unit Tester and check it out, Maxan. I'm pretty sure those Zealots are going to trade pretty darn well, unless their Marines are all in a tight chokepoint. So that's something you really want to check out. Shouldn't you go gas first if you want a Sentry? You could do that. I haven't thought about that, Arctic Fox. I asked Estrella about builds for a Sentry first. He didn't actually mention gas first. Obviously, that does delay your gateway, which means if they're doing a proxy gate, it could be a little bit of an issue, but definitely that could help out. I didn't know about that. That's a cool idea, mate. I have very little experience with Sentry first. I'm much more experienced with these builds where I play blind. I wait till 5 minutes 15, and if a Widowmine drop hasn't come in by that time, then I go across the map with the Stalkers. Now, I should have been able to kill this drop. I couldn't, and I didn't quite start a step properly because I actually thought I had blink and it kicked in just a second late. So it is what it is. GG's though. We end up getting the win in the end. I think there's always a bit of an awkward scenario here if you don't have scouting. I think if you have the hallucination scouting, I'm much more confident going, yep, cool, get the 4 gases, get the Psy Storm, get a few High Templar, and then just try to make sure you're out in front of this push so you can ambush it. Don't let it siege up on your base and pre-spread, or your High Templar aren't very useful. But if you intercept the army on the way across the map, which you could see, I didn't intercept it very far out, but I just stopped him from moving down this ramp. That's enough space for me to work with, right? So when he came here, he is like, look, if I go down that ramp, I'm getting stormed and feedback to death. And I was like, yes, you are. Please come down. I was thinking about chasing him up there, but obviously my army is very fragile, so we chose not to. GG's. Now, for those who are only tuning into this part of the show, or those who've been watching for a long time, you'll notice that this Masters 1 has been very different to pretty much the rest of Bronze to GM. I'm low-key just using it to experiment with builds that I haven't used before and teach you guys how it works while at the same time going, oh, I guess this is how it works. So there's a lot of realizations along the way, a lot of mistakes, which we get to learn from, which is fun. Does putting your units on patrol make them get the first attack in faster? Nope. Patrol just means your units are kind of covering a little bit more room, that's all. Obviously, it's like, if you're just standing still, something might just happen to go right past you, and the unit will see it, but not aggro onto it. If you're patrolling, there's more chance your unit stumbles into whatever's coming your way. Alright guys, so we're playing as the Terran player here, 4.8k player, so we've got a little bit of a MMR advantage as we are now above that 5k club, which obviously if we've played enough games, you could argue we're already in Grandmaster, but I'm aiming for 5.1k, maybe even 5.2k, just to really make sure we are cemented. Now, I'm playing Blackburn, which is actually a map I veto on my main account, just because I find it plays a little bit weird, and I find it a bit uncomfortable, but just for the movement on the map, with Zerg especially, but it's not too bad. Just the movement's a little different to other maps as well. So we're going to take 3rd base there and 4th base right in the corner. You can go there, my friend. And one thing we want to look out for here is make sure we get that sentry. Let's make sure we get that sentry out. Let's go back to the bottom of chat. If you're not scouting, you can go gas. Yeah, and that's the thing. I would never go gas first unless I'm not scouting. Maybe I just pull a guy off minerals onto gas. Maybe that'll just make the build a bit more efficient, right?
Your probes are under attack.
Alright guys, so we're going to go Cybercore in a moment after the Nexus. A little bit late on the Nexus, so it is down a few seconds later than it should be, but it is what it is.
Your probes are under attack.
And that means we're not going to get to block his expand either. So it is what it is, but we see an expansion. We can go home after that. We'll see if we can confirm what else is going on as well. And you can go there. And we did actually lose that, and it is a Marine first. Oof. Bit of a sloppy build order this game, just thinking about the little adjustments, but I think putting one extra guy on gas makes sense. So we're already GM MMR, but the thing is that GM MMR fluctuates and changes, so if you really want to be GM, it's a good idea to get pretty deep in there, number one. But number two, I'm not actually going to get the GM promo, because I haven't played enough games, and we're not going to play enough games. A lot of people are like, but you need the screen. It really doesn't matter, guys. I mean, the StarCraft ladder is even a little bit broken right now, to the point where you've got to remember that,
Glory to the day.
and we'll go for the Adept pressure, even if there's a Reaper next, that's fine. And yeah. So we're gonna go Adept into Sentry. Once again, I doubt there's a Reaper. It's pretty rare that there is a Reaper, even though it happened last game. Now this Sentry costs a lot of gas, does usually delay Blink by a little bit. See, I don't have 150 gas, even though it's not the fastest Twilight Council by any means. I think that's alright. Oh, hello. So we need to build a shield battery straight away, and then a Stalker, okay? So my Adept goes down there, gets caught by a move out. We're gonna get Blink, we're gonna Chrono Boost the Stalker. Stalker Sentry shield battery should be able to defend just fine. As long as it doesn't get depowered. So I'm just going to build another pylon just to be safe there, okay? Because that pylon's very exposed, and I'm like, it's not the longest rush distance. Let's get that second gateway now, and then we can, obviously warp gate's almost done, not quite. Now you can't chase. We're going to do a hallucination just to see the follow-up, but it's, dicey. So is he hanging around? I doubt he's hanging around. Usually they have to go home because they're worried about getting caught. So we're gonna go third base. Keep building probes. And that's a 3 racks follow. Okay guys, so if they go 3 racks, we know to just keep warping in Stalkers. And we got 4 gateways up. I didn't see an engineering bay. Factory goes down at a really good time though, so he's going to have a very good medevac timing. That's what my opponent will have. So remember, what's the adjustment, guys? Obviously, blink, blink, blink. Let's chrono that so we can get our Stalkers out, but only once we have blink out, otherwise it's too dangerous before that. And we want a shield battery at the third. And we've already got a shield battery on the natural, so that should be cool. How long till blink? About 20 seconds, so we're going to risk moving out. And build some more pylons. Though this will give us a lot of supply as well, but we are going to be building a lot of Stalkers. Hurry up, Link.
Research complete.
So we should be easily defending this, guys.
You must place that in a power field.
And now we can take extra gas. So we're going to counterattack. And what are we doing, guys? We're taking all of these gases. Then you go Forge and Templar Archives. And you can even go double Forge if you've done this well like we have. We're baiting out more stems, more stems, more stems.
We are one with the shadows. Intriguing.
Okay. So we're going to try and get that robo up. And we'll play double upgrades because I just feel like we've got a lot of space for ourselves now, okay? So we're going to send one Stalker down there. Going to leave one Stalker. Yeah, I was like, I know he has a quick, remember, I know he has a quick thingamajig, guys. So we're just focusing on blinking back the Stalkers. It's playing very aggressively, but don't think this makes sense at this point. So we've got High Templar building. I'm even going to leave one in the main base, just cause, and build a cannon there as well. So we've got a cannon and all of this. Alright, cool, cool, cool. I will play defensively now because he doesn't have a third. So I think it's kind of dumb for me to try to force, you know, being on the other side of the map now. There's just no need. We've got Storm on the way, we've got a Warp Prism on the way. We've got all these different pieces. Artosis and Tasteless over here could do with some more buddies just powering the gateways. And hey, we could also actually have more gateways. That's one thing. You might be like, hey, whoa, dude, you're on such a low gateway count. I am, but the thing is, if you're constantly warping in, you've already taken a few good fights as well. It's like, hey, why do I need to? If I'm constantly warping in off 4 gateways, I can still have a pretty hefty army. And then we can explode into those units all at once, okay? We're going to build lots of observers after this, and put 3 in there. Awesome. And we're going to put 1 High Templar up there, 1 battery, 1 cannon again, and ooh, charge, 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 charge. I knew I forgot something. Like, there's something I'm forgetting here. So we're going to go straight up to more gateways as well. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. Alright, so this guy's going to do some big trippy droppies.
Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Upgrade.
Where's the extra guys? Okay. Okay, we're going to put 1 Zealot out there. Observer there, and Observer down here. And we're going to try and really have the... Oh, that's where they are! The Warp Prism! The Warp Prism's up for once. That's what confused me, because normally my Warp Prism's so late. Ah.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. You must place that in the power field. My life for iron. Thus.
I'd much rather deal with just 1 army front on. Told you guys I don't like this map as well, so it's especially annoying. Because I hate the movement on this map. And now this player is just running around me in circles, dropping me non-stop. Pissing me off, man. Alright, we're gonna go for the triple robo. You guys know this is my Hail Mary. Every time I fuck up in a game, I'm like, okay, fine. We're gonna go do that. Where's my bloody High Templar? Okay, these guys are gonna come in as a flank. Where is he? Is he breaking this? Okay, let's see. He's about to push in. Just gonna use that there.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Trying to pick up zealots and drop them. Okay, so we ended up bringing the whole army together there to jump on that. But Jesus Christ, man. So... I'm basically convincing everyone to not play Storm Drop. Storm Drop's really good versus tank styles especially. And seems like not a single person I've played with the Storm Drop has done that style, which has made it even sillier. We're going to now go for the Colossus. We're going to bring this observer back here. Not that one. No, that can stay there. This guy. Please, +3 armor. And can we also get... So he's doing the old clump into the Sire Storm strategy, which is tried, tested, and true. It's a very good strategy. Also fighting into the battery overcharge. Whoa. And the Zealots are tearing him up behind it as well. So a lot of Terrans have started doing this more and more these days. I always talk about how pre-spreading is the way to go. And it feels like the higher I get on the ladder, the more Terrans I have who just try to shove in there. It really, to me, feels like there's a lot of people watching 4GG's stream who just go, glory holes seem like a safe and hygienic option, you know? It's like, I mean, I get it, it can work, but it just seems a little bit dicey to me, I guess.
I am the voice.
Yeah, I fucking hate this map. In terms of getting map vision, because it's really hard to get pylons, you've got this whole bottom area, which is just awkward as. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to split Zealots off again, get ready for another run by. This time I can actually see where his army is, so we should be good. I'll put a few more High Templar in my army, and we'll now saturate the gases, which I've been very slow to do. And I guess I try to take this base next? I don't know, man. Blackburn is not my favorite map by any means. Yeah, I think that's how we do it. Okay, now where's his army moved to is a big question. And we've got a few Colossus in here. Okay, I don't know if we've got anything going on out there. I don't know where his army is. So we're going to try and shuffle these observers forward. We still got this observer in the bottom, which should see just about everything. And we're up to 3 Colossus. Okay, he's moving through the top middle. Yep, no worries.
Consciousness awakened.
My meditation. We are the blade. We shall step. We embrace the glory of battle.
Lots of Zealots. These Zealots can run in, click the planetary. We can get some more of those, that'll be great. Gonna send more Zealots across for round 2. And okay. Sure you want it? That's a really bad. Oh shit. So once again, he's shoving his whole army into a really dangerous scenario where it's just gonna get annihilated. But notice we pulled the Zealots back there. He's completely cornered, of course.
Consciousness awakened.
We embrace the glory of battle.
To me, it's just crazy that anyone would push into that corner, but it is what it is. Terrans be crazy, dog. Okay, we want the Colossus to cleanse this mineral line.
Consciousness awakened. Dara, you're the master.
We shall
Okay.
command. Best being guidance.
Now we can just aim move in, we've got the numbers. Okay! Jesus. So let's learn from this game everything I fucked up, which is so many different things, right? Oh my god. Early game, we wrecked his 3 racks. We defended the Marauder build really well by just, what did we react with, guys? You see Marauders, Shield Battery, Chrono a Stalker out, so that you have 2 Gateway units plus a battery, you should be fine. And then if you realize it's 3 racks, which is what the Sentry Hallucination 4 is, we go straight to 4 gateways after our 3rd base on 3 gases. So we go 4 gateways, 3rd gas, we build a battery on each base. I already had one of those up. Make Stalker, 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 Stalker until we stabilize. And behind that, we are probing, but if you ever need money, you can pause probes, warp in Stalkers, then add the probes. So you can always deprioritize probe production at any moment because it is not as high priority. And you can see you basically try to chase him down. And then if he turns to fight, you blink defensively. If he turns to run, you don't usually want to blink after him too much unless you have overwhelming numbers. Be very careful with the blinking after your opponent. Now, it should have been game over at this point if I just kept it in my pants and focused on getting up the Storm Drop a little bit quicker. Would have been nice. However, you could argue here, guys, why would you go Storm Drop against a player who's playing 3 racks? It's simply not as good as against someone who's building lots of tanks and is later into their mass bio. Now, the other argument here is that they are going to be later on their medevacs with the 3 racks, right? And later medevacs means less drop potential, means anytime your opponent's going to be going for a big blob of bio, Storm Drop is still a viable option. It's still completely good. Now, one little problem that we had in this game was I forgot about my Warp Prism at some point, and that's something I do struggle with because I do like to keep my Warp Prism on a different control group to my High Templar. I'm curious how you do this, Probe. Because otherwise you select the control group to unload and it's going to select the High Templar that are on the ground. Because I leave the High Templar on the ground and the ones that come out of the prism on the same control group. And this is kind of new to me. I don't really have a system for this because I don't Storm Drop that much. My system is I use a 3rd control group for my Warp Prism to my High Templar and I just manually unload it and then I reselect my High Templar key to Storm as they unload. Or I box them sometimes as well. Sometimes I just box them as they come out. But very curious about Probe. Keyboard hand should be faster and more accurate than your mouse hand. That's why binding to your mouse is not good, says Probe. Yeah, in general, because a lot of the time when you want to do things in tandem. So if you can be moving your mouse cursor to where the order needs to happen while selecting the control group, whereas if you're selecting the control group, it does slow down you quickly moving things. Yeah. Probe says, I have a Warp Prism hotkey and a High Templar hotkey as well, and I just unload and I re-click the High Templar hotkey. Okay, so that's the same system I'm using. I just keep forgetting about the bloody Prism. Which is just lazy on my mark. So if you guys have this same problem as me, guys, little tip. Just put 4 High Templar in the Prism. It makes your life easier. Because if I have 4 High Templar in the Prism, I could just right-click it on a Stalker and it'll naturally follow my army. So if you have that problem, I think what I'm going to do in the next game is just put 4 High Templar in the Prism. I prefer to not in case it gets shot down, in case I screw up, and very rarely do I need the 4th High Templar dropping for the Storm. 2 or 3 Storms is usually good enough. But yeah, it's a good idea to just have that following. So ideally you flank with the Prism where possible, but even just coming from behind is totally okay as well. So at this stage, I've gone up and I've been definitely going 4th base before these 4 gateways was beyond greedy, guys. I think 3 base, double upgrade, Storm, Warp Prism,
My man!
and just keep making observers after that and trying to get out like pylons and zealots to spot my opponent's movement. That was more than enough. So all I needed to do here, get these gateways a little bit quicker, and remember charge, which I started at I think just before this push came in, right? He's waiting up there, right? And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot charge. And then this army appeared out of the fog of war and I went, mother trucker, I got caught. I should have had a bit more vision out there. So I should have had a Stalker up here or something like that. But obviously after my Prism, I am making observers for the first time. So I'm pretty light on scouting till then, and I would have built pylons down here, but it's Blackburn, so I can't actually build them behind these rocks, unfortunately. Unless I want to be really cutesy and pick up a probe with the Prism, drop it over here, bring it back. That's a big waste of attention in APM. So yeah, that's that. So we lose the 4th here, but we also start opening up the chaos and give my opponent opportunities to catch me out of position. And the thing is, this drop's so dangerous because he's already lost an army. So if I just have enough Zealot Stalker, I could have just jumped on him. If I'd gone 8k Zealot Stalker, like, this attack from my opponent is so high risk. It's so high risk, it's actually insane. But then I realized, wait, where's me Psystorm at? I've forgotten the Prism. So him turning to fight here is also really silly. He should have lost all 3 drops in the game here. But I got a bit muddled, left my Prism behind, and so we fell behind a bit on the Chaos meter there. From then onwards, it was really like, okay, he's just going to keep attacking into me. Let's do a mixture of Zealot run-bys. Even from this point, guys, I should have been warping in 2 Zealots and queuing them into his 3rd, and just keep doing that all game. There is no point where you should not be doing Zealot run-bys. Even if it's just 1 or 2 Zealots while you're dealing with an all-in, just 1 or 2 Zealots forces a lot of their actions away. And APM war is something that as you get to Masters and then GM, you need to take part in the APM war. You can't just make the game easy for your opponent. It's a really bad way to play StarCraft. People are going to feel like they're really favored versus you in that scenario. And yes, I just lost 3 Prism and a High Temper. I sent a Prism drop to find this army, guys. I'm not even joshing, man. So obviously, when I saw that army, I should have pulled this Observer back and just sieged it here, guys. If you're in a very defensive stance, you want your Observers like sieged here, like really to see them as they come in. When you've got more map control, then you can shuffle the Observers further forward, okay? And that's something we do with any Protoss style. Always shuffle those Observers around. So my army was pretty poorly split. I sent a big army to the top, which is good, right? I want one army that I can A-move, and that's what this army was about. But I didn't play as if I did that. So normally you grab one army that's strong enough to A-move, and that way you can micro the other army. Warp in more Zealots and Stalkers here, use batteries, use Storms, you won't be able to get in on it. But I throw the Prism away. And hopefully he walks into Psystorms confidently. And obviously there's a very bad eating of the Psystorms there for him. But I kind of panic group my army and stuff like that a few times here. So we do finally get extra gateways. You know, we spend our money. We keep building our army. We make the robo transition and we get there. But you could see that going for the 4th base off just 4 gateways was a big problem. You still want to get 8 gateways. You still want to get charge. Because having the charge zealots and the stalker numbers plus the storm, it gives you a very mobile army, and you don't really want to be defending, you want to be out there hunting him down. But because I took those gateways so late and gave up so much momentum, I was sitting in my corner letting him pick the fights. I should have been jumping on this army with zealots from here, army here, or even just the whole army, dropping High Templar, storming, winning the game, chasing him to the side of the map. Zealot Stalker with Storm Drop is all about dominating the map, ambushing your opponent, controlling them, and taking fights, especially when they're clumped up, moving around the map. Do not sit in your corner of the map defensive. That's a big mistake that I made. Delayed my gateways too long that game. Alright guys, we got another PVT here. Let's go. Minty says make the cursor bigger? Are you talking to me or someone else in chat? Why would you make the cursor bigger? Is someone asking about how to make the cursor bigger? Yeah, there's an option in game options. Is someone asking that the cursor's too small? That's funny. Haven't heard that one before. So guys, we're playing against Classic, who's a Terran player who always does a 1-base all-in TVT, and playing on the Singapore server. I know Classic's from somewhere in Southeast Asia, I believe, because I've played them a lot, just because I think they have really bad ping to the other NA servers, so I think they have a very limited number of players that the ladder's willing to match them with. Nonetheless, guys, we're going to go Adept into Sentry, get that scouting going, and we're going to try and follow this build. And you know what? It's really nice that we're getting reps over and over again, because you guys can see I've got a lot of room to improve with my Storm Drop play. Don't have a lot of practice with it, but I'm really looking forward to this. And this time we are just going to put 4 High Templar in the Prism and really focus on the Prism as a focal point, rather than just being like, oh, I'll have other High Templar on the ground anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let's actually try to get out there and take some timing attacks on our opponent so we can really use the Prism. And you'll see Trap do this all the time. The number of players Trap has killed with that is actually just insane, man.
Your probes are under attack.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, let's go up gas before that, but that's alright.
Probes are under attack.
There's only 1 gas.
You have not enough. Your probes are
Whoa.
under attack.
Oh, did I not build the Cybercore? I didn't build the Cybercore, guys. Sorry, his SCV is being Chad mode, man. Look at that, man. So I forgot my Cybercore. So this is what we call a disaster. So how do you react when you've messed up your opening terribly, guys? So what we're going to do is we're going to rally a Zealot across the map. This probe is just going to run home now into the main. So that's a thing. What else do we do here? Okay, you go on there. You go there. So that Zealot will come out, try to kill this SCV, and then just go across the map. Its job is to just distract a Reaper, hopefully. And,
Stand as one. We are the blades of iron.
okay. And now we can get a sentry, warp gate,
You require more Vespine gas.
Twilight Council. Okay, cool, we got him. So we went for the old surround there. Just a classic move there.
Energy. You have not enough minerals.
Chronoing probes like crazy because my opening sucks balls. We're just going to go after this SCV to start. Good micro by him. He's got 2 Marines, which means he's delayed his reactor, I think. Or he's gone reactor straight after the Reaper, one or the other. Okay. Okay. Such a bad start. Quick, quick, quick. Blink. Let's go. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Alright, let's go see if it's 3 racks or not, guys. This is the best game ever. So now you guys get to see me dig deep with the Storm. We're going to have to use the Storm as a comeback play. It's a fantastic comeback play. It's one of the more divisive splash damage tools. People are always like, it's not good, man. It's so unreliable. But it actually is really quite nice. I'm pretty dragged that in there. So it looks like a Widow Mine drop, guys. Pretty standard play for now. One more chrono there. We've got Blink on the way. Second gateway, remember. And this will give us another hallucination in a few minutes' time as well. So we've already got that pylon finishing up. Make sure the probes never stop building, by the way. We've got to recover from that early kind of screw up there. Okay, so warp gate should be finishing momentarily. Yep. So we can start warping in more units. You go there. Okay, you can go there. Okay. Come on. Okay, so what we can do is we can put a sentry up there just to spot, and the other units will be like here. Get the Zealot here as well. And we can go 4 gas. Let's get the Templar Archives. The Forge, and we can start going up that gateway count as we do. Okay, we do need 2 more Stalkers, right? Because that Widow Mine drop could come in at any moment, guys.
I'm here in the shadows.
And we don't know if he's going to come in from behind the natural, the middle, or just not come in with it at all. All options. Remember, we wait till about 5:15. Okay.
Research complete.
State thy bidding.
Okay. Remember, we don't have detection. We don't need detection, guys. We've got cannons. Very cute. So what are we going to do, guys? We're going to go Stalkers to the front. Other units sit at home. Rally to the third, which apparently there is a guy there. Hard to see on my graphic settings. If you guys want better graphic settings, don't use my settings. Look up hybrid graphic settings on Team Liquid, okay? It's much better than the shit that I use. Let's go Storm. +1. Let's get that Robo as well. A bit late on starting that, of course. He's got a sensor tower, because Classic's literally insane. And has also got, for some reason, a missile turret. And was that a Cyclone or a tank? I'm not quite sure. Oh, that did hurt. Okay, well done. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I mean, this was an Armory Widow Mine drop, guys. It's not cheap. It is not cheap at all. Okay, so. And that should take us to 8 gateways. So extra pylons. Let's go down here, shall we? I keep thinking he's going to have a third because of the sensor tower, but apparently no. So weird, man. Okay, let's get charge. Extra pylon there. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a Stalker there. These guys can all just chill over here. You guys can go there. we're gonna have one High Templar on the ground that's not inside the actual thing. We're gonna get a cannon there.
Let our enemy know our fury.
My choice.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Come on, charge. Let's get +1 armor. Getting some observers out there. We've just found his hidden base, which is a whole thing, I guess. Gonna send some zealots to counterattack it. Let's try and get a few more gateways up here, shall we? We'll start a 4th base. And you can see the way we're just kind of unloading all these storms all over the army. So we're trying to just straight up overwhelm him with this ambush. I don't know if we're going to have quite enough units to do it, but that's the power of the Storm Drop, is you want to really be able to take the fight to them. So, we don't have any more gas right now. We're going to try and get that transition going, but let's try and go.
Mineral field depleted.
You require
Assault. They Templar.
state thy bidding. We are one.
Our mind. We stand as one. We shall.
Okay.
Assault. They Templar.
Okay. I've actually just changed my mind on what hotkey I want to use for that. Normally don't ever do this in game, okay? And we can now start all of our transition units, which is all these other stuff that we're going to be doing. Let's get the pylon spotters on the edge. Pylon spotters on the edge. Can also be used for harassment later on. And at this point, we are just transitioning into the next mode. Obviously, you can keep attacking with this army if you want to. So we will keep looking for it, and it looks like, actually, yeah, that would make sense. So, where's our observers, guys? We've got 2 observers. Got one here. I can go up there. Because remember, Storm is just better when you're attacking. So we've got 2 upgrades going. We can try to make a Colossus transition and all this sort of stuff. Just gonna pull back a little bit.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
He's trying to make a crazy army here. And, okay, we can try... I think what we'll do is we'll attack down here so we can bait him up there into our stormy storms. Go over here. So one more round of zealots. All right, and behind it, we are going Colossus, Viagra, all that sort of stuff. So it's not all in by any means. It's just kind of like, hey, let's see if we can get good storms off while this tech is still relevant, okay?
You require
Our mind.
Okay, so check it out. So we're trying to just get the storms here. So all we're doing is just spamming the selection of our High Templar key. All the High Templar that were inside were already on that key. And behind it we do have Colossus to ensure that we've got a transition. And if it ever got bad, we would try to do it the other way. They're pretty good. Lasers and magic. GG. He has a planetary on his 3rd. Now, I think it was Bullia who was pointing out in my last... Are you around, Bullia? I saw your comment on my my Guess the MMR video. You said, can't believe Pig thought this was a Masters 1 player or a Masters player. Dude, no one past Diamond 3 builds a planetary on their 3rd base. Mate, the problem you have is your perception skewed because you play too much on EU. When you play in my region, when you play in Oceania, Southeast Asia, mate, you get to see I know he's only Masters 3, but still. Still, Masters. You said no one above Diamond 3, Booyah. Damn it, I don't think Booyah's here right now. I hope someone clips it and tells him. The last Guess the MMR episode was so bad, guys. If you guys didn't watch the video, you've got to see it, just because I literally couldn't guess anybody's MMR. It was ridiculous. So, this game got a little bit interesting, because obviously that Widowmine drop was an armory drop, right? Which normally you'd feel really bad. And I had no idea it was an armory drop despite my hallucination scout. So if I kept my hallucination alive and didn't run it into that Widowmine, guys, could I have scouted the armory? Probably not, because that doesn't really start until the medevac's almost out anyway. So I think no matter what, you're not going to know if it's an armory or not, but because we go 2 gate, we get the 3rd, and then we go, all right, Templar Archives, Forge, get the Robo, and then all of our gateways come down after that, right? And that's what's so sharp in this build. If there's a 3 racks, I get 4 gateways and I make lots of Stalkers. But against one of these sort of build orders, I just need those 5 Stalkers to shut down the Widowmine drop. If I have to build cannons, if it's like invisible Widowmines, we'll do it. But from that point, look at how delayed all my gateways are. Templar Archives, Forge, and a 3rd off 2 bases. Now, I do need to start remembering to get that Robo just a little bit earlier. It's more important, obviously, to just get some High Templar out, especially if they're doing a really fast push. Just getting Storm and some High Templar forward is more important than putting them in a Prism. Now, he did some really fancy micro with this Widowmine. He kept changing targets because he didn't want it to just shoot on 1 or 2 probes. So then I made sure I pulled the rest of the probes away, and I was like, no, you're not going to get anything done here. And I said, okay, we should actually put damage on him. So there should be probes on him saying, hey, if you don't actually attack us, you know, you're not going to get anything done. So we only killed 1 probe. Did waste some mining time, did disrupt me. And that Robo is the one thing, no matter what's happening, I've got to remember to get that Robo down. And these upgrades could have been starting up a bit quicker as well. Now that Widowmine actually ended up getting quite a few more kills because I was slow to build the cannon down here. Obviously a cannon, guys, a Widowmine takes 29 seconds to charge. A photon cannon takes 29 seconds to build. So if you start the cannon before it shoots, it'll be able to reveal it in time, probably kill it in time, but otherwise it will get another shot off. So I could have pulled those probes back if I wanted to, okay? Now he goes for a corner base there, very cute. Cute hides it. Should have gone right for the corner, I think would have been better. Sensor tower and turrets makes no sense, so as well as the Cyclone. So he invested in a lot of things that didn't make sense afterwards. He also went pure tech lab, so 0 reactors, which meant he simply could not build Marines. He just could not deal with Zealots. This is not a good way to play TVP, guys. You really need Marines in there to actually kill the Zealots and stuff, okay? So anyways, we get the High Templar, we do get the Warp Prism, we get the 8 gateways on 3 base, and I think what we've really identified with this build order is it's so crucial to make a lot of Zealots, Stalkers off those 8 gateways, and rather than rushing a 4th base or anything, get out there and jump on their army. Has got to be your goal, because Storm is so much better, Storm Drop, when you're being proactive, and you're ambushing them or coming in from a surprising angle. Like, this was a bit of a messy start to the fight, but we land a killer Storm to begin. And then check this one out. We just unload Storms all over his face and devastate this army. We should have morphed Archons a little bit quicker. And feedback. I could have feedbacked these medevacs to finish them off as well. It wouldn't have killed them, but it would have put them even lower on hit points and it would have removed their healing. So remember, guys, if you don't have enough energy for another Storm, feedback and then morph Archons after you do that. It's not muscle memory for me. It's not. Normally, you'll see a pro gamer, bam, 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 they do it so quick. Trap does it so quick. I'm so slow because I'm just not used to it. So all these little details, I do try to focus down the Raven, and we use the Prism to go off to the side and try to warp in Zealots. If there was a lot more Marines alive, I would have pulled the Prism back and done a more conservative warp in, but I warped in aggressively because I saw there was almost no Marines. There was nothing that shoots up, okay? Yeah. My opponent's 30 supply down compared to a normal 9-drop into a 3-1-1. I mean, you say normal, but that's literally, this is like literally StarCraft, Mothra. And you guys can nitpick this player's this far behind from where they should be, yada yada. Obviously, he wasn't playing it great by any means. He did mess up his build, but you got to remember that he did also go for an invisible Widowmine drop as well. But obviously invested in a lot of other bullshit here. Cyclone, Raven, Sensor Tower, missile turrets, and all that stuff does cost stuff. Do Archons have high hit points? They have 300, I always forget, is it 300 or 350 shields? And then they have 10 hit points. So they have very low hit points, the lowest in the game of any unit, basically, but they have a shitload of shields. So they're very vulnerable to EMP. 3 EMPs just kills an Archon basically, but other than that, it's really good. Yeah. I don't think he was that BM, guys. He was a little BM, but I don't mind. I don't care. I mean, if I wasn't smurfing, then yeah, sure. I'm not 1,000. Oh, actually, I guess I am 1,000 MMR higher than Classic, because this is a mismatch even for this account. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my macro is actually not that great by any means with this build order, right? When I do my Mass Zealot builds, I'm a lot more used to. I macro a lot better than I do with this, because this is so new to me. It's kind of awkward going for the Storm. Going for so much tech off 2 gates feels so wrong to me, but it's actually a really good way to play. And I'll tell you, when I used to see Zest did this for a few months, and he gave Cure and Special and these guys who were playing him in the weekly cups nightmares, man. There was so many games where Zest would just scout and he'd be like, yep, you're going to hit me at 6 minutes 45 with your 3 racks timing. Immediately Templar Archives, 4 gas, Chrono Storm, gets out High Templar. His gateways would all finish just as the attack's arriving at his base, basically. But he'd get like the most killer storms, like a High Templar would just come out of a friggin' hedge and just storm in the middle and kill all the Marines, and then like his 5 Stalkers and 4 Zealots would clean everything up, and you'd be like, how did this work? And he was just so far ahead. He won so many games, man. It was actually so gross. It was actually so gross. But Storm Drop normally is really good against siege tank armies, because the way you're wanting to ambush these armies is especially good versus siege tanks. Ravens, because you can feedback. You can just be like, bam, drop a High Templar, feedback. If he's not watching for even half a second, Raven becomes useless. Storm on the Marines. And also, the tanks can't run and spread, right? So if his Bio is running away from the Psystorm, all the tanks just die to the Zealots. Zealots are also really good at jumping on. So you can see how, like, the way this army works, it's amazing against siege tank styles. It's amazing against people who've delayed building up the critical mass of Bio Mine. So they're more Cyclones, more Ravens, more tanks, more things that just don't do anything against Zealots and High Templar Storm Drop. But if they've gone really heavy into Biomine and they're just like multi-dropping you and dropping Widow Mines and keeping their unit spread and not eating any Psystorms, and they're controlling the map, that's where it gets to be a really, really hard style. Another PVT! Guys, apparently it's just PVT. That's all this is. But you know what? I'm getting better at the build order every single game, and I'm feeling psyched. I'm feeling psyched because I'm going to show you guys a pristine build order. We're going to scout without hallucination, which actually feels so good, by the way, when I remember to actually do it, and it kicks some ass. Now, Berlingrad's a pretty good map for Terran. Real short rush distance across this map, not as much space to work with. So you could argue it's even worse for the Storm style, where you really want to be jumping on their army in the middle. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's go.
You have not enough minerals.
4th base there, 5th base there. Camera location for my rally point down there. Whoops, come on, man. Why am I not changing my rally point over? So lazy. I do think we'll put 1 extra guy on gas, because I think that makes the build order just a little bit smoother, guys. So we'll pull this guy off, put him on the gas. I think that's a really cool little adjustment. Just makes getting that sentry and the blink out just a little bit easier here. So just a little bit more gas focused, kind of like it's a Stargate opening. Now he's on Clan Dix, and you've got to be really just a bit careful when you're playing these guys on the ladder, guys, because they're very turgid. Their players usually just, it's got a good, a lot of people out there maybe have a you know, something good about it, but I just feel like there's overall, it's just very solid. You know what I'm saying? So something you gotta be careful, because they've always got a follow-up. It's not just a one trick team. Team Dick.
Your probes are under attack.
And it is Marine, but this time we're not losing that probe. See that shit? Also, now this is really important for psychological warfare. It's to show that you're not impressed by his dick. Just come in there, put a GG down, say, hey, dickhead.
Your probes are under attack.
So what do we go, guys? We go Adapt, Warp Gate, Twilight Council. Probe comes home. 16, 3, 3. But notice, this guy doesn't have a buddy. That's because there were 3 dickheads hanging out down there doing the work of just 2 probes. Depth goes across. We're trying to make the sentry. We don't have the gas. But we will get the gas. There we go. I just told him to return cargo. So just press that. And yeah, we'll chrono probes. Why not? Okay, now if he goes the Reaper, remember, we're gonna have to fight with probes and a sentry. It is what it is. Could lose some guys. Blink is always delayed in this scenario. And if he doesn't have a bunker, we might actually micro a little bit. But we don't want to go too hard on it. Now, that's a lot of Marines coming out. Do have to be careful. We can start Blink now.
Yes, Executor.
Hello. Alright, we're just going to see if we can get a scout off. Doesn't really matter, though. Ah, okay. Well, we just scouted what's up, didn't we? Second gateway should go down there. I'm accidentally walling myself off with it. So what we're doing, because there could be Hellion Marine pressure, is we're going to try and build a Stalker as quickly as possible. If we could chrono it, I would right now. And we're going to send this hallucination out. Is he actually following me with those Marines? The answer is yes. Okay.
I have met the enemy.
If I can get that out, that'll be big. This is where, guys, you go for the old surround with the workers. So that's a real cute pressure. And you can see how just being low on your regular fighting units kind of makes it a bit more stressful to hang on there. But we do end up surviving. And if he wants to go for a Widow Mine drop, it's going to be a little bit delayed, guys. I think because of that. So I'm going to see if I can go out there and... yeah, and spot it coming. So it's a little bit of a gambly play, but I'll give you guys an idea of what we're doing. So we're going to put one guy here. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was looking for.
Let our enemy know I am here in the shadow. We are one. You require me. I am the heart. I am here in the shadow.
Because I have Blink, he shouldn't be able to defend this. I'm not actually target firing, we're just making sure we don't lose anything. Now we're holding the probe key down. We're going double gas, Templar Archives, Forge, Robo as well. Remember, we need the Robo. And one more pylon in a moment. Just for production space more than anything. And we're going to put guys on gas there. We're going to put these guys here. This guy there. Okay. So, what do we do now, guys? We go, okay, Stalkers contain at the front. If we want scouting, we're going to need another sentry, but I don't think we need to bother with that. We're just going to make charge straight away just so we don't forget it. Keep probing up that base. And I think we should be good. Let's try and just kind of get these pylons out a bit earlier rather than later, shall we? Just as some budget scouting, because we're going to be a bit blind. Now, obviously, we could poke in. Notice I'm queuing 1 billion probes. Now, why am I queuing 1 billion probes? The reason is, guys, I know that I've just taken some good fights. But more importantly, I know there just cannot be a follow-up because he's thrown away all of his Marines and a Hellion. Oh, he's going to be doing a big push. Okay, that's the thing. More important to get High Templar started than it is the Warp Prism, guys, because obviously if you don't have actual energy, it's not going to do anything. He's actually done really well here, man. Trying to build some of these. Oh, he does have a third base as well. Oh, he's macroing like a beast. Okay. So my third was a little bit delayed. I think that's really hurting me here. Let's try and get 10 gateways, because we're going High Templar. Who's that? Velcius! Thank you so much, dude. I think 10 gates always make sense with this build, because you're building pretty cheap units, right? Okay, we're going to put one Stalker there, one Stalker there. One Stalker there as well. Okay. Okay, let's get armor. Get one pylon up there, just because why not? Get an observer out here, because why not? Let's get these 2 gases. Probably should have taken those earlier. But remember, what do we need, guys? Keep chronoing the upgrades. Keep making zealots. We're going to look for that ambush. Okay, let's break this one down. Keep making zealots. Do not stop on that at all. And I think one more High Templar is probably a good idea. Though I could make some Archons actually instead of High Templar. I think that's what a Korean would do. So we're going to channel out in a Korean player. Build a 4th. The only reason we're doing that is because I messed up my macro, guys. Stalkers are still out here, but guess what, guys? Stalkers are valuable units. We don't want to be wasting those. So we're going to replace those now. So what we're going to do is we're going to move forward with our zealots. Notice how I hid my prism off to the side. Okay. So we're going to have to start that transition because I don't think he's going to let me do stuff. Notice we saved some of the units there. We're going to blink forward because I was blocking my own stuff. And we do get one more storm there. Whoo! And that's the power of controlling the map. Holy shit. Because if that army sieges on me, that's going to look very different there. I was quite afraid in that scenario. I was like, man, he's really turtling. He's not giving me the fight. He knows my army's coming, so he's going to be set up really well. His macro was really good. Faz was playing a sick game. He was getting ghosts. But he had a really complicated army. So the problem that I'm creating for my opponent here, and you've got to remember, guys, I think there's a lot of people who cap out in high diamond, mid-masters, a lot of different areas, because they don't think about things from their opponent's point of view. Like, man, he's got EMP and his army just... Look, he's got all the pieces. He's got all the pieces, man. The tanks counter, the stalkers, the bio beats with the mines, beats my guys, and he EMPs my High Templar. None of it works, man. Well, you got to remember, guys, put on your Terran hat, okay? You got to try and go inside your mind and go, okay, I'm a Terran player. I'm a Terran player. Think of this from his point of view. And I want you to just watch this whole fight from his point of view. So let's get in his mindset first of all, okay? Let's get in his mindset. Let's go back just a little bit here. Go back the previous 30 seconds. So really, really want to get in his mindset. We want to think about what's he saying. What's he saying? Already at this point, remember, we've deflected his pressure. We shut down his Widow Mine drop, his Marine Hellion pressure. We shut down with a Sentry. And we only lost like 2 probes. We literally defended his 5 Marines and a Hellion with 1 Sentry, and the Sentry survived. We lost an orange hit point Adept. Like, nothing. So what's he thinking?
Are we joking on this? Are we actually joking on this right here? Do you actually see this?
That's exactly it. He's already in that. He's already thinking like this. He's already in this mindset where he's not in a good place. He's a Protoss player. And I've shut down multiple attacks from him. At this point, he's already... He's a Terran player, sorry. I'm a Protoss player. It's a bit of role reversal with that particular voice, isn't there? But it's actually the way it is, man. It's actually so huge. You got to remember that he's just going to get so tilted all the time, right?
Additional supply depots.
Protoss.
That's all he's thinking. And what's he got to do in this fight? Can you guys imagine controlling this fight as a Protoss player? Let's be real, guys. There's GMs, Protoss players watching in chat right now, trying to pick up some tips. There's Masters, there's Diamonds, there's heaps of them. None of you use control groups. You all just F2A move. You're like, sometimes I shift-click Dark Templar into the base, or I throw a Disruptor Ball. And half the time it hits my own army, because I use F2. So that's what he's thinking that, right? This is his point of view. So he's thinking that. Now, imagine if we had to control this army. What do you do with this army? You've got auto turrets, anti-armor missile. You've got stim and spreading versus splash damage. You've got to siege your tanks. You've got to burrow your Widow Mines. How do you possibly do all of that at once? Especially if the Protoss is forward on the map and threatening and getting ready. And he's like, oh, cool, Protoss is backing away. Let's move forward. Let's take a fight. Now, he actually did spot the prism. I did not realize that. He might not have noticed. My prism was just on the edge of the scan, and that's really obvious. And he walks straight towards it like a bloody mosquito to a bug zapper. Because Terran players are stupid and angry. So he's like, fuck you, Warp Prism. He sees the Warp Prism. He moves towards it, and we storm his entire army to death. Right there. I'm telling you guys, all you need to do as a Protoss player is frustrate a Terran, block enough of their pushes, and their tilt meter fills up, and they will walk towards disruptors or a storm drop Like, they will play the most perfect game, right? Someone was saying yesterday, we were talking about this, they were saying, oh, I call this the Hero Marine Rage Tilt or something, where he plays perfectly and just keeps getting further and further ahead in a PvT, and then he gets angry because he can't finish the game, and he throws his whole army into disruptors, and it happens every PvT. And I'm like, that's what happened here. He's like, cool, Protoss is running away. Obviously, he just didn't notice the Warp Prism, guys. But, I feel really bad if Faz hopped in the chat, because obviously we're making fun of the Protoss players more than you, mate. Because there's so many people like, I can't beat Terran, man. But being forward on the map is huge here. If that army's spread out, sieged, all this sort of stuff, it's going to be really good. He obviously just didn't notice the prism on the bottom of his screen. He thought, oh yeah, the army's running away. Didn't notice that prism. And it's one of those things you look back on and you're like, oh, that was obviously a huge mistake. Feedback storms. I even saved 3 of the 4 High Templar, and then I unload them again for a second Psystorm. Only the first one that walked in had enough for Psystorm at that point, but super gross, man. Yeah, that was obviously pretty dirty, but this is the power of the Storm. It's a very tactical, get out there with your Zealot Stalker, get ready and jump on their army, man. If you can catch them when they're clumped up, you're trying to engage them, not when they're sieged up and spread out and all that sort of stuff. You want to jump on them when they're in a bit of a bad position. Did he try to attack the prism? Seemed like he thought he could kill it. Maybe, and he meant to like stim, or maybe he tried to interference matrix it or something like that. I don't know what happened, obviously. We can't read his mind. But he did make just obviously a big mistake there. Either way, though, I think we had a good enough army to hang on there, and we were transitioning. Because I didn't feel like attacking into his defense, I felt like he knew what I was doing. To me, it didn't feel like I had a good attack timing. I would have started splitting off Zealots for run-bys, going into Colossus and Disruptors, and kind of working forwards from there. Yeah. I like that the lib shows up at the end is like, what the fuck happened here? Yeah, and that's the thing. His army got even more complicated. There's even a Liberator coming in. He's got like 3 siege units and 3 spellcasters if you count the Bio Stim as a spell, right? It's Raven Ghost. It's just, it's so hard to manage that army. So even though the Terran technically has a really good army there, turning that into a win against a Protoss that controls the map and then just like backs off when it's bad for him, engages when it's good for him, makes it very hard for the Terran. Terran's job in all matchups is to force a fight when their upgrades are finished, when they have the right units. And your job as any verse Terran player, TVT, TVZ, TVP, or PVT, ZVT, or TVT, doesn't matter. Your whole point is basically to just like, oh, he's got a really good army and setup, pull back. Oh, now he's moving forwards, jump on him. Like, it's a big part of engaging Terran, especially when they've got a very complicated army. And if their army's a bit too scary and they're being very careful and they're not walking into your splash, you do those big counterattacks and backstabs to try to get them to be overeager and walk into it. Dawn of War 2 is awesome and better than Dawn of War 1. Yeah, I know. I'm also a fan of the Phantom Menace. I think Jar Jar Binks was one of the best characters in probably any show, movie, series ever. Probably the greatest. Just the arc, you know, the artistic freedom they showed with really starting to develop just such a interesting and dark storyline. I really enjoyed that. I'm with you on that one, J-Knight. Alright guys, we're actually playing a PvP, which is super cool. Haven't got to do many of these. Remember, the big thing that's really worked well for us has been the max DTs. Really putting the focus on trying to unlock that part of my brain that says, are DTs good now? I think is a winning, it's a winning thing to do, man. Okay, you go there, you go there. Just checking for cannons. Doesn't look like we see any, so that's all good. Okay. Hello, get in there, dude. Looks like just a standard 2-gate opening though, nothing crazy. Oh, hello. A little slow at me, Cybercore. Okay, looks like a very standard build for my opponent. But he did hide out there for a little bit, didn't he? So he's going to try and lure me in so he can stop me going in there. And we want...
You require more Vespine gas.
No. There we go. So warp gate did get delayed there. That's fine. And he did build 2 units into a 3rd pylon. Okay, so we're going to go out there, hide off the left side as we always do, guys. We want to go 2 sentries and the Nexus after that, of course. Same as per usual. So we can go straight for the Nexus. That's totally fine. We can just keep building these sentries. Keep building probes. And we also want to get that shield battery as well, don't we? So the power of building sentries is they're just so cheap on the minerals. So you can get the shield battery. Don't have to worry too much about it. Put the pylon down here. And we could even just go in and try to get a scout with this probe. But it doesn't really matter because we've got a hallucination now anyway. So just focus on the hallucination. Now obviously we don't know if there's going to be an oracle coming or not. We do want to go Twilight Council and then Forge. And we can try to build 2 more Stalkers here before warp gate's done. Cool.
Engaging the enemy.
Nexus, lots of sentries and Stalkers, Twilight Council of his own. Totally normal build order. Let's chrono probes. Absolutely 0 threat, guys. Because he has multiple sentries, there's just nothing he can do to us, right? And let's get the Forge. Now, the question is, if he doesn't go for a... if he doesn't go for Robo, we might be able to do some damage, right? So we're going to do the DT Shrine to distract. Hopefully he doesn't scout during this window. If he does, he'll probably see it. That's okay. I'm going to do the double adept as well. Remember, if we're both playing super eco builds, and yeah, okay, that's fine. He sees it. It's fine. So we warp in these 2 adapts. We see if we can scoop some units up here as well. He's building a lot of units, so I don't think we can actually do anything there. We get a 3rd gas. Let's go out to this one. Try and get that extra base up. Still haven't made that. Let's cancel the DT Shrine. Make +1 and blink. Let's try and go 4 gas into the 3rd base, shall we?
Yes, we serve.
So we try and use these force fields if we can. And then we can go straight into the 3rd base with a shield battery, and then more gateways, of course, and just Stalkers from here. Oh shit!
We are of one mind.
If we can get that guy out of there, that would be actually really nice, because then we can make 1 more adept and still have 2 adepts. They'll come in a bit later. Now, obviously, I don't have my own Robo yet, so we're going to build that. Make sure we do have the D. Oh, did I already just send a hallucination out? I did, didn't I? Oh, man. Lazy pig. Okay. Let's rally to this base, shall we?
Engaging the enemy.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
Yes, Executor.
Okay.
I'm here.
You have not enough minerals.
Okay, well done. Good attack. Okay.
Give us your command. Pour for none.
Research complete.
Let none deter us.
Oh, he actually lured me away from it. I was like, these guys should be able to defend, right? I think we're actually going to be okay. I know this sounds so silly, right? But yeah, we actually just killed like 16 probes with these guys.
Give us. Yes.
So if you can just kill it when it's out of range of the battery, so like that one, then that's big, yeah. And I can't believe we're still alive here, but we are. Didn't deserve that at all. But the power of defense, I guess, right? I think the DT Shrine didn't really make sense when I did it, guys. I tried that one out, and it just delayed me upgrades too long, so that was obviously pretty sloppy. So anyway, we're going to go out this way now. Those guys are going to go there. We're going to do another 2 Adepts here. We'll build another battery there. We do have an Observer. And yeah, we've got 6 gates, charge, okay. Build 1 sentry just because why not? Make some zealots as well, why not? And we can try to get the gases, but I'm going to get a 4th. And the reason is because there's been so much fighting in this game. Okay, you guys can go there. Oops.
I am the hope. We are one with the shadows.
He's obviously going to be able to get here, so let's just run out of there now. Because there's been a lot of fighting, the main is already mining out, guys. So we can drop that down to 8 workers now. By doing but that means, guess what? We're already fully saturated on 3 bases, which is obviously not where we want to be. So let's get these 2, let's get the Templar Archives, we're still going 8 gates, all of the stuff, right? Guys, this is why you want to... This is why you want to make sure you actually think about what you're doing in terms of your shield battery placement. You don't want to just put it out in the open. Okay, so notice how he's trying to just get that there. Okay, just survive. We've got the 8 gates. We've got charge now. Oh my god. Okay, let's send that across. Let's try and do a little zealot run by. He has a shield battery in the natural, remember? So we want to go into the main with 2 and into the 3rd with the other 2. Actually, no. 2 in the natural, 2 in the main is fine. And what we're going to do is we'll take these guys, check the natural's fully saturated. It is. And we're going to build a cannon in each base, because that's how we could lose this game, right? We're going to go +3 weapons. Stalkers are going to hit that side as well. Okay, Zealots are going to run away right now. And we're just going to make Archons so that our frontal army does kick butt. We're going to make sure there's no 4th base. This Observer will go in right now. You know what would be really crazy is if he actually doesn't have a robo this whole time. That would be hilarious. I'd be like, seriously? If I didn't cancel the DT Shrine, I'd win the game? No, he does have one. Okay, these guys are going to go in there just to pull him out of position. Okay. Okay, Zealots go there. That means we're going to get this base. Oh yeah. Okay, he's gonna go for an all-in now. And this is why you can build these guys back here is a bit smarter. Oh, he's not going for the all-in, really? He's gonna recall that guy. Get out of here. Okay, this guy's gonna go there. We've got a much bigger army than my opponent. Should be easy to win from here. Just keep blinking back the Stalkers. Once you're chasing, you can of course pull back the Zealots. We don't want to be clumping our Zealots on his Archons, do we? We want to pull back the weak Archons as they take damage. Okay. Archons do great damage to enemy Zealots. Notice we're just pulling back those weak units wherever we can. And doing the Zealot run bys as well. So, we experimented with one more max backs timing here, which was the DTs. No sense. The Adept pressure is always a good idea to do. But notice how he just kept building units non-stop off these 2 gates. Really safe play. Kind of delayed Twilight Council as well, which is something that I'm a big fan of. But it was even later than mine. The DT Shrine, there's just no way you can afford that. However, what's something you got to remember? Pair something with the DTs. So if you guys are going to go Dark Templar earlier than normal in your build, always add an extra gas gun. or 2 extra gas guys is the moment you start it, because it's very expensive on the gas, and it's going to really screw your build. Now, I love this idea, though. Let's poke with Stalker Sentry, see if we can force field off some units or whatever. Didn't really do anything. We end up accidentally not cancelling that shade. If we actually got both of those in there, that would have been really good. But I was kind of cancelling the DT Shrine, getting the upgrades, and going from there. Now, it's kind of crazy because my opponent commits to a really big push, but it's all off 2 gate. So it's 8, 9, 10 Stalkers and 3 Sentries. And the thing is, with the battery, I should have been able to defend. But you've got to remember, if you build the battery out front like this, your units need to be in front of it. And multiple times, I let this battery get sniped. If you're playing a bit more afraid or in between your bases, build the battery back here or something like that. So they at least have to come in a little bit deeper to kill it. Multiple fights where that got sniped. And don't get me wrong, he has more units than me. But with a bit of Guardian Shield, a bit of Force Field, potentially battery overcharge if I can survive for another 10 seconds. Could have made this a little bit better. Now, obviously, what did we do? We tried to back away, blink back our units, pull probes, use batteries, right? Basic rules of defense. But we also had these adepts that I was already planning to go in with when he was coming across the map. And I ended up at some point in the fight realizing what happened. Now, this was a huge mistake because I over-focused on it and I lose 3 Stalkers here for no reason while battery overcharge was going. But I did get more damage with the Adepts, so you could argue it was worth it. These Adepts are up to 20 kills. So, yeah. That's 8 kills and 13. So up to 21 kills. And we're going to go 22. So 22 kills for those 2 Adepts obviously wins me the game. If they just warped in a Stalker, a few Stalkers, which they did, they didn't move them over. If they ran the probes, there's a few different things they could have done so that they would have lost almost no probes there. If they had shift queued the probes to pull back to the battery and then A move, the Adepts wouldn't have been synced up and they wouldn't have been killing any probes. The battery would have healed through all of it. But we managed to survive there, always fall back, always blink back, always pull probes, and just chrono Immortals, chrono Stalkers, anything you can do to survive. But because we went the DT Shrine, and because we let that battery die so early, and I think we were also about probably 1 or 2 Stalkers behind in production because of the extra gas on the DT Shrine, it really cost us a lot there, and it made the build look really vulnerable. I had to do some high-level shit to survive because that DT Shrine didn't really make sense. Again, someone with that much hallucination, they're going to see it, they're going to react to it. So it's not worth delaying my +1, my blink, and messing my build up. I don't understand why build and make 4th after holding with gate plus worker advantage. Why not spam unit and counter? Because we were very unclear on what the actual situation was in the game. So even when those Adepts were in, I didn't know if he had a 3rd up that whole time that was full of workers. I had no information. So I just decided to play it safe and progress forward. And that's fine. You could do the other option as well. There's never a, oh, you have to do this. There's always many ways to play StarCraft, right? So I mean, you could play that way if you want to. That's totally fine. Lil Petite is actually a Terran player. I thought we were playing Protoss for a second there, but no. Super Saiyans, which means they're probably going to smurf.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Or the Super Saiyans. They're probably going to proxy. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Proxy. That's it. Alright, Chrono Boost, Gateway. Let's get over there. But definitely, I probably could have, but I also only had 6 gateways, you gotta remember, and my base was a big mess as well, right? So one of the things is, like, if you don't have a warp prism, you don't... I had a pylon in the corner, but I don't have a forward warp in point. I mean, to me, it didn't feel like I had the natural setup for a good push, you know? What are we doing? Let's get our mind off PvT, which is where it's been in the last minute or two, because I'm keep thinking about of PvP onto PvT. Keep thinking about taking that 2nd gas, and that's not what we're doing here. Okay, oh my god, let's go. Looks like a normal build. But it's double gas, so is it really? So we go 20 Nexus, 20 Cybercore. Can you get through that? You can, right? Yeah. Restart probe production. See if it's Marine Reactor or going into Reaper. That's what our probe's going to see here, guys. So no Marine popping out by 1:48. That means it is indeed a Reaper. And we see a factory at home as well. Okay. So we're going to hide down here, come in later with a scout. Now, I don't like playing Twilight versus 1-base players, guys, so we're actually going to do Phoenix Colossus, just because I think this is the better way in the current meta to play. I think trying to get Storm out is just like, yeah, maybe later, but probably not. Let's just play Phoenix, get control over what's going on, and then we can think about doing all sorts of cool other stuff. But against a guy on 1-base, Phoenix is going to give me really early scouting over what's going on, and it's just going to put me in a nice setup. Now, you might be like, hey, you chronoing probes right now, bro? What the hell, dude? Why would you chrono probes right now? Well, the reason is pretty simple, guys. And that is that I actually think getting your first few probes out on this natural is really crucial. Okay? Now, we're going to send this probe in now. Try to get that in there. See what's up. We're going to make a Phoenix go across the map. Now, I probably shouldn't have made a Stalker there, right? But, nah, I think it's okay. It doesn't really matter. We're going to get a Pylon here. Stalker there. Let's Chrono Boost Phoenix non-stop across this map. It's going to be huge.
Teleport successful. I am time for battle. Not enough energy. Siravek, cry on.
Okay, he just did the 2 Reaper Hellion. We weren't super prepared for that. A lot of people would say, well, yeah, that's because you're playing like a dummy. Why would you not get a shield battery? And that is the sort of build where having a shield battery really helps. But I think in hindsight, I should have just chronoed a 3rd unit out. If I have 3 units out in time, I'm going to shut that down really hard. And I'm always a big fan of skipping shield batteries unless we have a really good reason and information to think we should be doing it, you know? And he's going to be going, I don't know if that's Banshee. It looks like a Raven, most likely. And he's got a Cyclone.
Research complete. Engaging the enemy. You have not enough minerals. Teleport successful. For honor.
Okay, so we're going to take the double gas on our natural. We've got a 2nd gateway now. We know he's expanded, but we don't see any signs of him immediately pushing. We don't know if it's going to be like 3rd command center or not. We'll try to get this Nexus up.
Teleport successful.
And we're going to go for a 5th Phoenix. And that's because I think these guys will be quite effective. Okay. Onto gas, onto gas, onto gas. And we'll go there.
You have not enough minerals.
Let's try and pick up some guys.
I am eager to strike. Teleport. Not enough energy. Understood. On the wings of justice.
Okay, let's get the Robo Bay. As we build an observer. And I'm going to try and get a Twilight Council so we can get charge and go up to 4 gateways as well. Let's get a sentry.
The skies await.
Cyclone on its own is a very easy and juicy target.
I stalk the stars.
So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to actually scour the map for Ravens that are hiding out there. I'm going to build a shield battery on each base. Try and get up to 6-gate charge. Colossus is obviously the most important thing, but got 2 Phoenix spotting to see if he moves out. Other Phoenix are going along the very corners of the map in case there's a Raven hiding out there. Doesn't appear to be. Because we've seen 3 racks, we don't really need the gases up on that base. Let's chrono boost this Colossus. We'll make Viagra as well. And if we chrono boost charge and just keep making Zealots, I think as long as we get charge and Colossus ready with our Phoenix, we should be able to defend a push. Now we see he's pushing out the front. So let's try and use that. So we're going to try to come in and see if we can grab him with those Phoenix. I'm just adding a few probes at a time, but nothing is as important as pylons right now, okay? And goodbye, Raven. So we trade a Phoenix, 2 Phoenix for the Raven. I'm happy to take that trade, guys. You guys know I am. Okay. Okay, Okay, we're gonna build 7th and 8th gateway here. And we're gonna keep probing. Now that I got 8 gateways up, and Colossus building two, like, you know, 1 or 2 at a time, I feel pretty comfortable with that. These Phoenix are just gonna go for a little... Oh, shit! Okay. That I was not expecting. Templar Archives comes in next. We still need the Colossus. We'll make Blink as well straight away. Okay, we're gonna try and get the Observer back, because Widow Mines are obviously a big part of his army. If we can kill those, that would be huge. Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna make a 3rd Colossus. And remember, you always want to have an attack in mind. If you guys ever get overwhelmed in StarCraft, you don't know what to do, just remember, you probably don't have enough of an attack planned out. So what's an attack that we go for after defending with Phoenix Colossus? Predictably, every single time, Charge Lot Archon. Now we can still start a Forge, and we still want 3 Colossus, of course. Just keep chronoing when that Prism comes out. That's our attack timing, okay? We're going to make 1 Hallucination to go check the middle of the map. We're going to put an Observer out to the left just for a moment. Army's just going to sit in the middle. Notice we're just going to add some Archons, add some Zealots, keep making them. Another Chrono here. Now obviously we've got a Forge, and we will take a 4th base at some point here. But right now we're just kind of making sure, okay, that we don't get... Ooh. Oh, hello, mate. Well, now you're 100% dead to my attack that hits, right? So this is the big problem for him. So even though he's just done some damage, which is obviously nice,
I'm here in the shadows.
we can make a Void Ray there. This guy can sit here. These guys are actually stuck, these Archons. So let's try to move these here so at least they tank these shots away from the probes.
Your probes are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Your probes are under attack. Coordinate.
Okay, Void Ray's coming over. Let's recall the Archon. That drop's gonna die as well in a moment. Alright, now he's delayed my timing enough that I actually don't think it's gonna work now. Which is like, okay, cool. I knew I was a little light on the scouting. We're a little slow on that robo production. It's definitely cost us here. We're building a cannon in each mineral line. And we're getting ready. We're gonna attack from this right side. I don't want him to see me until I'm in there. Okay? Oh my god. Well, thankfully we're gonna kill all of these guys. And it's a very close fight.
You have not enough minerals.
I'm here in the shadows.
Okay.
You have not enough minerals.
Let's get over here. Let's go for that 4th base. I think we're dead. But we're gonna try it, guys. Let's go! Oh shit, we don't actually have it? Ah, fudgety. I just realized we don't have the recall. Tried to recall there. Okay. Oh, well that was tough. Alright, do we make Psystorm here? I think we do. We just have those mixed in the army. High Templar there. And same base. 4th base. Put a High Templar there. We're going to try and go Disruptors. And if we can get a 2nd Forge, that would be great. Of course, we're already queuing up the 2nd upgrade there. And we're going to try and see where he is. And we can just Chrono Boost more of these guys. And Storm as well. That would be super cool. Okay. So we're going to now go around the right side as well. try and hold this key down, the probe key. And okay, get up there, get up there, get up there. Yeah, you go there, you go there. Okay, so we're gonna try and get this one. Oh, really? Where's his army? He's going to the right. He's going to the right. Okay. Okay, that's gonna go down. That's fine.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Highlight for hire.
My please.
Mineral field. Not enough energy.
My child.
Not enough energy.
My child.
Highlight for hire.
We are our mind. Consciousness awakened. I live on. I am the state.
We are the is complete.
Okay, we're gonna have a few more High Templar mixed in. We're gonna get these guys. You guys go out over there. Bit of a crazy run-in for him. He's like, you know what? I don't have any EMP or anything, but we're gonna run in there. I think we've identified a pattern with Terran players, right? Oh!
Base is under attack.
Oh my god. I don't know. Wow.
Upgrade complete.
Wow. That was crazy, dude. He just went full YOLO, threw his army away. Like I said, you got to do more low-risk things as Terran, or you got to swap into splash damage more. Okay, we're gonna go here. Another High Templar there, there, and up here. What's our probe count? Pretty bad. I think we should be able to push here, though.
Justice. Na Adan Atu.
Might. My child.
We embrace the glory of battle. Mineral
Oh, yeah.
depleted.
Notice how he really wants to go for me?
Ula Sadari.
Our mind.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Consciousness awakened. Our ancient.
Justice. Mineral field.
Okay.
Upgrade. Mineral field depleted. You have not enough minerals. Command me.
Okay, this base is actually quite undefended. Awesome.
We embrace the glory of battle. Highlight for hire. You have not. We embrace the glory of battle.
Okay, these guys are going to run in that side.
Be done.
Try and catch him over here.
Research complete. Mineral best being guided. Upgrade complete.
Let our enemy know our assault. Data block.
You don't want to be chasing, man.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. I'm ready.
State spirit.
Embrace the glory of battle.
Okay, you can get over here, mate. Okay, you guys go there. Let's get that. So that's the tearing it up, which is good. Send a DT over here. Okay. Okay. So you see, when you fight into libs, it's not quite the same story of easy dismantling or anything like that, but I still don't think these are ranged libs, which is of course a huge problem for him. Gonna send in some DTs down there, try and rebuild this. I think that got out of there. Yeah, okay.
Upgrade complete. My life for hire. My charge. Just wield our mind. Your probes are under attack.
I bask in the twilight. Battle is upon us.
My life, we embrace the glory of battle.
Okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, we're gonna try and run these DTs in. You guys go there. The rest can run there, there, and over here as well. Alright, we're gonna try and take out that base in the bottom left. While continue to just trickle DTs in this side. Man.
Your probes are under attack.
I live with the shadows.
You must place that in a power field.
Battle is upon us. I'm here in the consciousness awakened.
Alright. Woo! We got it. Finally getting some more observers out there. We've clicked the DTs into all the bases, guys, which you guys know is just the game winner move. We're pulling the DTs back because we're worried about him kind of counterattacking us. It's making more just Zealots, Archons, all these fighting units. Whoa! And he actually... Did he kill all of those before they went off? He might have actually. Well done. So his army got in a really weird position there. But I don't think he's got enough stuff, unfortunately, for him. So he's going to try and boost in the main, but remember that cannon, battery, High Templar. Even if he unloaded in here, he was going to have a real bad time because we had Storm waiting for him, which you guys saw earlier. When he tried to do that, it was the lone High Templar that got me back in this game with the cannon battery spread around the place, right? I thought we would have been in a really good position, but what's kind of funny, I think, is I actually overestimated the power of his push. So let's go back in this game and take a look at it, guys. I saw a very aggressive opening in terms of the 2 Reaper Alien. He killed a few probes, and then I really paused on about 50 probes for a long time because I didn't see a third command center, and I said, you know what, let's play safe, get the gateway, get the charge, and you can see there's big gaps in my probe production, which is absolutely the safe way to play. And it would have been all right if I didn't lose all my Phoenix, but we threw away 2 Phoenix to kill the Raven, and I probably should have replaced 1 or 2 of those. Preferably we shouldn't have lost 2 there either. We could have been a bit more patient with that. I didn't need to just dive. I did kind of the easy way of killing the Raven, but it would have been a bit better if we were a bit more surprising in how I did it. Because you can see the moment I saw him pull back, I probably could have just pulled back with my Phoenix there, damaged the medevac a bit, looked for it a little bit later. So losing 2 Phoenix there was really big because this lost me a lot of my anti-air. And then he borrows 2 Widow Mines over here, which I fly right into. Was not expecting that. Really well done by him. So losing my Phoenix is really bad because I lose my air control. So I immediately start Blink now that charge is finished because I've lost those Phoenix. Otherwise I might delay it. And whilst I do manage to kill some Marines,
Thanks for the Bezos
he
bucks.
should be losing everything here. If I have Phoenix, he can't pick up and leave. But because I've just lost all of my Phoenix, he's able to leave. So he keeps these units alive, and then he's able to recycle them. He goes, of course, for a nice double drop in the main, splits his units off. I've lost my map vision. I try to put my observer out there, but you can see the timing on this. It gets out here and gives me the illusion of map vision just a little bit too late. Just after he's actually threaded the needle through there. Now, I did a pretty good job of pulling probes away and doing my best to just split my army. I said, okay, everything A moves to the left, and then I grabbed the 3 Archons and the Colossus went to the right. Started splitting these units up, but there's still a lot of mining time at a crucial point in the game. And the crucial point is we want bam, 3rd Colossus, bam, Warp Prism, go attack. Right now, I want to go make an extra round or 2 of Zealots on the front and just kill him, because he's only got Marine, Marauder, Widow Mine, no Vikings, nothing to counter the Colossus, nothing to counter anything else. But Petite here gets enough time to get up the 2nd Starfort in the factory. So this all comes off the back of me losing my Phoenix. And this shows you just how dangerous that is, right, guys? It shows you just how painful that is. If you lose those Phoenix, it makes everything really hard. It's kind of the same as losing your Oracle early game, where you then have no map vision. This drop didn't kill that many probes. I don't even know if it technically even traded cost efficiently. The early game was already efficient for him. Maybe it did, probably did by the looks of it. Definitely though, it bought him enough time to get past the dangerous, scary point in the game. And my opponent now is like, oh cool, I can drop a 4th. I can go to 8 barracks. Massively ahead after this. Finally got cleaned up. I had to build a cannon in each mineral line. I had to build a Void Ray to get rid of the Metavacs as well. I'm on 52 probes versus 55. Remember, I had skipped my forge because I wanted to hit that timing so hard. And if I was able to get across the map and do it, it would have been great. But my opponent pinged me back with these drops. And this tells us, okay, if you lose your Phoenix, pre-split the army, half at the 3rd, half in the main. And the moment you see the multi-pronging, don't be afraid to chuck those cannons down as well. This fight here, I was so eager to get across the map and use my tech advantage that I think this favored him. Because I end up losing, I don't know, man. He does kind of chase my Colossus into a choke point, which is, of course, not great for him. I did need to focus this Viking a lot earlier. Finally, I get rid of it. I mean, he chases into a choke point, takes a lot of splash damage there. We actually do keep both Colossus alive. We almost got the full Medevac. It was okay. The problem is that at this point, after those armies got cleared, I realized I was lucky to keep my Colossus alive, and I was like, oh god, we have to play late game to get back in this. So what did I do? I immediately went 2nd Robo Bay, started probing my 4th base. I poked forward a little bit more, actually, which was really stupid, and lost the other Colossus. That was really dumb. Then I go the extra Robo and the Robo Bay. Where's that Robo Bay, mate? I guess I already have it, don't I? Because I played Colossus this game. And try to get the 2nd Forge, the Colossus. I added Storm, just because I was like, hey, I already have a Templar Archives. I have a lot of gas. I guess I'll make Storm. Normally I wouldn't, but obviously the extra splash damage could really help me out here. And it actually ended up being pretty useful. Tried to get an ambush disruptor shot there. I've got very limited map vision, of course. He manages to get my Warp Prism. And I think I could have feedbacked this Ghost. You guys will notice I almost never use feedback. But we get a very good Storm to start that off. And we do take out the Widow Mine. You can see he EMPs 1 High Templar, but we still got 1 in the back. And I'm able to, even though my army is so much weaker, we severely damage him and we kind of scare him off taking the fight. Colossus does go down, but another Psy Storm. We're just threatening those disruptor shots, and all we're doing is buying time because we've got double disruptors, trying to get the double upgrades going, trying to probe our 4th base up, and we're just in survival mode and trying to drag our ass back into it. So we do end up winning this game, but I think we see just how damaging losing the Phoenix is, because it means they're allowed to push much more aggressively without that fear of all their units getting shut down. And if you're just on Colossus and very few other units, that's always going to be your weak point.
Mineral field depleted.
Holy crap, we're at 2k subs again? Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Clava with the tier 1 sub. Romo with the 7 months. Oh, this was actually insane, guys. I can't believe that army on the left got cleaned up by a storm, and then he drops here, and I was like, oh, that could be a problem. Oh, wait, no. The 1 High Templar on the left, the 1 High Templar on the far right, that literally was the most dangerous point in this game. Those 2 High Templar just saved my ass. That's High Templar's most useful thing, right? Just leaving them around the map, leaving them at your bases on the exposed edges. It's so sick, dude. Clava! Romo says, really appreciate all the work you're putting into this. Thank you for the 7-month resub. J-Line with the big 18-month resub. What's up? Master Fastibator with 31 months. Sorry I'm a little late. My wife and I were on vacation. Welcome back, Fastibator. Where'd you go on vacation? Hope it was a good time, dude. Kindness Wins with a 3-month resub. Overthought Gaming with a 15-month resub. And Velcius and Darox before that. Thank you. Gang. Damn, you guys know what happens when I hit my sub goal, right? I multiply.
We embrace.
All right, yeah. So, yeah. When we hit that sub goal, we do multiply. As you can see here, we were able to scare with this army. It's really hard for him to jump on this army because he's got to deal with the Disruptor spreading and EMP the High Templar. He can't just shove on this army. And I think this is where my opponent kind of let their foot off the pedal a little bit, right? I think my opponent could have kept on queuing Liberators, drops in, all sorts of things, but I think just that one moment where they tried to hit the edges and there was a High Templar that really ruined their day on both sides, I think it really kind of made him go, oh, I can't do that anymore. But actually, I mean, if I'm not looking, if he stims in here, he kills that before I even get a chance to storm, and one storm's not going to kill Marauders. There's also 4 libs being built, but there's no fusion core. And this is so common, right? Wait, there is! There is a fusion core, but he just forgot to make advanced ballistics off it. So if you get advanced ballistics, and especially if you get +2 on the ship weapons, they start one-shotting EMP'd Stalkers. It's so insane, man. So, so good. What's up, Nas Nation? Nah, just you, mate. You just gotta stop. Did you eat the worm at the bottom of the tequila bottle, mate? And he comes in and just tries to YOLO this, and you see what happens, right? Now, obviously, I had to throw a lot of disruptors because I was like, oh god, oh god, oh god. But you can see, we start running away. The moment they're going YOLO and committing like that, it's like, get out of there. I used so many balls on the first engage. I was like, just run, run, run. We've got Zealots tearing him up at the same time. All this focus is on this side of the map. Notice I turn around my fighting units for a moment to kind of tank for the disruptors. We landed another great disruptor shot. Now the Colossus are here as well. And even though he's got Liberators, I mean, if I focus the Liberators with the Archons, maybe? He did actually EMP those Archons almost instantly, and that was really well done. Oh no! That Colossus and Archon aggroed back in. Dumbasses. Dumbasses! Yeah, so we're still trying to get out these disruptor shots. He's having to do some fancy micro, killing some disruptors. And this was an awkward moment, because Libs are hard to beat. But the Zealots did so much damage, thankfully. The Libs came in only after he'd given away the economy and the army advantage and the overall supply advantage and everything like that. So he's still ahead on upgrades, but not for that much longer. And he's just got so little to support this. And I'm trying to send DTs in it to just pick away at it one at a time. I'm trying to hit him with disruptor shots. And then I'm just trying to get enough Stalkers and Zealots that I can just blink, kill the Libs, and clean it up. And this was still the scariest moment in the late game, where I thought, oh god, if I don't clear this up, like, I might actually die, because then he's got a path into my production. But notice how the High Templar did not go in first. I let my Zealot Stalker go in first. We landed a Storm on all the Libs. I blinked forward. I was a little too slow to focus the Liberators down. Sometimes I get lazy with that. Great Disruptor shot on the left side, though. And we've still got Battery Overcharge to fall back on. And the bio misclick. They were meant to run the right side. They run that side. So we kill a lot of that bio. And Advanced Ballistics comes in just a little bit too late. So this was very lucky. Resurrected myself. I was trying to take 2 Nexi on the left side of the map, realizing I couldn't defend. And just remember, even 2 Storms doesn't kill a Liberator, guys. So it's much more important to just warp in Stalkers for that. I never really go air. I feel like if you've got money to go air, you've got money to make 20 Dark Templar. And imagine if I had 10, 12 Dark Templar instead of 5. This planetary dies instantly. It's going to make a really big difference. Do you turn off F2? I don't. I actually use it quite a bit. I wasn't using it much this game, though. Use it a lot with Terran, especially. When I freak out, I pull units that get left behind, says ATL Mezume. Yeah, for a lot of people who are trying to break up bad habits, it's nice to unbind it completely, my friend. Definitely is. Guys, almost 5,100. We're almost at 5,100. Pig never goes there because he ain't no bitch. You know it. Guys, if you want to be a true StarCraft player, keep that mother trucking sky toss out of your mouth. All right? Keep that carrier and void ray out of your mouth. Ryan, is this Ryan? Why is your Zerg so low? I thought you were like solo MMR. You just been doing troll builds, mate. I thought he used to be over 5k with everything. Keep the carriers out your mouth. Let's go. I play Zerg in class. Legend. Okay, we forgot to send the guy out early enough to so we did forget to send the guy out early enough, guys, to pylon block. That's okay. We're gonna do the no scout version. We'll see what happens. Third base there. Fourth base down here. Fifth base there. Let's go down there. Chrono boost. Okay. Oh shit, did we already put on gas? That's not necessary, bro. There we go. So, remember guys, we talked about the no scout version in a meta where people are just not 12 pulling. Really good way to take advantage. And this guy will build the Nexus, build the core, and then go for a scout. Now, keep in mind, a lot of people are like, don't you just die to 12 pull? Only if they're really good with their micro. So, I always tell the story of me saying, oh my god, Haas didn't scout, Rex has counted him. I think it was Rex. I hope it wasn't Go Joey and I'm shit talking Rex this whole time. I'm pretty sure it was Rex. And yeah, basically Haas just pulled probes, surrounded the Zerglings and just crushed it. So you've got to be really careful if you are 12 pulling this sort of greedy build. Don't get surrounded. If they've pulled all their probes, you want to like get inside the base, but you just want to run around in circles and waste mining time. If you let the probes fight, they sometimes can actually take a surprisingly good engagement, you know? Surprisingly good, mate. See, that gas maybe could have gone down a few seconds earlier, right? So these guys are just waiting. Okay. Alright. So this is a PvZ again, guys, and we are seeing a nice economic version here. We'll just go in. No, we shouldn't go in. That's fine. We're going to cancel Warp Gate, make the Stargate. See just how quick the Stargate goes down, guys? It's actually crazy. Such a crisp build when you go gas first and you save those minerals as well. Adept's going to go straight across the map. Let's chrono boost the second Adept.
Glory to the Daylong.
And chrono boost that. Now, obviously, we could chrono probes there. Second Adept will chill at home.
Combat.
I'm going to wall off just to make sure he can't get in.
The firstborn shall persevere. I have met the enemy.
Okay.
Not enough energy.
We're just going to check that we're not being all in here.
Poison.
Okay, so we've got an Oracle in the way.
Give us your command.
And this guy will go home now.
Combat.
Okay, creep tumor, plenty of drones, and we're going to trade it. Okay, we're going to make one more Adept, move out to take the third. Oracle will secure the third base, because he already built like 8 Zerglings, guys, so we just want to make sure that gets up. And there we go. 3-minute 43rd. Make the next Oracle. Get the pylon up here. Remember, if you, it looks like you block the minerals, but your guys can actually mine around it really well.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Research complete.
How can I aid you?
And we're just going to actually focus more on kind of controlling things on my side for once. Oh, shit.
Dimensional strings.
Glory to the Daylong.
Shit.
Najakar.
I was meant to be building a, what do you call it? Stalker there. And I went and made 2 Adepts, which is my only warp in. There we go.
I have met the enemy.
My man!
I hear the shadows.
The enemy has discovered us.
No drones there?
Our window is short.
Glorious combat is upon us.
Base is under attack.
Twilight Forge.
Glory to the Daylong.
Oh, we lost the Oracle. Okay, no worries. Okay. Forge. And Robo. So notice we're just chronoing probes. And now we're going to build lots of sentries here. Go to shield batteries. We don't. Positioning doesn't matter too much.
You must construct additional pylons. You must construct additional pylons.
We're going to make 1 Void Ray just for vision. So notice he doesn't have any Zerglings right now, guys. That's why we're still in here. He's been way too greedy.
Forward to glory. The Templar.
And looks like these guys weren't there.
Shall be reclaimed.
You require more Vespi.
Blink's on the way. You guys can go here.
Combat is upon us.
Must construct additional pylons.
He's got some roaches. Now, the Void Ray is acting as an oracle, just to spot move outs and stuff like that. That means we have to use our hallucinations to actually see what's going on, of course.
You must construct additional.
And pylons finishing. We get the 4 gateways, remember? We get the Robo Bay. We can obviously make a couple of observers or an observer and a prism. Either way, it doesn't really matter. It's not an oracle. He thought it was. That's fine. And got 4 gateways. Second Robo and the Robo Bay. And it's a lair. It doesn't really feel like there's any scary tech like a Spire coming in right now.
Channel the light device.
I'm here. Let our enemy know our fury.
Okay, that can go there.
I'm here.
I don't know where the fuck this is. I guess it's over here somewhere.
I want you to fall in my bed like rain. Like when it's the wet season at my farm.
I'm here.
I'm not really sure what's happening.
I'm here in the shadows.
Okay, we're gonna make Colossus, Viagra, and I'm actually just gonna push him right now, guys. Okay, Observer's here. He's got some roaches, but I don't think he has much else. I think it's time to just go kill him. Yeah, he's trying to spread creep. He's being a cheeky little fucker, so. Let's make charge behind this.
Research complete. Upgrade complete.
We've got a 4th on the way.
You must construct additional mineral field.
Okay, we can now take half of our main, put it there.
Engaging the enemy.
We've got 2 Colossus that are just going to join up as we push.
Mineral field depleted.
And we've got lots of Stalkers.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Mineral field depleted.
You require my skills.
Disruptors on the way. Keep probing this. Get a cannon there. I don't think he's massing muters, which is kind of the funny thing. And what we're going to do now is we've got charge, +2. We're actually just going to make charge Archon and kill him. Because he's invested in too many shitty units. So especially if we just have a few disruptors behind this.
Your probes are under attack.
It's just 2, isn't it? So we're going to chrono 2 more disruptors, and then we're going to make a round of Archons. And you see we're on 12 gateways now. So check it out. All we're going to do is make Archons and just go. And we're going to have Stalker, Colossus, Disruptor. No more of these shit tier units, like Stalkers anymore. We've got Colossus, we've got all this stuff. It's just going to turn into a really beautiful timing attack. Because, yeah, 3 Disruptors is just a nightmare for ground. And, alright, let's go. So, you can get over here. We're going to go right up the guts as well. We're not going to give him any time to react. We're just going to shove up this ramp. If he sets up a surround quickly, hats off to him. I don't think he's going to be able to. And here we go. 12 gateways. So we should be able to go pure Archons, right?
Base is under attack.
Assault data lock.
Not enough. We embrace the glory of battle.
My charge.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Are under attack.
So you see this army is just gigantic. The Archons are making it so impossible. Finally gonna get that one Archon to morph that I've been trying to get to morph for this entire time. And we can obviously just rally some Zealots into the other base at the same time, so... At that point, if he's on Mutas, Roaches, Lings, not much creep spread, I mean, it's just one of these things where I'm like, look, I've got Colossus Stalker, that's all good, but I don't really see a way I can kill him right now, but if I just add Archons, he's not really getting Ultras yet, he's not getting Broodlords. If I just add Archons, my army is such a meaty ball of fuckery. It's going to be so hard for him to deal with. Unless I just walk into Corrosive Piles, and just 2 or 3 Disruptors add such insane anti-ground splash damage. There's not that much you need to do here, man. This army, it's like, there's tons of Banelings. I would have tried to spread it out a little bit more, right? And poke in with like the Colossus and maybe some Stalkers and Archons. And, you know, try to throw some Disruptor shots every now and then. Try to bait him into coming into me, but spread against the Banelings, because I don't have Force Fields anymore, right? I lost those. But, yeah, it just felt like obviously he was still stuck on that low tier tech. And you add the Archons to the Colossus Stalker Ball, creates such a powerful army. But you've got to get in there before Broodlords come out. If they get like Ultra Viper, that would be an amazing army for dealing with what I had there, because I don't have any Immortals, right? So if he Blinding Clouds my army with Ultras, holy crap, my army looks terrible. If there's Broodlords, my army doesn't look that great. So there's a lot of things where it's like, I'm investing very much in the mid game there. Didn't have Storm, didn't have Carriers, didn't have Tempests, but we definitely wanted to take a fight there. All right, guys, this might be our final game of Bronze to GM, and it seems like around this 5K mark, everybody is Terran. Every single player. Holy crap. We played a few Zergs, only 1 or 2 Protosses, and this player is obviously much lower level than us as well. We saw a 4.4k Terran player. So once again, another chance for us to try and get some dirty storm ambushes off. Yeah. I mean, we saw what happened versus Faz before, so if we can repeat that, that'll be good. On the other hand, it is Berlingrad. I've normally built that pylon 1 space back. As you can see, that's not a lit up pylon. So this is just too far away from the Nexus to be a fast warp in pylon. See how that's fast warp in, and then it becomes shit pylon. It's not the end of the world, as the warp gate will turn it into a fast pylon when that turns into a warp gate. So it doesn't really matter for this one. But just something to keep in mind. We saw MaxPax doing a surprising number of slow warp-ins yesterday in the weekly cup. And we've got this probe going across, alright. Go across, do a little bit of harass, try to block the expansion. I never understood how to control disruptor balls. Step 1 is just throw them in the right spot. That's like when we actually did a lot of disruptor play in this Bronze to GM, and one of the biggest things I did was just early on I was like, I'm not allowed to micro them any further. I just throw it in the right direction, and we'll see what happens. All right, guys, so we've got to do a sort of 1-base response, right? Now, a lot of people would say we'll go Cybercore before Nexus. Yeah, you know what, guys? I'll play safe. I'll go Cybercore before Nexus, even though if I'm going Phoenix play, which I am, so I'm going to put 3 guys on gas. I would normally... What are you doing here, man? Hello. Beautifully placed Nexus there, guys. Cancel that. So it's in the proper spot. I'm not sure why there's a guy here, unless he proxied to barracks as well. This feels like a Reaper opening. Okay, this is super weird, man. I'm gonna build a pylon down here this time around, just so I can build a shield battery there if I so choose. And oh, that second pylon is meant to go down before gas because it's a core first. Jesus! Last game of Bronze to GM, and I'm trying to make it as exciting as possible, aren't I, guys? Because I've already screwed the pooch. I need to non-stop Chrono Stalkers off this. We don't need gas at all here. I mean, obviously we can get it, but yeah. Alright, we're going to try and attack with that probe. Well, I don't know, building another pylon up here, I guess. Oof, it's going to be really hard now. Because he's going 3RX Reaper, of course. Got a few probes there that I accidentally stopped moving. Let's try and get the second gateway up right now, shall we? So all we're going to do, guys, Chrono Stalkers. Oh, he's actually going Marines. Okay, that I wasn't expecting. Okay, so we should probably focus the Marines. And we don't want to let him get the bunker up. So what we're going to do now is bring those probes in. And notice that our probes are taking out the reinforce. So we're kind of forcing him to come to us. Oh! While also mismicroing terribly. It doesn't matter. Because we got it. Worst opening of all time. So yeah, it could technically be a 3-Rex Marine. But we did scout for it because there was no reason for there to be an SCV on my side of the map unless he'd proxied another barracks, right? I was like, why would you, if you're one base walling off, but that was actually a 4th SCV. What the fuck? This wasn't even from the proxy. So it was too early from the, I was like, wait, is it too early from the proxy? Because it just hangs around here for a little bit, right? I was like, is that too early to be from a proxy barracks? And yes, it was, because these barracks aren't even done, but like, yeah. No, just a little sloppy of a build, I think, from my opponent. It was a good attempt. Big MMR disadvantage. It is what it is. But there we go. Why does he snipe the pylons instead of the stalkers? Just easier target. Either way, the battery's going to heal everything. So he just needed to set off my battery overcharge and then probably just pull back completely, I think. Wait for it to run out and then commit in with the bunkers and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't count as the last game. No, it doesn't count as the last game, guys. We can't count that. Come on, man. Come on, man. We can't count that. Let's go super serious mode for our last game. We're going to withdraw our heads. We're going to pull our head in. We're going to waistband it. We're going to tuck our head in. Let's go. One really good final game. Yeah, step 1 of Disruptor play is just click it initially in the right direction and just spread them out, roughly, you know? If you throw a few of them, spread them to different shots. Step 2 of Disruptor control is when you get a bit better, you start then selecting the ball and then you just click it on a Marauder, something like that, and it'll follow that Marauder and be pretty good. It says we've got True here, but it's also said 5100 MMR, so there's no way that's the real True. They are a Korean player though, because we're on the Australian server. Which means it's someone from my part of the world.
You have not enough.
It is the real one? Why is he playing at 5100 MMR?
You have not enough minerals.
Now obviously True's a massive cheeser, guys, so we are just going to be scouting after Gateway this game. Streaming? What is he? How is he so low? Is he smurfing as well? Or has he just started a new account and he hasn't been streaming for long? It's crazy, dude. I mean, True's always been a bit of a weird one, right? So he is the kind of player who might lose to some baboons. But you'd think his aggressive style would mean he beats people lower than him all the time. True, of course, is a player who's won some championships, won some stuff, always been very creative and cheesy though, and has always had a bit of a chip on his shoulder that no one respects his play. Because everyone's like, yeah, he's just a dumb cheeser, he just does dumb cheese strats, man. It's kind of the general sentiment towards True. And he'd always be like in his GSL interviews when he wins, he's like, no one respects me, man. But no, he comes up with some really creative, cool builds. He's genuinely a very nice guy. I like him. Okay, so he's gonna... Oh! Okay, Cybercore. Okay, let's just check what's up. Okay, second gas. Look at that second pylon as well. I'll just put it here, maximum production space. I don't know if he's smart, like, and hooks in with his Overlord, but yeah. Technically, that was one supply early, that pylon, guys. That's not the end of the world. It's better than forgetting the pylon. It's been the last few games, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, he's going to come straight in and see it, and so he is smart. This is why I don't like this pylon positioning. I always criticize it, because he sees the pylon and he knows, oh yeah, I can just go in a little bit further and confirm what tech you're doing without having to invest anything in scouting. Now, he's going a very quick third base, though. Does make things a little nasty for him.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to chrono probes really hard here. We're going to do the chrono boost version. And because I'm not very good with this army, I do imagine this is going to be a game where he's like running in with Lings all game and kind of running circles around me, but it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out because I have so little experience with this style, but on the other hand, happy to see how it goes. There's only 2 Lings.
Glory to the Daylon.
Not enough energy.
Alright, we dodged the queen. Slow reaction by him.
Glory. Forward. Let your will be heard. We are one. Let none.
Okay. Oops, oops, oops. Okay. You get supply blocked real fast in this case as well. Alright, I think I'm gonna make a Stalker here. Oh shit, I forgot my second gateway. Oh my god, it's 350 and I don't have a wall off, guys. Oh.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Oh, I never made Warp Gate, that's why. Ah, I see what happened.
We meet our fate.
Whoa! Dude, he used to never build... He used to never build anti-air. Now he builds more anti-air than anyone else, eh?
My man!
Damn, that's crazy. Remember, we like to go 4 gateways, just to make sure we're safe as well.
I am here in the shadows.
You must construct additional pylons.
An Eridine Mashal. The star using guidance. Harmonized. The enemy has discovered us. Let us begin. The threads of fate lie bare.
Okay, looks like he's being pretty greedy. Okay, where's that Robo at? Let's get Blink as well, shall we? I feel like this base should already be pretty saturated, to be honest. Just gonna go to there. Just trying to scout, yeah, real quick spire. Okay. Do we want to do that, or? No, I think we just want to go straight Warp Prism. We're just gonna try and kill him, aren't we? Pull the queen out of position and use another hold position to go after these gas drones.
You must construct additional pylons.
I am here in the shadows.
Using guidance. The stars, the threads of
Let's gather energy so these guys can join the push. Okay, we gotta go. Go, go, go.
I am here in the shadows.
Yeah, I thought so.
Our window is short.
Alright. Well, we stopped him from building mutas at least, which is always good. But no, we didn't. So we're trying to just kill him. Just gonna keep all inning him.
I am here in the shadows. I am the heart. We, cold. I am the heart. You are cold. I am the voice of the cold. You require.
We are completely all in, of course, for those who haven't noticed yet.
I am here in the shadows. State thy bidding. Cold. I am the heart of Protoss.
And he's droning, which is not going to be good for him.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Okay, maybe it's all right. As long as he just base trades, that's fine.
State thy bidding. I am here in the shadows. Let our enemy know our fury. You require iron force. Mineral field depleted. You have not enough minerals. Let our enemy know our fury. You have not enough minerals. Our island is under attack. Let our enemy know our fury.
All in, go!
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Up the guts, up the guts, up the guts.
You have not. You have not.
Probe.
Here in the shadows.
Everything's on this. We need kill now. Well played. Ah man, if I was a few seconds quicker to commit to this or to warp in at home, if I'd put spotters out there, I think we could have won this game. Obviously not the most pressure from me, but which is why he was able to like rush his spire so grossly early. So did he actually have any scouting though? Because he did have an overseer, right? Got across here really late. Now this whole period he has very little information until about 6:30 and he's already committed to mutas. So yeah, okay. True is not playing like a pro gamer. That's, yeah. This is so greedy, this fire timing. It's insane. When's his lair start? 3:45? Yeah, 3:50. Oof. That's a quick lair, man. Roachhorn, second gas. To be fair, that's always how True's played. It's not like a pro gamer, right? And he just goes immediate Spire. He does have a Roachhorn. Only 8 Zerglings. Yeah, we definitely could have been a little bit... And only 4 Queens as well. So my Oracles definitely could have been a bit more active. I was a little slow getting the Oracles. Obviously, we're doing a bit more of a chrono boost on the probes rather than the aggression version of the build. That being said, if we go up to about 7:30, yeah, if I just had something out there to see those mutas, do a round of 8 Stalkers, warp in there, and then I could have played it a bit slower with my push and just been, you know, dealing with the mutas, pressuring with Stalker Sentry to make Mass Ravager. But I wouldn't have needed to make this such an all-in, right? Which is what I ended up basically doing. So, GG. Yeah, you'd be surprised how good Stalkers scale against just Roachling Muta, right? So, as long as he doesn't have Mass Ling. He does get melee and Ling Speed eventually. He skipped Ling Speed all early game. Oh, Jesus. Wait, really? Is this just because I didn't chrono the second Adept? That's a really cute reaction. Maybe it's because I didn't chrono the second Adept. He's like, you know what? I can get away with no Ling Speed. That's adorable. That'll get you in a lot of trouble against a guy like Nice or someone who just rallies Adepts all game long there. Alright guys, let's go. It's Cannon Rush time. You said and Void Rays? Don't think it's gonna work, but... You know what? F you, I'm gonna play Sky Toss. Alright? We're gonna do a Cannon Rush into the dirtiest version, alright? The dirtiest version. Do we wall off the natural or the main? I mean, you should be walling off the main, but I'm an idiot who's gonna try and secure my natural, even though he can just jump Reapers into my base. Okay, so. Alright, let's go. Hopefully he doesn't see that. Oh, he's seen the pylon? No, he saw the direction I came from, I think. Or he's just over-preparing. Second probe's a little late.
Your probes are under attack. You have not enough minerals.
Shields regen. Alright guys, we are finishing Bronze to GM in true fuck knuckle fashion. We'll build one more zealot there.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Where's the marine? Oh, it's in the bunker. Oh, I forgot to build the Cybercore. Okay, yeah, something I forgot.
For our tanks.
Okay. So we get cannon there as well, of course.
We are the blades of ire. By your we embrace the glory of battle.
Okay. Well, there goes that.
Base is under attack. You have not enough minerals.
Okay.
Enough minerals.
Rally to the natural now. We've got a cannon and a battery in each base, 2 Stargates. Let's go, guys.
You have not enough minerals.
So, guys, just remember, this is what I promised I wouldn't do today. But AMD have said they would like an example of how not to play StarCraft. So, big thanks to our sponsor for today's stream, AMD. AMD. They said, we never want you to teach people how to do this, but at the very end of the show, you're allowed 1 game. At the very end, when you're well into GM, you get 1 game where you're allowed to play like an absolute baboon. And I was like, oh, thanks, guys. Sounds like fun. So thank you, AMD, for allowing us to play such intelligent games. Check this out, guys. We're gonna have to do a probe pull.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Get wrecked. Notice how we're pulling back the probes before they get 2-shot? Yeah. That's how we do it.
My man!
This is where you now go take a corner base. Take the top right corner. Oh! It's got a tank out here. Hello. Yes, I will kill that. I'll make an oracle just to get a bit of scouting. Hello. Fuck void race. Okay. I don't think we're gonna take the corner base now. Maybe we. Nah, we'll still do it. Okay, so what are we doing, guys? We're making an oracle. We should probably make 2 oracles, right?
Dimensional strings attuned.
This is a lot of units that he's sending. So there is that. Oracle can go across. I think I needed that Nexus up a bit quicker.
Oracle perceiving.
Okay, we're going to try and put some stasis traps down. Now, there shouldn't be a 3rd base yet for him, but let's take a look. What do we got? Cyclones, Vikings. Also Cyclones and Vikings. There's a few more Cyclones, Vikings. Okay, we're going to lose that guy. Let's try and get a fleet beacon here. Okay, this guy can go here. Okay, you can go there. I don't know how we're supposed to defend this push that's going to come in a second.
Channel the light of Io. You have not enough minerals.
No!
Prismatic core online.
Turns out Skytoss isn't very good versus Terran. You guys lied to me. I guess you need to get carriers straight away, right? I think if you go carriers straight away, I actually could have won that game because I think we really fucked him up with the rush, man. Oh, was he on 1 base? What the fuck? He was on 25 workers at the end of that game? Wait. Did he not have a natural? Was he still on 1 base? But he kept catching my fucking oracles before they could see what he was doing. Was he on 1 base? Did I just need to build cannon battery? I mean, I knew I had handicapped his economy. Was that a natural command center? I mean, I knew I did damage with the cannon rush. I didn't realize how dead he was. Holy crap. He was completely dead from this, guys. I mean, if I chronoed probes a bit earlier as well, oof, we would have been so far ahead. I remembered my Cybercore as well. My Cybercore is so late. Because I could have had an Oracle doing damage and scouting so early in this game. Oh, his orbital started at like 3:30. Yeah, this is game from the Cannon Rush. Cannon Zealot Rush, not bad, man. It's a pretty good little build order. So okay, yeah. So I actually had this game in the bag. I was like, oh wow, this is impressive how many units he's got out. Little did I realize he had to skip a command center to do this. I'm thinking about taking corner bases in the 3rd. Meanwhile, he's 1 base all in. No way, that's crazy. GG's. I mean, that's all the Cannon Rush, right? The power of the Cannon Rush. Yeah, I was like, he's got to have a natural fully saturated, right? That's a 3rd, isn't it? He's going... He's doing a 4 GG through rack stim. Oh, smart Faz, man. Smart Faz. GG. Thank you, Artanis, of course, whoever that was, for getting us to do the Cannon Rush Void Ray to finish off Bronze to GM. And I'm really happy we lost with it. Obviously, it's like I kind of won the game and then let it slip away. But that's good. We don't want to reward that shit. Get that out of here. Silly cheese strategies. You're not allowed to cheese. You got to play the game. I hope you guys all enjoyed Bronze to GM. Obviously, the final section has been a lot of me exploring different styles and making mistakes and hopefully highlighting where I went wrong in these games. Not as much of me going, this is how you play the game, as much me figuring it out in Masters 1 and saying, hey, let's try some different styles, see how it varies and figure it out as I go. And that's it. It's all about the learning process, asking questions, and there's always an exception to every rule. There's always a counter to every part of a build. There's always a branch that you can add to your build to deal with the counter to it and make it more solid. It's a never-ending process. So GM, Masters, Diamond, doesn't matter where you are on the ladder, as long as you got the learning mindset and you're like, look, I'm just trying to get to that next level. I'm just trying to move to that next level of understanding. And look, this thing shuts down my build. Okay, cool. Let's understand that thing. Let's look at it from my opponent's point of view and figure out how to deal with that as you get higher on the ladder. Of course, when you're in bronze, silver, gold, platinum, probably don't focus on that too much, but focus more on building systems within your own play for how you spend your money, you build orders. Always have a timing attack in mind, even here. In Masters 1, what was I saying? Have an attack in mind, have an attack in mind. If you don't have an attack you're leading towards, you do end up getting a bit airy-fairy and just sitting there and, oh, building things. But if you've got an attack in mind, you have a strategic focus, you're going to play much better StarCraft. So good luck, everybody out there on the ladder. Hope you all enjoyed Bronze to GM Protoss.